Hey guys, it's Zerk's What If, and today I'm gonna come in with a new what if. What if Yuji was like Yoriichi from Demon Slayer? Now I know this idea has been thrown around multiple times, and I think I can put my own spin on it. This is gonna be one of my first what ifs that I do on this channel, so if you do enjoy it, let me know. If you don't, also let me know. And yeah, as the story would begin, everything would start off per usual. The only difference here being, when Yuji was born, just as Gojo Satoru was born, the power balance of the world would again change. As Itadori would be born, Kenjaku would realize Itadori would have a weird mark on his head, and his eyes would be almost lifeless. Kenjaku, noting this, would just hope that this wouldn't put a hinder to his plans. But just like normal, Yuji's father would die, and Yuji would grow up with his grandfather. Yuji's grandfather would realize some weird things about Itadori. At a young age, Itadori would barely speak. Even though he was a calm and respectful kid, Yuji would show barely any type of emotion at all. Growing up, Yuji would also tell his grandfather that he could see weird things, those being of course curses. But Yuji also realized as long as he didn't mess with them, they didn't mess with him. So over time, he would get used to them. He would also tell his grandfather that he saw the world differently. Every single minuscule movement that his grandfather did, Yuji could see. From his lungs expanding to his muscles contracting, Yuji could see all of it. Although Yuji's grandfather would just want a normal life for Yuji, it would be clear that Yuji was far from normal, and his life would be far from normal. With Yuji's grandfather just asking Yuji to live a normal life, he would abide by his grandfather's wishes. Even though he could see curses and also interact with them, he would just live normal, as per his grandfather's wishes. This is where we time skip to the regular JJK story. As Yuji would grow up, he would take a liking to swordsmanship. Throughout middle school and high school, he would begin taking kendo classes, seeming to be absolutely untouched by anyone. And from time to time, he would hang out with his friends from the occult club. Every other day, Yuji would go and see his grandfather, who was bedridden in the hospital. In high school, Yuji was pretty popular, as he would still have the nickname the Tiger of West Junior High. Everybody noting that Yuji was incredibly strong and incredibly fast, with Yuji being even stronger and faster than he was in canon, thanks to his Demon Slayer mark. People always thought Yuji was cool because he had the mark on his forehead, pointing it out, while others would call him a freak. But again, he didn't care. On this particular day, Yuji would be hanging out with his friends from the occult club, as they told Yuji that they would be heading back later tonight to the school to unwrap some weird creepy object. Yuji, looking at the object, could feel the malice around it and would tell them that it probably wasn't a good idea. Them laughing at Yuji, asking him if he was scared, with Yuji simply warning them again that it probably wouldn't be a good idea. With his friends continuously clowning him, trying to call him scared, as he would ignore them, he would tell them that he was going to go see his grandfather since he was sickly in bed. With them still making fun of Yuji, Yuji would simply leave. This is where Yuji would walk past Megumi. Megumi was there to investigate a special grade cursed object. As he would pass Yuji, he would notice Yuji's peculiar mark on his forehead. And as Yuji would walk past him, he would notice the faint cursed energy of the special grade object on Yuji. As Megumi would try to stop Yuji, Yuji would already be down the street by time, noting that he was insanely fast, and that was without cursed energy. Yuji getting to the hospital, his grandfather would reprimand him about coming there and not spending time with his friends, with Yuji telling his grandfather to not get on his case about it. Yuji just wants to live a quiet life and be there for his grandfather just as he was there for him. This is where Yuji's grandfather would turn over and tell him that he's a very good kid, and he understands that Yuji just wants to live a quiet life. However, he needs to make as many friends as he can and die surrounded by the people that he loves. He would tell Yuji to not be like him, to use his strength to help people, and to die surrounded by loved ones, and not end up alone like him. Yuji, hearing these words, would take them to heart. But the entire time Yuji hearing these words, he would also be hearing his grandfather's heart come to a stop. And for the first time in Yuji's life, he would start crying, calling the nurse on the phone and telling them that his grandfather had passed away. After Yuji would finish mourning, he would pack up his things and go down to the lobby to fill out some paperwork. This is where Megumi would come into the hospital and introduce himself to Yuji. Asking to talk to Yuji, he would politely decline, saying that he is in mourning and he would like alone time. Megumi saying that this was an important matter. He would ask Yuji if he had seen a cursed object. Megumi had been looking for it, and it's extremely dangerous to just be out and about. Yuji noting that his friends at the occult club had a box that had some weird energy to it. He told Megumi that they'd be opening it up at the school later tonight. This is where Megumi would tell Yuji that his friends are in extreme danger, and that's the worst case scenario. Yuji, taken aback by his grandfather's words still, would ask Megumi to join him in helping his friends, as Megumi would tell him it was way too dangerous for someone like him, as there were forces at work that usually couldn't possibly understand, with Yuji telling Megumi that if it's about those weird things that walk around, he sees them all the time, and he just doesn't mess with them. Megumi being surprised that this kid could see cursed spirits, even without cursed energy. Not really wanting Yuji to come, he would reluctantly agree. As Megumi and Yuji would finally get to the school, they would feel the malice coming from the school. Megumi noting that the special grade object that his friends had unwrapped had attracted other types of spirits here. Megumi would immediately rush into the school, trying to contain the cursed spirits that were there. Despite knowing that he had to help the people that were in, Yuji would stand outside for a little bit, contemplating everything, knowing that when he stepped through these doors, his life would probably change drastically. Remembering on his grandfather's words, he would remember exactly what he says, to use his strength and to help people. Yuji would steel his resolve, and just like in the regular anime, just as the cursed spirit was about to take the finger, Yuji would burst through the window with his kendo sword in hand. With 3 swift movements, he would attack the cursed spirit and grab both his hands, with Megumi finishing off the cursed spirit with his demon dogs, noting to Yuji that he was incredibly strong, even without using cursed energy, telling Yuji that it was amazing to him how he could see the cursed spirits but not utilize any type of cursed energy. This is where Yuji would grab the finger from his friends, looking at it, calling it grotesque, as he would be about to hand the finger off to Megumi. A cursed spirit would crash through the roof, with Megumi pushing Yuji out the way. Attempting to summon Nue, he would get slammed into the wall and tossed outside. As the finger would be flown into the air, the cursed spirit would try to grab it, with Yuji immediately butting in, with Megumi out of commission, and Yuji the only person there, not actually being able to do anything to the curse without cursed energy. They would be at a stalemate. Even though Yuji was much faster and stronger than the curse, he couldn't do much. So Yuji only thought of one plausible option. You said I need cursed energy to kill the curse, right? Well, what would happen if I ate this? Megumi yelling at Yuji to not do it. As the curse would begin to lunge at Yuji, Yuji would have swallowed the finger, as immediately, Yuji would begin to get markings on his body, and with one swipe of his hand, the curse would be evaporated into smithereens. Megumi noting that this is the worst possible outcome. It's only a 1 in 1 million chance, but it still happened. The reincarnation of Ryomen Sukuna, as Sukuna would rip off his shirt and talk about how it was nice to finally be outside again. He had finally been reawoken, and he could not wait to satiate his bloodlust. But just as Sukuna would think he had control, Yuji would then say, "Give me my body back." With Sukuna being confused, Yuji would grab his own face, Sukuna asking him, why is he talking? How is he talking? With Yuji saying, well, it's my body. As the markings would disappear, but Megumi himself couldn't tell who was actually in control. Megumi would prepare to summon a Shikigami, and he would tell Yuji, under Jujutsu regulation, he will now exercise the cursed Yuji Itadori. As Megumi would be about to summon his Shikigami, Gojo would stop him. He would laugh and ask Megumi what was going on here. Megumi would then explain the entire situation to him, about how Yuji swallowed a special grade object and now has a special grade cursed user, Ryomen Sukuna, inside of him. Gojo would burst out laughing, asking him seriously, to where he would get in Yuji's face and stare him down, analyzing him, noticing a lot of peculiar things about him. How not only Yuji's cursed energy was immense, his eyes were special just like his. He would be shocked, saying, wow, this kid is crazy. It's no wonder that you were able to get Sukuna under your control. This is where Yuji would say he doesn't know what he did. He just knows that the guy tried to take over his body, and that he took back control when he was trying. This is where Gojo would ask Yuji if he thinks if he can transform back. Yuji asking Gojo what he means, with Gojo saying, transforming back into Sukuna, of course. Just give me and him 10 seconds. Do you think you can do that? Yuji saying he thinks that's possible. Gojo getting ready to stretch, as Yuji would then give full access to Sukuna. As Sukuna, without hesitation, being even faster than canon, he would go for an attack on Gojo, with Gojo dodging. noting how fast the King of Curses was. But since his student was there, he had to show off a little. The fight would go as regular, but with Sukuna putting up a lot more of a fight. Sukuna noting that this body that he was in was absolutely marvelous, and that he couldn't wait to take it over and make it his completely. With the 10 seconds being over, Yuji would then retake control of his body, with Gojo laughing, saying, "Wow, you really can do it." This is where he would then knock out Itadori. He would proceed to tell Megami that things were about to get a lot more interesting now. This is where then Yuji would wake up. He would be inside a room with seals, bound to a chair, but Gojo would tell him about how he was supposed to be executed, but Gojo had his sentence suspended. He would proceed to tell Yuji that he had two options. As a potential vessel for Sukuna, he could either die now or consume all 20 fingers and then die. And the choice was all his. Yuji being conflicted. After all, he just wanted to live a normal life. He would understand what had to be done after this day. He would tell Gojo, per his grandfather's wishes, that he would eat all 20 fingers and then die. If it helped save as many people as he could, he wouldn't hesitate not once to do it. After the whole incident, Yuji would then revisit his friends. With one of his friends being bedridden, he would explain to them everything that happened to the best of his capabilities, telling them that they probably won't see each other for a while, but he'll come and visit as much as he can. Yuji would walk outside the hospital and meet up with Gojo. He would then ask Gojo if there are many casualties involving curses, and Gojo would tell him that in his case, this was probably the best case scenario when it involves cases. Most people are lucky to die a normal death after encountering a curse. As then again, Yuji would then think about how he wanted to go about this. They would go to the morgue, where Yuji would collect his grandfather's ashes. This is where Gojo again would ask him if this is what he really wanted to do. Yuji would think back on everything, on his grandfather's words, on the events that happened that day, realizing that no matter what happens from now, he'll do his best to protect the people that he loves and make as many friends as he can before he has to die. He'll live life his own way, just as his grandfather wanted. This is where Gojo will present Yuji the second finger and tell him to swallow it. Yuji taking the finger and scarfing it down with no problem at all. As Yuji would follow the finger, Gojo would wait for something to happen. But however, Yuji would not even struggle in this timeline, simply eating the finger as if it was a fruit snack, not showing any type of emotion or anything on his face. This is where Gojo would tell Yuji they haven't seen someone like him in thousands of years. Gojo would tell Yuji to pack his bags. As Yuji would ask where they're going, Megami would enter the room, telling Yuji exactly where they're going. As a little time would pass, Gojo and Yuji would finally get to the Tokyo Jujutsu School. Gojo would then tell Yuji that he is one of the 3 new freshmen that will be entering Jujutsu High School. But before Yuji can actually be accepted into the school, he has to do an interview with the principal. This is where Gojo would tell Yuji that the principal has the final say and can order Yuji's execution outright. As Gojo and Yuji would arrive to the principal's office, this is where they see Principal Yaga. Yuji would then introduce himself to Principal Yaga. This is where Yaga would ask him why he wants to enroll into Jujutsu Tech. Yuji would explain to Yaga that per his grandfather's wishes, he just wants to help people. Principal Yaga being unsatisfied with Yuji's answer, he would activate his cursed corpse. Yuji staring at the doll would notice weird energy coming off of it immediately. As Principal Yaga would send the cursed corpse towards Yuji, Yuji would grab the doll, and he would keep the doll under control effortlessly. This shocking both Yaga and Gojo. Gojo realizing this earlier, especially when Yuji ate the second finger. Not only did Yuji barely show any expression, but when he was fighting the cursed spirit with Megami, he was damn near on par with Megami, if not a little better. And that was without cursed energy. Yuji would then explain to Principal Yaga that he understands that he's here based off someone else's wishes, but still, he wants to be a good person and live a good life, to save as many people as he can. Even though his grandfather had wished for him to do that, it was also by his own ideals. Principal Yaga, seeing Yuji barely have any emotion, would tell him, "Sorcerers must be highly motivated and a little crazy, and you don't seem like you're all there. You just might be the perfect person for this. Tell me exactly what you want to do here at Jujutsu High." This is when Principal Yaga would then activate 3 more dolls in the back. With the dolls rushing Yuji, Yuji would again easily dodge. While dodging, he would answer Principal Yaga, telling him that he does not want to live with any kind of regrets. He just wants to be able to live to the best of his abilities, even though he'll be executed. He wants to be able to live the way that he's always wanted to live, saving people and making as many friends as he can along the way, even while doing that as a Jujutsu sorcerer. As Yaga would hear Yuji, he would deactivate his clones. taking it for an answer, telling him, "Welcome to Jujutsu High." After everything was said and done, Gojo would take Yuji to his dorm and ask him if he's ready to fight, telling him about how Yuji can be both used as a vessel and a locator for the other fingers. As Yuji doesn't have the same attitude as he has in canon, Megumi wouldn't be so disappointed that Yuji was going to be living so close. Megumi kind of liked Yuji a lot more since he had somewhat of the same kind of personality as he had. This is when Gojo would announce that they're going to go pick up the third first-year student. He would then tell them to meet him at the station in Harajuku. As all three of them would arrive at the station, Yuji and Megumi would be waiting to meet up with the third first year. Yuji would then begin to ask questions, asking why there's only 3 first years at the school. Megumi telling him that Jujutsu students are pretty rare. Gojo would then arrive, complimenting Yuji's uniform. Yuji's outfit in this timeline looking something like Naoya's outfit, just being all black with hints of red, while Yuji would also carry his kendo sword, even though it wasn't actually real. This is when the new third year student would arrive. Gojo would call her out, and she'd be freaked out by Gojo. After putting her things in a locker, she would then turn around and introduce herself, this being Nobara Kugasaki, telling both Yuji and Megumi that they were lucky to have her as the woman of their group. Yuji would then introduce himself back to Nobara, with Yuji being extremely kind and modest. Instead of her being unimpressed by Yuji in this time, she'd actually be taken aback by his kindness and manners, with still being absolutely unimpressed by Megumi, calling him plain and boring. This is where Gojo would be saying they'll be taking a tour of Sokyo since they're all together for the first time, with Nobara being the only one in the group that would get excited. But as quickly as she'd get excited, she'd be disappointed when Gojo brings them to an abandoned building. Yuji, just feeling the malice off of the building, would ask, why do cursed spirits tend to group up in places like these? Megumi explaining to him how associating fear with cemeteries is how curses can be brought about, with Gojo also explaining to Yuji that curses are physical manifestations of negative human emotions, with Yuji understanding almost instantly. Nobara would interrupt the group, asking, how is it that a Jujutsu student doesn't know what any of this is already? With both Megumi and Gojo telling Nobara that Yuji only started at Jujutsu Tech not too long ago and just recently started delving into curses. This is where Yuji would then explain to them that he's seen curses his entire life. He just thought it was a side effect from his weird eyes. Kugisaki would then ask what does Yuji mean, with Gojo's ears also perking up. He would then explain to the group that his eyes give him access to something that he calls a transparent world. Ever since his birth, he's been able to see things weirdly. It was scary when he was younger, but over time he just got used to it. He would tell them, as for instance right now, he could see them breathing, every movement that they make. It's almost if he can see people's movement before they even make it. Looking at a person's muscles and seeing the way they move gives him a chance to react and know what they're going to do before they even get a chance to do it. This is where Gojo would get in front of Yuji's face again and just call him interesting. This is where Yuji would then also point out to Gojo that he knows his eyes are weird too. This is where Gojo would laugh, and then he'd tell Nobara and Yuji that it was time for them to take their test. Gojo looking at Yuji's weapon, he would tell him that that weapon would probably not work on curses. This is where he'd hand Yuji the Slaughter Demon. He would tell Yuji that it's a weapon that's already been imbued with curse energy. He also tells Yuji to not let Sukuna out once during this trial. Yuji nodding his head and agreeing. They would both enter the building together. Megumi would try to join, but Gojo would tell him not to, saying that this is really just a test for Nobara. As they enter the building, Nobara would begin asking Yuji all types of questions about why he doesn't know much about Jujutsu and what's with his weird eyes and stuff. Can he see through her clothes or something like that? With him saying no, and even if he could, he wouldn't. With her getting pissed off, going, what do you mean by that? Storming upstairs. Yuji wondering what he said wrong there. This is where a cursed spirit would suddenly ambush Yuji from above. With him being even faster than in the original, he would easily dodge the cursed spirit, and in one quick motion, Yuji would slice the cursed spirit in half. As Nobara would begin to head upstairs, she'd enter a room. Inside the room, there'd be nothing but a bunch of mannequins sitting in there. She would call out the cursed spirit, saying she knows it's there, and shooting her nail inside the cursed spirit's head. This is when Nobara would say, you don't want that in there for too long. This is where we'd see Nobara's curse technique, with her using hairpin. As she finishes off the cursed spirit, she'd see a little kid come out from the back. She'd tell the little kid to come here, with the little kid saying no, and her getting offended. This is where another curse would come out and grab the kid, taking the kid hostage. She'd be torn on what to do. This is from when, out of nowhere, behind the cursed spirit, the wall behind him would get sliced, being cut into multiple pieces, as the curse would try to stab the little kid. Yuji, before the curse even had a chance to move his hand, Yuji would proceed to slice the curse in 10 different parts, exercising it before Kugisaki even had the chance to. With Nobara freaking out, asking Yuji how the hell did he slice through a wall that thick, with him saying the wall wasn't that hard to slice. She would just be completely baffled by the fact that this kid was able to slice through a wall like it was butter. As they would be done with the mission, Gojo would proceed to take all the students back to Jujutsu High. He would then ask Yuji to follow him for a bit. With Gojo noticing Yuji still practiced with his kendo sword, he would take Yuji to the school's armory, where there would be tons of cursed weapons there, with him telling Yuji to pick out a weapon that was suitable for him. This is where Yuji would see a black blade sitting there in the corner. It looked like it had been there for years, unused and unwanted. But when Yuji saw it, it was like something had attracted him to it, telling Gojo that he wanted that sword right there. Gojo, being confused on why Yuji wanted this plain worn out sword, wouldn't question it and just give Yuji the sword, telling Yuji that even though the weapon was just a plain old sword, knowing him, he could probably do something with it. This is where Gojo would then proceed to explain cursed energy to Yuji, telling him that it comes from the negative energy from inside his body. Yuji would understand what he means immediately, but it'd be hard to put into play for him. Yuji's abilities would be off the charts, but he wouldn't know how to use cursed energy. But Gojo knew when Yuji was finally able to utilize his cursed energy, he'd be a problem for sure. This is where Gojo would then tell Yuji that he has an important mission to go to, so if anything happened while he was gone, he'd leave everything up to Yuji, with Yuji nodding reluctantly. As Gojo would be gone, this is when people would start to report about some weird thing flying in the sky near some juvenile detention center. With Gojo being gone, Yoriichi would then send the first years, telling them that the only reason that they're there is to investigate. Yuji would then ask, because he heard about it earlier with Megami, asking what is a special grade, with Yoriichi explaining all the grades of the curses. Yoriichi would then tell them that if they do encounter a special grade spirit, their only options are to run or die. As they head inside the detention center, everything around them would change, and Megami would tell the group that they've entered the curse's innate domain. With Nobara beginning to panic, Yuji would ask what would they do now. This is where Megami states that his white divine dog will be able to smell any threats, and as long as they stay close to the dog, nothing will happen. As the trio moves out to find anybody trapped inside, they eventually come across the mutilated body. Yuji, seeing this, would note that this might be the son of the lady that was outside crying. Megami would lift up the name tag on the shirt and confirm that it was the kid that she was crying about. As Yuji would understand exactly what would happen if these cursed spirits were left to live, his resolve to save people would only get stronger. And as they tried to plan out their next move, Nobara, being annoyed because she doesn't know what to do, would then suddenly be dragged through the floor by a curse, with both Yuji and Megumi staring, confused and surprised. This is when the special grade cursed spirit would show up, but before either the cursed spirit or Megami could think, Yuji would already be slashing his sword at the cursed spirit, with the cursed spirit barely dodging in time. Yuji would then tell Megami that he needs to find Kugisaki and they all need to escape. This is where Megami would tell Yuji that he's not going to leave him behind. But then Yuji would tell Megami if they both die here, then it'll be for nothing. He needs to find Kugisaki, and he'll catch up with him later. With Yuji saying this, Megami would look at his face and see nothing but determination, with Megami reluctantly agreeing and turning around to go try to find Kugisaki, questioning himself in his head how Yuji in this current moment is unafraid and unnerved by this special grade cursed spirit. As the fight would begin between Yuji and the cursed spirit, Yuji wouldn't waste any time. Before the cursed spirit could even get a chance to think, Yuji was already slashing down at the cursed spirit again. The cursed spirit again barely dodging out the way. The cursed spirit would try to counterattack, but again, Yuji was just too fast for him. Yuji not once in his life had ever gone all out, but seeing how dire the situation was, he knew that he couldn't hold back here. Yuji, knowing he still didn't know how to utilize cursed energy, so no matter what he did to this cursed spirit, it wouldn't matter. He knew that he either needed to stall out for time or learn how to use cursed energy right here and right now. Thinking back on what Gojo said and what Megami said, saying that cursed energy is simply generated from negative emotion. Yuji thinking back on everything that's gotten him to this moment, thinking on how his grandfather died and the words that he left with him, thinking on the people here that died for simply nothing, thinking on how many more people might die if he doesn't do something right now. This is where Yuji would then undergo a transformation.
Something in Yuji's brain would then unlock.
Unbeknownst to Yuji or any of his classmates, Yuji had a technique his entire life. He just wasn't able to access it due to not being able to use cursed energy. But the second Yuji felt that flare of cursed energy, It was like something had clicked instantly for Yuji. As the cursed spirit would notice Yuji's unfathomable cursed energy, he would try to gain some space between him and Yuji. But in the same breath that the cursed spirit would back up, Yuji would also begin breathing. For Yuji, time would seem as if it was standing still. With his eyes locked directly onto the cursed spirit, Yuji would take one deep breath. This is when Yuji would then proceed to say, sun breathing. Third form, raging sun. As a special grade cursed spirit would finally put its foot on the floor, Yuji would already be behind the cursed spirit. And just as Yuji would exhale, the cursed spirit would burst into a beautiful orange color. In one swift move and in one swift breath, Yuji would have completely obliterated the special grade cursed spirit. With Yuji's first time getting a feel of cursed energy, his body would feel like nothing he's ever felt before. That breath that he took was different than every other breath that he's taken in his entire life. For the first time in Yuji's life, something felt complete about him. With the innate domain closing down, Megumi would realize this immediately. Being in absolute shock, he would then ask Nobara, does she think that Yuji was able to take down that special grade? As Sukuna inside of Yuji's body would only be more and more excited, seeing at what this kid could do, and couldn't be more excited to take over his body. Megumi and Nobara would finally make it upstairs and see Yuji just standing there, staring at his blade. This is where Megumi would then ask Yuji if he was okay. Yuji would then turn around and simply smile. This would creep out both Megumi and Nobara, seeing as this is the first time they've seen him make any kind of expression. With Nobara saying that she thinks Yuji hit his head fighting that special grade. A few days would go by, and this is where we see Megumi, Nobara, and Yuji sitting on the stairs together. This is where Gojo would then walk up to all three of the students. He would tell them that he needs to talk to Yuji, and that he has a special request for him. But before Yuji would go, he would be introduced to Maki, Panda, and Inumaki, with Gojo stating that this first year had taken down a special grade curse spirit, so they'd better put in extra work. With all three of them being shocked, this is when Gojo would tell Yuji to come on, because they have a mission to do. When Gojo and Yuji would finally be alone, he would tell Yuji that there is actually no special mission. He just wants to give him some special training. Seeing as that they're somewhat similar, Gojo looking at Yuji would realize that he unlocked a curse technique, asking him what exactly happened during that fight with the curse spirit. Yuji telling him in the moment that everything just felt right. As he was fighting the curse spirit, he just thought back on everything that happened within his life, all the bad stuff, and something just clicked inside of him. This is where Gojo would tell Yuji to show him his curse technique. With Yuji unsheathing his sword, he would take a deep breath in. Gojo scanning Yuji would realize something in that moment. Every time Yuji took a deep breath in, it was like the cursed energy inside of his body was growing, and at an unfathomable rate. Gojo was surprised by the sheer amount of cursed energy that this kid possessed. Gojo noting to himself that he might have even more cursed energy than Okotsu. This is when Gojo would teach Yuji about how to imbue his cursed energy into his blade, even though with his cursed technique, it seemed as if he already knew how to do it. Yuji's cursed technique allowed him to imbue his cursed energy into the blade naturally, but he didn't know how to use it without using his cursed technique. Gojo told him that he was simply going to teach him how to use cursed energy to utilize it throughout his blade without needing to use his technique. He would tell Yuji that sorcerers need to control their negative emotions so that they don't waste cursed energy, but he didn't think Yuji would have a problem with that, seeing as if Yuji barely showed any amounts of emotion at all. Gojo during this time with Yuji would train him on how to utilize his cursed energy and would make him fight him from time to time. While training Yuji, something would come up with Gojo where he needed to leave, but he would tell Yuji to simply keep practicing on how to utilize his cursed energy to put it inside of his blade without using or needing his technique. Yuji would simply nod, and Gojo would leave with Ijichi. This is when Gojo would sense a disturbance outside of the car, getting out and telling Ijichi to drive away. This is where the fight between Gojo and Jogo would commence, with everything going regularly until Gojo would kick Jogo into the lake. This is when he'd teleport back to where Yuji was. He would then go up to Yuji and ask him how he's doing on his training. Yuji showing him that he was able to completely and perfectly utilize his curse energy without needing his technique throughout the blade perfectly. Gojo being amazed that it took him this short amount of time to be able to do it. He would then tell Yuji, since he had completed his training, this was the perfect time for him to learn something else. He would then grab Yuji and teleport him back to where Jogo was. As Jogo would be getting up from the water, he would look up and see Gojo there with Yuji, asking him if he brought him there as a body shield, with Gojo laughing and saying he doesn't need him as a body shield, because Jogo is just simply too weak for him. With Jogo hearing this, he would then explode at Gojo. Yuji feeling the cursed energy bursting off Jogo. Gojo telling him that with Yuji and Yuji alone, this is the bare minimum that he needs to reach. Yuji, not showing an ounce of emotion, would simply look at Gojo and ask him, "Would you be willing to give me a chance right now, just for me to see where I'm at?" Gojo, not expecting Yuji to ask to fight a special grade, would be caught off guard by this question. Gojo wasn't even thinking about letting Yuji fight Gojo. But now that he's here, he'd say what the hell, telling Yuji that if he needs help to just say something. Jogo, seeing that Gojo was just going to let this kid try to fight him, would be absolutely enraged. As Yuji would take a stance, he would breathe in, gripping his blade as tightly as he could, and imbuing cursed energy into the blade. As he would do so, the blade would turn a bright red color, shocking Gojo once again. It seemed like Yuji had simply concentrated a bunch of cursed energy into the blade all at once. And with how refined the cursed energy was, it seemed as if Yuji had been doing this for quite a long time. Yuji would take his stance, taking another deep breath in. Jogo would send fireflies straight at Yuji, trying to end this as quickly as possible. But just as quickly as Jogo had cast the fireflies, Yuji was already in front of him. This shocking both Gojo and Jogo. Gojo knew this kid was strong, but this was something else entirely. Without using any type of curse technique, Yuji would slash horizontally at Jogo. Jogo just narrowly dodging out the way in time. He would back up, trying to shoot a fire pillar at Yuji, but Yuji was simply unrelenting. No matter how fast Jogo thought he was, Yuji was just one step ahead of him. But at the same time, Jogo was still able to dodge and get out of the way just in time. Jogo had heard about this kid taking down a special grade curse spirit by himself, but he thought it was simply by sheer luck. And even if he did take down that curse spirit, Jogo was supposed to be on a whole nother level compared to the other special grades. Every move that Jogo would make, Yuji would dodge or parry effortlessly, as if he knew what Jogo was going to do before he even did it. Gojo also noting this down, that whatever was going on with Yuji's eyes, he was in absolute sync with everything. There wasn't one wasted movement, as Jogo would scream, saying he had enough, and that it was finally time to end this. Jogo would then scream domain expansion, Tomb of the Iron Coffin. Yuji would then look around, noticing that everything around him had changed. Gojo making sure that he got himself caught into the domain so Yuji wouldn't be in too much trouble. As both of them would be inside Jogo's domain, Yuji would then ask Gojo, "What is this?" Gojo would then explain to Yuji that this is the pinnacle that all Jujutsu sorcerers can reach, and that it's called a domain expansion. Explaining to Yuji what a domain is, and that it's weak on the outside and can be broken into easily, or be simply countered by a stronger domain. He would then ask Yuji what would he want to do right now, asking him if he needed his help or did he think he still had it. Yuji would stare at his blade, and then stare back at Jogo. He would tell Gojo about how hot it was in there, but it's exactly where Yuji needed to be. Yuji would take a deep breath in, telling Gojo that he understood everything now. And in one quick burst of movement, before Jogo could even get anything off within his own domain, Yuji would then say, "Sun breathing, dance," as Jogo in one swift movement would have his body cleaved straight in half. Jogo being absolutely perplexed that a kid like this was able to take him out this easily. Some kid that had just started had did this much damage to him. As fast as Jogo had opened his domain, it was closed. This is where Gojo would think that this kid was absolutely incredible. If given a few months' time, he could be up there with him, and he couldn't wait to train this kid even more. As the fight between Yuji and Jogo would come to its conclusion, seeing as Gojo told Yuji to not kill Jogo, Gojo would try to walk over to Jogo to ask him some questions. But just as they were about to interrogate Jogo, another cursed spirit would intervene, throwing a bed of flowers onto the floor, making Gojo lose his battle drive. However, Yuji, on the other hand, would lock onto the other cursed spirit immediately. Hanami being absolutely surprised that that didn't work on him. Even though Yuji knew that they needed to interrogate this cursed spirit, he also didn't want the cursed spirit getting away. So before Hanami could grab Jogo and run away, Yuji would finish off Jogo in one quick swift movement. Hanami being visibly upset, with Yuji being confused because he didn't think cursed spirits were able to feel any type of emotion at all. The other cursed spirit would simply vanish. Gojo congratulating Yuji on taking down yet another special grade cursed spirit and telling him that this time he really does have another mission for him. Gojo would tell Yuji that he has someone that he wants him to meet, telling Yuji that he'd meet him at the movie theater. As Gojo and Yuji would make it to the movie theater, Yuji would see a man in a gray suit and with glasses on. Gojo would introduce the man to Yuji, with this being Kento Nanami. Yuji would introduce himself, with Nanami actually taking a liking to Yuji's personality, saying that he had his head on screwed tight, unlike somebody else. Gojo would proceed to laugh and tell Yuji that he has somewhere else to be, so he'll let Nanami fill him in with all the details of the mission. As Gojo would take his leave, Nanami would lead Yuji into the movie theater. This is where Yuji would see 3 mutilated corpses. Nanami staring at Yuji, thinking that he'd make some type of reaction to the corpses, is surprised by his stoic face, saying that people usually quit jujutsu sorcery after seeing something like this. This is where Yuji would tell him that he's seen stuff like this before on his last mission when he was fighting the special grade curse spirit. Nanami, remembering what Gojo had told him, that this kid has taken down 2 special grade curse spirits in his short time being a jujutsu sorcerer. Nanami telling Yuji that no matter how many special grade curse spirits he takes out, he needs to not get a big head about it. With Yuji nodding and taking his words in, with Nanami noting that even though this kid has taken down special grade curse spirits, he is very humble. This is when Nanami would then tell Yuji that he believes there is one other person that was on the scene when this incident happened. Nanami would then proceed to teach Yuji that curse spirits usually leave residuals and that they can use that to follow the curse spirit, telling Yuji to focus. Yuji, using his see-through world, would already see residuals of the curse. He would tell Nanami that he sees the residuals, with Nanami telling him good, and that they need to follow that. As Nanami and Yuji would continue to follow the residuals, they would end up on the roof of the building. As soon as they walk outside, they are greeted by what appears to be a curse spirit. Nanami would tell Yuji to take on one of them, while he takes on the other. Even though Nanami knows that Yuji has taken on 2 special grade curse spirits, Nanami still believes that Yuji is just a child and still requires guidance. As Nanami begins to fight with the curse spirit, he tells Yuji to listen to him as he fights. Nanami would explain to Yuji that usually when you show one's hand in a jujutsu battle, you will begin to have an advantage. It is a pact that increases the effectiveness of one's abilities in the battle. This is where Nanami would proceed to explain about his curse technique. As he would explain his curse technique, he would take out the creature with a single slash of his sword. Yuji, properly dodging and just watching Nanami, would begin to understand. This is where Nanami would proceed to tell Yuji that he can go ahead and start fighting his curse spirit. Yuji, understanding, would unsheath his blade. He would then begin to explain his curse technique to Nanami as well. He would tell Nanami that his technique is called sun breathing, in which every breath that Yuji takes allows him to gather cursed energy and spread it throughout his body, breathing in a way where it allows him to expand his lungs to intake as much air as possible, accelerating his blood flow and heartbeat while increasing his body temperature. In doing so, his bones and muscles become way more excited. While breathing, he's able to gather even more cursed energy than his body currently handles. Although he could just use his body to naturally increase his body's endurance and strength, using total concentration breathing allows his physical traits and capabilities to be enhanced way beyond what they usually are. This is where Yuji would explain that the breathing was just one part of his technique. Yuji would tell Nanami that he has at least 12 other techniques that he could use to his disposal, and with each one generating a different effect, also explaining to Nanami about his eyes, telling him how they work, saying that it allows him to perceive living beings as if they were transparent. His entire life, he's only been able to see the inner workings of someone else's body, being able to perceive the flow of blood, breathing, muscular contractions, and joint movements, telling Nanami that using his eyes, he could see inside an enemy's body as a way to predict and evade all oncoming attacks, as well as to simply find openings for his own strikes. Yuji would also begin to explain how he imbues his cursed energy into his sword when he grips his blade tightly, and then begins to channel cursed energy into the blade. The blade itself will turn red, as if it was becoming superheated, causing whatever strike that Yuji lays down on his opponent to burn as hot as the sun. Nanami, hearing all this, would be amazed about how complex this kid's ability was, but he was able to use it effortlessly. Yuji, telling how his abilities work, would then proceed to effortlessly finish the curse off. This is when Nanami would notice that the cursed spirits would not vanish. This is when him and Yuji would bring the curses to Shoko, who would confirm that these aren't cursed spirits and are indeed ex-humans who were mutilated by a curse technique. Nanami noting that this was the exact same way that the people were found in the movie theater. Yuji, staring at the mutilated body by the curse technique, he would only think to himself about how somebody could do this to anybody, even if that's being a cursed spirit. This is where Yuji, with Nanami being surprised, would begin to show genuine signs of rage. Nanami surprised because he's never seen Yuji express any type of emotion up till now. Nanami would then try to comfort Yuji, telling him not to worry and that they'll find the cursed spirit that did this. As this would be going on, in the background somewhere, Mahito would take Junpei to his hideout. He would teach Junpei about curses and how they manifest from human collective fears, telling Junpei about how he was born. Everything would go pretty much the same until the next day. Nanami would tell Yuji that they were able to track down the target's hideout. However, he simply wants Yuji to follow a lead on Junpei, since he was the only person at the scene of the crime, telling Yuji that Ijichi would be joining him, as Nanami would continue to investigate the hideout. Everything would go as normal as it does in canon, besides the fact that Yuji and Junpei don't click all that much, simply because Yuji isn't as he was in the original timeline. Even though Yuji was respectful and kind, his stoic personality just wouldn't click with Junpei, as everything would still almost go the same, with Junpei inviting Yuji to his house and them talking about movies. They wouldn't be as close as they were in the original. This is where we jump to Mahito versus Nanami, with everything going exactly the same, with Nanami going into overtime and going to regroup with Yuji. With Yuji and Junpei still getting to know each other and talk about movies, Junpei would start to take a liking to Yuji, noting that he was extremely kind, and that even though it seemed as if he was uninterested in everything that Junpei was saying, he was still actually listening. As the day would end, Ijichi would call back Yuji as they begin to regroup with Nanami. Nanami would then tell Yuji that he needs to go back to Jujutsu High so he can be treated by Shoko, telling Yuji to be careful because of the potential danger that the cursed spirit presents. As Junpei would re-invite Yuji over to his house because his mother had asked if Yuji could come over so she could make them a meal together. As they would all get together, with Junpei's mother being impressed by Yuji's kindness and manners, they would all laugh, talk, and eat until his mother would fall asleep, with Junpei being reminded how fond he is of his mother and actually bringing him closer to Yuji as well. As they would be about to watch another movie, Ijichi would come and pick Yuji up, but before Yuji would leave, Junpei would ask him what he'd do if he's forced to kill someone. Yuji giving a different answer than he did in canon this time. He would proceed to tell Junpei if it ever came down to him taking another life of a person, it depended on everything. If it was to protect others and make sure no one else would get hurt, he would kill them without any hesitation. But if the person was innocent, he would try not to, because the value of life would become even more unclear to him. After Yuji would leave, Junpei would think about how some people don't have hearts. However, there are good people like Yuji and his mother, so given Yuji's answer, he could never kill anyone. Later that night, Junpei's mother would wake up and see one of Sukuna's fingers on the table, as she would pick up the finger, not knowing what it is, not knowing that it had drawn curses towards her. Before she could realize anything was going on, her life would be tragically ended. The next day, as Nanami and Yuji would prepare to make a move on Mahito, Nanami would then ask if Yuji is sure that he's able to continue, with Yuji telling Nanami that he'll do whatever he needs to do to stop this curse. Nanami still seeing Yuji as a kid and not wanting him to feel any kind of way for killing ex-humans. Nanami would then tell Yuji to go continue monitoring Junpei. As we switch to where Junpei is, he would proceed to mislead Junpei by feeding into Junpei's broken heart, noting that his mother had died, and one of the students that had bullied him out the movie club was more than likely the person who caused this to happen. Junpei would return to the school after putting on his mother's black clothes, with Mahito and Geto watching from afar, with Geto casting a curtain over the entire place. With his plans being ruined, Geto would need Yuji to make a binding vow with Sukuna, so they would try to use Junpei as leverage. With everything in the school going as usual, with Junpei entering the room and all the students passing out, lifting up his school bully and poisoning him with his newfound curse technique. But before Junpei was able to kill him, Yuji would enter the gymnasium. He would call to Junpei calmly and ask him what's going on, with Junpei simply telling Yuji to stay out of this. Junpei would then try to use his Shikigami on Yuji. Yuji would simply dodge out the way, not trying to harm Junpei, simply asking him what's going on and telling him to talk to him. Junpei would simply tell Yuji to stay out of it again. He would tell Yuji that there's no reality in indiscriminate salvation. He doesn't believe that people have a heart and all the rules of morality are simply a delusion, claiming that no one person has the right to stop someone else from taking a life. Junpei would try to use its Shikigami's tentacles to bind Yuji, with Yuji dodging. No matter what Junpei did, no matter how hard he tried, he simply wasn't able to reach Yuji. Yuji, still dodging, would tell Junpei that everything that he says is just an excuse, telling Junpei that he could never say these things to his mother. But Junpei would insist that people just don't have hearts. And if people did have hearts, that means someone with one had cursed him and his mother. Yuji, hearing these words, would simply become silent. Standing still, Junpei would use his Shikigami and stab Yuji in the body, which had surprised Junpei. Seeing as Yuji was able to dodge everything up until now, Junpei would then dispel his moon dregs, where Yuji again, for the second time in his life, would shed a tear, promising Junpei that he would take him back to Jujutsu High. He would help him and find the person who killed his mother. Just as Yuji's plea would begin to reach Junpei, Mahito would then descend down the stairs and interrupt both of them. Yuji, noticing that Mahito had the same residuals as the ones he noticed in the movie theater, he would immediately get on guard, as Mahito would launch an attack towards Yuji, with Yuji slicing his head clean in half. This is when Junpei would try to plead with Yuji, telling him that Mahito wasn't a bad person. This is when Yuji would realize that this cursed spirit has been manipulating Junpei to do exactly what he wants. Junpei would realize that this is the cursed spirit that Nanami warned him about. He would tell Junpei that he needs to run, regardless of how he knows the curse. Junpei would try to plead with Yuji, saying that he knows that Mahito isn't really a bad person. As he would turn around, he'd see Mahito with a devious grin. Just then, Mahito would place his hand on Junpei's shoulder, with Mahito whispering in Junpei's ear that he is as foolish as those he looked down upon, and that's why he's gonna die. Mahito would use idol transfiguration to mutate Junpei. Yuji, seeing this, would be absolutely torn. He had someone right in front of him that he could have helped, someone that he could have saved, but he couldn't do anything at all. Junpei may not have been as innocent in the end, but he was still a good person. Junpei didn't deserve to die a death like this. Mahito would then begin laughing, letting out a loud, sinister laugh at Yuji's experience, as Yuji would watch as Junpei's body gives up. For the first time in Yuji's life, he would feel nothing but rage and anger. Faster than anything Yuji has ever done before, he would immediately close the gap between him and Mahito. Mahito being cocky, because he knows as long as one cannot perceive the natural contours of the soul, he won't be able to take any type of physical damage. This is when Yuji would breathe in, sun breathing, 8th form, sunflower thrust. He would strike Mahito right in the face. Mahito, feeling this attack, not only realized how much damage it actually did to him, but also realized that this attack almost completely took out his soul in one move only. Mahito, for the first time in his life, even though he had only just been recently born, was absolutely terrified. This is where Mahito would try to get as much distance as he can between him and Yuji. He couldn't let himself get hit with another attack, otherwise he was done for. Mahito would now understand how this guy was able to take out Jogo. As Yuji would try to close the distance again, Mahito would begin throwing up a bunch of transfigured humans. Mahito doing everything in his power to not get hit by Yuji, and Yuji doing everything in his power to absolutely obliterate Mahito, as even the slashes that Yuji would miss would seem to harm Mahito, as all the transfigured humans would surround Yuji and try to trample him. Yuji effortlessly, without even using any curse technique, would take out each cursed spirit in one swift movement. Mahito would laugh and call Yuji a freak, with Yuji replying that he's one to talk. Mahito would then proceed to make clones of himself, splitting apart into mini hymns. Yuji, seeing all the clones, would notice all of them have a slight amount of cursed energy, except for one that seemed to be the main body, because of the amount of cursed energy that it had. Seeing that one, he would rush right towards it, attempting to stab it. But as he would stab Mahito, he would realize Mahito was throwing him off. He deliberately gave the clone more cursed energy so he could get away and plan something else. Geto, seeing this in the background, would simply smile, saying that he doesn't want Mahito to die here, but he can't show his face, so he would have to help him out in some way possible. After Jogo had died, Geto realized that he needed stronger curses in order to help them get Sukuna on his side and take over Yuji's body. As Geto would then tell 2 more curses to go right ahead, while telling his son that he wishes him the best of luck and to not die because he still needs him. As the 2 cursed spirits would drop to the ground, Yuji would notice them almost immediately. Turning around, this is where he would see the curses, with one of them looking almost exactly like him. The other curse would have pitch black hair and red eyes, that seemed to stare right into Yuji's soul. Yuji, noticing that both of these cursed spirits were at least special grade, both of them even stronger than Mahito. The one that looked identical with Yuji would begin to speak. Do you believe that your strength is enough to protect everyone that you love? With the other cursed spirit butting in, telling him to shut up and that they just need to kill this guy. The cursed spirit that looked like Yuji would draw his sword at the other, telling him not to interrupt him, with the other cursed spirit just smacking his teeth and turning away. He would then point his sword at Yuji directly. Answer me. Yuji, not even wanting to answer the cursed spirit, would simply think this is a ploy to try to let Mahito get away. Without wasting any time, Yuji would take a deep breath, sun breathing, attempting to take out both cursed spirits at once. He would scream, ninth form, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. But as he would get to the cursed spirit that looked like him, the cursed spirit would block his attack, telling Yuji that he dislikes people that disrespect him. Breathing in exactly as Yuji does, he would then say, moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon Evening Palace. As the cursed spirit would draw his katana, he would slice his blade horizontally, creating a crescent shape. But along with that slash came numerous crescent blades along its path, forcing Yuji to back up. Yuji, being surprised by this, was absolutely baffled. He thought he was the only one with this type of breathing technique, but it seemed as if this cursed spirit was able to utilize another variation of his breathing style. Yuji, still not showing any type of emotion, would simply stand up, realizing that this fight might take a lot more out of him than he originally thought. This is when Nanami would enter the fray. He would ask Yuji what's going on, with Yuji telling him that he found the cursed spirit that he was talking about, and watched him kill someone in front of him. He was trying to take out the cursed spirit, but then these two came. He would tell Nanami that these two are even stronger than the one they were fighting. Yuji, noting that the cursed energy off of both of them were absolutely immense. He would tell Nanami that both of these guys are special grade, but they're a whole nother class of their own. The other cursed spirit, seeing Nanami, would have a devious smile on his face, ecstatic that he finally gets a chance to fight somebody. As the cursed spirit would rush Nanami, he would barely be able to block and get out of the way in time. As Yuji would try to help Nanami, the other cursed spirit would close the distance between him and Yuji, telling him that he'd better not ignore him, because this was him and his fight. Slashing down again, Yuji would dodge out of the way. Yuji would then take another deep breath in. 10th form, Fire Wheel. Yuji, finally being able to get behind the cursed spirit, would slash. The cursed spirit would narrowly dodge out the way, but not without his torso being hit. He would have a large gash going vertically up on his torso. With Yuji thinking this attack may have deterred the cursed spirit from being able to move, he would try to rush in. But unbeknownst to Yuji, the cursed spirit would turn around with the swing of his sword. 6th form, Perpetual Night, Lonely Moon, Innocent. With the demon slashing, it would seem from that one slash that there were hundreds of slashes coming straight at Yuji. Yuji, being able to block all of them, would still kind of be caught off guard. As the cursed spirit would rush in again, he would begin going strike for strike with Yuji, not letting up not one bit, with the cursed spirit telling Yuji that he's ecstatic. He hasn't been this excited since the beginning of the Heian era. Yuji, being confused by that statement. Geto, behind the scenes, after Jogo had died, will remember that he made multiple promises to people during the Heian era, promising them that they'd be reincarnated. After Jogo died, he needed some cursed spirits to replace Jogo, but none of them were actually strong enough to hold a candle. So instead, he decided to speed up his plans just slightly. Just as he taught Sukuna how to put his cursed energy into 20 different objects so he could be reincarnated later in the future, he taught 2 other beings, and when Jogo died, he knew he needed to gather those 2 other people to secure his plans. One being the man that he sent down to fight Yuji, and another one being someone he would hold on to just in case things didn't go in his favor later. Back to the battle, Nanami would be holding his own, just barely keeping up with the cursed spirit. Yuji, on the other hand, would seem to be toe-to-toe with the other cursed spirit, neither of them actually gaining the upper hand. As Yuji and the man would clash blades, the man would then begin to say, "What is your name, young man? I will make sure I will never forget you as long as I live." With Yuji telling the cursed spirit that he doesn't need to know his name, and to just shut up and keep fighting. This is when the cursed spirit would then tell Yuji that his name was Kokushibo. He would tell Yuji that he had something promised to him thousands of years ago, and with Yuji, he will finally be able to fulfill it, fighting someone strong. And to think people of the modern day era would get this strong, he couldn't hold back his excitement. Even though Yuji would seem to be keeping up with Kokushibo, there wasn't much he could do, as even if Yuji landed hits, he was still getting hit himself. But unlike Kokushibo, he couldn't heal, so every attack to Yuji was absolutely detrimental. As Yuji and Kokushibo would keep going at it, eventually, Yuji, for the first time in his life, would actually be getting tired. No matter what he did, no matter how many times he slashed, it just seemed as if everything he was doing was pointless. This is when Kokoshiba would come in again with another attack. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. Again, with 2 crescent-shaped slashes directly in front of Yuji. He couldn't dodge this one this time. His only option would be to block or try to parry every last slash. But even while Yuji was able to block the 2 broad slashes in front of him, the smaller storm of crescent blades had slashed at him. From exhaustion and blood loss, Yuji just couldn't take it anymore. He would drop down to his knees. Kokoshiba would walk up to Yuji and ask him, "Is this really all you've got? I was promised a great battle." Yuji in this situation, even while being exhausted, he still showed no type of expression on his face. He would simply look up at the reincarnated cursed user and stare him in the eyes. He would then tell the cursed user, if it was his time to die right here, then so be it. With Kokoshiba gritting his teeth and getting upset, he would begin to yell at Yuji, "Is this really all you've got? Is this all you amount to? They said you took out 2 special grade cursed spirits without even showing any type of emotion, without even trying. I watched your fight earlier with that other cursed spirit. Where's your drive from then? What happened? Is this really how you want to die?" Yuji hearing that, he would begin to ponder, is this really how I want to die? Did I do anything of worth? Did I save as many people as I could? These 3 questions flowing through his head, asking himself repeatedly. He would then think back on Junpei, about how he died unnecessarily, and how his mother died unnecessarily, all because he couldn't see what was happening in the beginning. He would think back on what his grandfather told him, to save as many people, and to live a life surrounded by people he loves. If he died here, he couldn't do any of that. As Yuji would take a deep breath, he would begin to stand up, thinking again about Nanami. If he died here, Nanami would also die. That would be another person he wouldn't be able to save. Yuji would steal his resolve. This is when Kokoshiba would smile. But something was different this time about Yuji. The mark on his forehead would have grown. Instead of it being the small mark that it usually was, it would have grown to cover the top right portion of his face. Without Yuji even realizing, all of the wounds on his body would have healed. Kokoshiba seeing this would realize the young man, without even knowing, just used reverse curse technique. Yuji feeling the change in his own body would feel as if he was on a different type of high. It's just like that moment when he first used cursed energy, but this felt 10 times better. As Kokoshiba would see this, he would stare at Yuji and smile. "That's it, young man. That's what I like to Before Kokoshiba could even finish his sentence, Yuji, breathing in, would say, "Sun breathing, 13th form." Just as Kokoshiba would finish his sentence, he would be cut into hundreds of pieces, confused on what even happened. As Yuji would turn back around, he would then be greeted by Mahito right in front of him, with his hand already on his chest. He would then say, "Idle transfiguration." While doing this, inside of the innate domain of Sukuna, Mahito would then explain the plan that Kenjaku was forming, telling him that he needed to form a pact with Yuji, telling him about how Kenjaku plans to bring him back fully, and making it so that curses will rule instead of humans. Sukuna would tell Mahito that he has plans of his own and to not intervene, forcing him outside of the innate domain. But just as Mahito would be thrown out of the domain, Yuji would be about to slash down at him. But before any of that can happen, Kokoshiba would reform himself and grab onto Mahito, saving him before he got himself killed. This is when Kokoshiba would then call onto the other cursed spirit, telling them that if they stayed here any longer, all of them would die. This is when the other cursed spirit would create a portal, and Kokoshiba would tell Yuji that he enjoyed their fight very much so, telling him to make sure that he gets stronger for their next battle. As all 3 of the cursed spirits would escape, Yuji would go to check on Nanami. Seeing that he barely survived, Nanami held his own against the cursed spirit, but he wasn't winning at all. As all the curses would get away, Mahito would reflect on Sukuna's presence, saying even though his cursed energies are lower than his presence was all powerful, being able to push him out of his domain like that. He knows as long as Sukuna is fully resurrected, the age of curses will come. However, he thinks again, he can't help but want to do anything but kill Yuji. Even though he couldn't do much in their first bout, he would make sure he did everything in his ability to get stronger so he could kill Yuji's soul over and over again. As we go back to Yuji and Nanami, Nanami would wake up from his injuries, with him apologizing to Nanami, telling him he apologizes for almost giving up in the middle of the fight. Both him and Nanami would have died if he didn't get it together then and there, telling Nanami that if he were to die there, that would not have been a proper death. Nanami acknowledges Yuji and tells him that he's a good kid. He would then bow to Nanami, thanking him for the guidance that he gave him during that mission, and that he won't let it go to waste. This is when Nanami and Yuji would regroup with Gojo, explaining the entire mission to him and what happened. Yuji also telling Gojo that he was able to access something, but he doesn't know what it is. Yuji believes that he activated it subconsciously, with Nanami noting that the mark on his forehead had shrunk once again. Yuji would then reflect and tell himself that he won't ever give up ever again, that no matter what, he will cling to his ideals and save as many people as he can. Back to where Mahito, Kenjaku, and Kokushibo are, they all realize that Yuji is a major threat, Kokushibo stating that at the end there, something was scary about that kid, with Mahito telling the group that Sukuna is extremely valuable and they should focus on winning him over by offering the fingers to him. He would tell them that even if Sukuna isn't standing with them when it happens, as long as Sukuna rises to power, a world controlled by curses is ensured. Mahito saying that he's even willing to sacrifice himself to do so. Kenjaku would tell the group that his plan is to take back the 6 fingers that are stored at Jujutsu High. Kokushibo not understanding why, with Kenjaku telling Kokushibo that as long as Yuji is the vessel for Sukuna, things would be too dangerous to try to take him on head on. They would need to go about it in a more strategic manner. He would allow Jujutsu High to take the fingers that they had so that they would be able to initiate a plan to where they would be able to take all the other fingers back along with the ones that they already had. Elsewhere, Yuji and Nanami would be telling Gojo about how difficult their last mission was. Gojo apologizing to Yuji, saying that he didn't think the mission would be so tough. He wanted Yuji to get strong, but not like that. Knowing that Yuji had subconsciously used reverse curse technique, he planned on teaching Yuji how to use reverse curse technique. But before him and Yuji would begin training, he would tell Yuji about the Goodwill event, saying that it was kinda late to tell him about it, but since he was out on the mission with Nanami, he couldn't explain it to him. This is where we go back to where Nobara and Megumi were, as Megumi and Nobara would have been training non-stop in Yuji's absence. Ever since they saw him take down that special grade curse spirit, they knew they were way behind, even though Yuji had just started. They would have been training with the upperclassmen the entire time Yuji was on his mission, with Nobara being confused to why no one is packed for Kyoto, with Pena explaining to her that the Goodwill event is with Kyoto, not in Kyoto, with her being disappointed. Shortly after, the Kyoto Jujutsu students would arrive, this being Momo, Mekamaru, Noritoshi, Mai, and Toji, and you can't forget the goat Miwa. As Mai and Toto would have already met the other 2 freshmen, would have been excited, waiting for the 3rd freshman to show up, hearing that he took down 2 special grade curse spirit and had an encounter with 3 more and survived. As Gojo and Yuji would get there late, he would hand out souvenirs to all the Kyoto students. As Yuji would show up, it would surprise most of the Kyoto students seeing him. With his expressionless face, they would mostly just be weirded out. But also knowing him as the vessel for Sukuna, they'd kind of be a little scared of him. With Yuji finally there, the Tokyo team meeting would finally start, as Yuji would finally get a proper introduction to all the other upperclassmen, with Yuji having certain questions about Inumaki's curse technique. Megumi would explain to Yuji that Inumaki's power allows him to empower his words with cursed energy. This is when Maki would ask Yuji if she remembers if he ever had a weapon called the Slaughter Demon, with Yuji always having it in his back pocket just in case something happened to his regular sword. He would grab it out and give it to her. They would move on and strategize about how to implement Yuji. This is where Megumi would then say, if anything, Yuji can take out anyone. So he would tell the team that they should probably let him fight Toto. Over in the Kyoto team meeting, the principal would demand that his students exercise Yuji. He would tell the students to not be afraid. Even though he's taken out multiple cursed grade spirits, he's still just a kid, and he doubts that he will actually harm any of them. Annoyed with the meeting, Toto would storm out, saying that he won't partake in killing Yuji, because it wouldn't be fair. With Momo and Kasumi saying they aren't sure about killing Yuji, but Noritoshi would say that they will all attack them together. Just before the event would begin, Megumi would confront Yuji. He would ask him if something happened. Even though Yuji would have this stone-cold demeanor, Megumi could tell that something was seriously off with him. Yuji would just shake his head and say that he's okay, and tell Megumi that he won't ever give up again, that he'll always protect everyone, no matter what happened. Megumi, giving Yuji a smile and patting him on the back, trying to cheer him up, would agree with Yuji and tell him that he'll protect people as well, with Yuji smiling back at Megumi. This is when Utahime on the mic would tell the students that they can begin. Both teams would run directly into the forest area, where Yuji would ask if anything comes to it, he could take down the grade 2 curse that would be there. Maki reminding Yuji to just stick to the squad's plan. They would continue running forward when a grade 3 curse would come out of nowhere. But just as the grade 3 curse would come, Toto would also come. Acting quickly, Yuji would already be sending slashes towards Toto with his kendo sword. As Toto would catch the blade, Megumi and Maki would go in one direction, while Nobara, Toge, and Panda would go another. The plan was for Yuji to hold off Toto alone using his brawn. Even if Yuji doesn't take out Toto, all he needs to do is buy time, as Toto would be trying to land an attack on Yuji. It'd be absolutely pointless. This is where Toto would state that he was a lot more impressive than Fushiguro was, with Yuji noting that Toto was actually incredibly strong. Not as strong as him, but he was still strong in his own way. This is when Toto would decide to ask Yuji what kind of girl he likes. In this timeline, Yuji would give the same answer along as Megumi, with Toto calling him boring. But this is when the rest of the Kyoto team would ambush Yuji. Mai would try to shoot him, but he deflects it with the kendo sword. Miwood would try to use Shadow Style Domain on Yuji, but the second he entered the domain, he'd deflect the sword before it even touched him, with her being shocked because you weren't supposed to be able to deflect anything that fast. When Yuji would look up, he'd realize the entire Kyoto team had ambushed him, but Toto, realizing that the Kyoto team was getting in his way, he would clap, activating his technique and switching places with Yuji. He would confront Noritoshi, telling him to leave and telling the team to leave, with Noritoshi reluctantly agreeing. This is where all the other fights would go pretty much the same, except for the fact that Yuji was taking it easy on Toto. Toto noticing that even though Yuji is young and he just started Jujutsu, he's incredibly skilled. Also realizing that Yuji was taking it easy on him. As Toto would continue fighting Yuji, we go over to where Noritoshi and Megumi are fighting each other, where Noritoshi and Megumi would begin to acknowledge each other. But in the observing room with all the faculty, Principal Gakuganji would recall assigning Noritoshi a cursed spirit meant to kill Yuji. Cursed spirit would appear before Inumaki, but is suddenly killed. This is where Hanami would reappear. As Noritoshi and Megumi would continue their battle, they would then start explaining that they both need to go out and not hold back on each other. But as they would be about to clash, Inumaki would flee, and he tells both of them to run away. At the same time, the talisman that were keeping track of the spirits in the competition would all burn red, with the faculty realizing that unregistered cursed energy killed the curses, meaning that something unexpected had taken place. As Inumaki, Noritoshi, and Megumi would flee from Hanami's branches, they'd end up being cornered by Hanami. Megumi would try to call for help, but Hanami would end up breaking the device. Outside of the curtain, Gojo, Utahime, and Gakuganji would try to make it to the barrier before it closed. But this is where they realized everyone else was allowed entry except for Gojo Satoru. Megumi, realizing that this is one of the cursed spirits that Gojo was talking about, would begin trying to plan something with the other students. Everything would go the same way it did in canon. This is when Yuji and Toto would crash down from the sky and rescue Maki. This is where Hanami, seeing Yuji, would remember how he killed Jogo. This is where Toto would then tell Yuji that he needs to land a Black Flash, telling him that once he lands this Black Flash, he would awaken to a whole nother realm of Jujutsu. Yuji, still equipped with his practice kendo sword, would begin to ask Nanami if he knows a patchwork face curse, as Hanami would tell Yuji that maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, with Yuji telling him that it didn't matter anyway. Patchwork face curse will show himself anyway. This is where Yuji would breathe in and say, "Sun breathing, first form, dance." The attack would cut Hanami's arm off, but Yuji wasn't done yet. Yuji's concentration was always at an all-time high, but this time it was even higher than usual. As Yuji would come in for the second strike, space around Yuji would distort, and as he aimed for Hanami's body, as soon as the strikes would connect, there would be a crack and then a black flash. Hanami, being hit by this attack, would be pulverized in one move. This surprising both Maki and Toto, with Megumi at this point not even being surprised, seeing as he's been able to take on every single cursed spirit that he's come across. Kinjaku, knowing that Yuji was an absolute problem as much as Gojo was, he knew he had to send Hanami in there as a distraction, with Hanami being more willing to die for the cause. As long as Sukuna was able to be reawakened, she didn't care what happened to her. With Yuji feeling that black flash, it was the third time he felt on top of the world. As he landed that attack, something else would click inside of his brain, but he wasn't able to utilize it yet. With Yuji taking out the curse in one strike, the barrier cast upon the Jujutsu students would then fall, as Gojo Satoru would be seen floating above the battlefield. He would scan the battlefield, seeing that the cursed spirit had already been taken care of, and would note that Yuji's growth has been exponential, telling himself that he would need to train Yuji even further, knowing what's to come later down the line. As Gojo would teleport down to where Yuji was, he would put his blindfold back on and smile. He would then tell Yuji about how impressed he is with his progress in Jujutsu sorcery, saying he knows it's only been a while since he's become a Jujutsu sorcerer, but his growth is exponential. Meanwhile, in the background, Mahito would manage to steal the Cursed Womb's death paintings 1 through 3, along with a couple of Sukuna's fingers, knowing that Hanami had been killed, thanking Hanami for their sacrifice. Back at Jujutsu High, Yoriichi would call on Gojo and Yuji. He would proceed to tell them about how special grade cursed objects were taken, and inform them that it was the work of the Patch Face curse. Yuji hearing this, his eye would twitch. He would think to himself, that's more people that have died because I wasn't able to take out the curse. With Gojo patting him on the back and telling him that everything would be alright. As they would try to figure out their planning for the next weeks to come, Gojo would tell Yuji to go check on Megumi and to come back later because he has something to tell him. Yuji nodding and heading towards the healing ward. As Yuji and Nobara would meet up, they would go meet Megumi as he was in the healing ward. As they would make it to the healing ward, Yuji would express to Megumi about how sorry he is for not being able to make it sooner, telling him that he's glad that he wasn't seriously hurt. Megumi telling Yuji that he didn't need to worry. He wasn't hurt that bad, so it was okay. This is where Megumi would comment to Yuji that he has gotten a lot stronger, and the gap between Yuji and himself has only gotten bigger, with Nobara stating that she also believes the gap between all of them is way too far, with both Nobara and Megumi promising that they'll get stronger to catch up to Yuji. Yuji would smile, telling them that he believes in both of them, and that they could catch up anytime that they wanted. As the day would end, Yuji would leave where Megumi was, and return to Gojo like he had asked earlier. As the two finally meet up, Gojo would then tell Yuji that they weren't going to waste any time at all. He wanted Yuji to explain that feeling that he got, back to when he fought that one swordsman that had looked exactly like him. Yuji couldn't explain the feeling to Gojo, but it was like his body had fought with everything that it had to stay alive, forcefully pushing out cursed energy. Gojo would scan Yuji's body and smirk. He would then tell Yuji to activate his curse technique real quick. Yuji would do so, breathing in. This is where Gojo would tell him that he believes Yuji could keep that state by constantly breathing the way that he's doing now. Telling Yuji that he believes if he constantly breathes like that, he can stay at his peak. So during any downtime or throughout the day at all, he wants Yuji to continue breathing as if he was using his technique. And while he'd be breathing, he'd also be training with Gojo. Gojo would tell Yuji to not stop breathing like that at all, and even to keep breathing like that in his sleep. A couple days would pass, and Yuji would have gotten the hang of it, Gojo being impressed that it was only able to take this kid a couple of days for something that seemed somewhat impossible. With Yuji telling Gojo that he noticed that his lung capacity has gotten even larger, allowing him to intake more air. With the more air he was able to take in, the faster his blood would begin to flow, heating up his body even more. Gojo would then ask Yuji if he remembers that day, what he told him about what happened when he fought that swordsman, about how his mark got larger, and everything just felt right. Yuji would tell him that he remembers. Gojo would tell Yuji to remember that feeling, and remember what he felt during that time. Yuji would tell Gojo that he remembers a hot sensation in his forehead. This is when an idea would pop up in Gojo's head. He would ask Yuji if he's ever tried to channel cursed energy into the mark, with Yuji saying that he's never thought of it like that. Gojo would tell him to think of it as an extension of his own body, and not just some weird scar that he has on his forehead. He believes that Yuji's mark is actually connected to him. Yuji would nod and concentrate as hard as he could, feeling the flow of cursed energy inside of his body, watching it flow, and then connecting it to the scar on his forehead. He would do as Gojo told him, thinking of the scar as an extension of his body. He would then begin to feed cursed energy into the scar. As he would do so, the scar would grow in size. Gojo telling Yuji that he's really quick to pick up on things, and it may be just because he has an awesome teacher like him. As Yuji would get the hang of pouring cursed energy into his scar, Gojo would then tell them that they're going to spar for a bit, telling Yuji to remember to keep up his breathing and to pour cursed energy into that scar. As a couple weeks would pass, all three of the freshmen of the Jujutsu High School would begin their training, with Nobara and Megumi becoming even stronger than they do in canon, due to the fact that they are trying to catch up to Yuji. As the trio's training would come to an end, the three would be much stronger, with Megumi being able to summon more Shikigami than he was earlier and utilizing his shadow to fight more. relying more on strategic fighting than straight out brawling. Nobara finding new ways to control her nails and cursed energy control overall, with Yuji being able to use total concentration breathing constant, while also being able to keep his mark fully formed without any cursed energy drawback. Also with the help of Gojo being able to utilize reverse curse technique, with Megumi and Nobara noting that the gap between them has only gotten even further. As the next day would come about, the freshman trio would then get new news about a mission, Gojo sending them to Nita, one of the assistant managers for Jujutsu High. She would explain to the trio that it would seem as if that there was a cursed spirit looming about and they were killing people, explaining to them about a thread that would connect their deaths, with her saying that the most likely explanation is that there were 3 of them that were cursed, and it took years for it to manifest. Megumi would point out that all the dates and locations were different, and question if it was even the same cursed spirit that was doing the same thing. With this part, most of the story would go the same, where they would investigate the cursed spirit, noting that all of the people that were killed had jumped from a bridge. The place was known for suicides and a hotspot for paranormal activity. After the trio would investigate, they would meet back up with Nita and tell her about it. Nobara would suggest that they might need to start over from scratch, but Yuji would tell her that there was a 100% death rate. They can't waste any time if they don't want the curse to claim more victims. Yuji would tell her that he wants to save as many people as he can before anybody else dies. As they would continue to talk about it, one of the people from earlier would come on his bike to talk to Megumi, telling him about his sister and about how she used to go to the bridge. Megumi would be shocked by the information and try to play it off, but Yuji would notice how shaken he was. Later in the night, Megumi would try to go off alone to the bridge during the nighttime, thinking that since it has something to do with him, he doesn't want to put anybody else in danger. But before he could even take another step further, both Yuji and Nobara would be right behind him, disappointed that Megumi didn't want to share anything about himself. They would tell Megumi that he doesn't need to share everything, but to at least trust them since they're all friends. Yuji would tell Megumi that if exercising this curse allowed them to save his sister, he wouldn't waste any more time. Megumi would smile, thanking both of his friends for being there with him. All 3 of them would get together. They would cross through the barrier and enter the curse's domain. There would be a mole-like cursed spirit inside. However, one of the cursed womb death paintings that Mahito and Kenjaku had stolen from earlier would enter into the curse's domain. As Megumi would tell Nobara to help him with the mole-like curse, he would tell Yuji to take care of the other curse that had entered the domain, so it wouldn't get in their way. The curse, knowing who Yuji was, would keep his distance as much as possible, or at least try to. Yuji, after his training, would have gotten significantly stronger, so the curse didn't stand a chance at all. It would try to spray a bloodshot at Yuji, but he would easily dodge. Just as quickly as the curse would enter the domain, he would be dispersed by Yuji. Gripping his blade tightly, with his blade burning a bright red color, he would swing horizontally, slashing the curse in half, exploding the curse into a beautiful bright orange. Just as Yuji would be about to regroup with Megumi and Nobara, a portal would form below his feet, catching Yuji off guard. As he would fall through the portal, with Megumi and Nobara yelling, another curse would jump out of the portal, this being the same curse with black hair and red eyes, this being the same curse that had fought Yuji when he was fighting the other swordsman, leaving both Megumi and Nobara to fight 2 special grade curses, one of the curses being the special grade finger bearer curse that was stronger than the one that they fought in the juvenile center, and the other special grade curse that Yuji had seen while he was fighting the other swordsman. As Yuji would make it to the other side of the portal, he would be caught off guard, trying to immediately turn around and go back through the portal. But before he could, it would already have closed. Yuji would be in the middle of the forest, worried about what had happened to his friends, and worried if they were going to be okay. This is where Kokoshiba would come into the picture, telling Yuji about how nice it is to see him again, telling him that he noticed that he has gotten a lot stronger. He knows that their battle was short-lived earlier, and he hopes that Yuji can give him the fight of his life this time. This is when Yuji would also notice 2 other cursed spirits. One would be a cursed spirit with markings on his face, with brown hair. The other spirit would have a very revealing outfit, with white cuffs around his wrist, with a small patch of hair. The first curse with the marking on his face would ask Yuji, the cursed spirit that was sent inside of that domain, what happened to it? Yuji would tell the cursed spirit that he exorcised it, with the cursed spirit replying, so you killed him. The markings on the spirit's face would then spread, as blood would begin to erupt out of it. Yuji, being surrounded, would only calm himself and still his resolve. He has people that he needs to save, so all of them will be dying right here, right now. Yuji would grip his sword as tightly as he can, turning it a hot red color, with Kokushibo noting that he can feel the heat from his blade from there. He would try to go after the weaker curses first, but Kokushibo would stop him, blocking his initial attack and flinging him away with a swipe of his sword. But Yuji wouldn't let up. He'd rush back in, but this time at Kokushibo, seeing as he was the stronger of the three. But as their fight was going on, another fight back in the domain was happening. Megumi and Nobara would be against the Finger Bearer curse and another curse with black hair and red eyes. This curse spirit was able to utilize teleportation. Nobara would try to hit the curse with her nails, but he just teleport in and out, separating them, making sure Nobara couldn't help out Megumi, and vice versa. Megumi would simply scream to Nobara, telling her to simply survive until he can take out the cursed spirit, with Nobara telling him that he'd better do the same thing. Megumi, fighting as hard as he could, would only realize that this curse was insanely strong. Trying to utilize his divine dog in as many curses as he can, the curse would simply outspeed him, punching Megumi square in the gut and sending him towards a wall. Nobara, seeing this, would turn around and scream, telling Megumi to get up, but as she turned back around, the curse would be right in front of her face, punching her in the face, sending her towards another wall. As they would be sitting to the wall, Megumi would recall his training with Gojo. Gojo telling him to freely think about his potential and what he could actually do as a Jujutsu sorcerer. As Megumi would wake up, he would consider using a summoning ritual that would ultimately sacrifice himself, but he would then decide against it. Thinking back on Gojo's words again, Megumi would then begin smiling. He would begin laughing with a crazed expression. Megumi saying forget it. He would begin to picture a future stronger version of himself, being able to bring out the deepest shadows and surpass all his limits to catch up to Yuji. This is when Megumi would activate his domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. Megumi would pushing himself, calling his nose to bleed, but he's satisfied with the result. Kugisaki, seeing this, even though she was dazed, acknowledging Megumi, noticing that he's gotten even stronger, would then decide that she needs to push herself as well. Megumi, knowing that even if his domain is incomplete, he believes that this should be enough to win. He would take out the Finger Bearer and help Nobara in any way that he could, pushing out as much cursed energy as he could. He didn't matter how nasty the domain looked, he just needed it to work in his favor. As Megumi and the Shadow Bearer begin fighting, Nobara began planning something meticulous for the other cursed spirit. She would begin setting up nails in advance, throwing nails in what seemed like random directions, with the curse asking her if she's gone senile from being crashed into the wall. Her also throwing nails into the air and having them hover over her. The curse teleporting around, trying to get leeway on Nobara, would finally understand what Nobara was actually doing. Even though her nails were going out somewhat indiscriminately, the places where he would teleport would become even more limited, this causing Nobara to be able to fire nails in his direction. With his spots being limited to be able to teleport to, she would be able to guess more freely to where the curse would be able to come out from. As the curse would be trying to find a spot to be able to teleport in and do some damage, he would teleport onto one of her nails. This is where Nobara would scream, "Gotcha!" Using hairpin, the nail below the cursed spirit would explode, blowing his leg off in the process. As the second Nobara would see the curse's leg, she wouldn't hesitate at all. With one of her nails already floating in the air, she would send one of the nails straight towards the leg, pinning it to the wall. As she would rush towards the nail that was pinned on the wall, the cursed spirit would then figure out what she's trying to do. Panicking, the cursed spirit would try to stop her again, but again, he would accidentally make a mistake, teleporting on one of the nails that were in the vicinity. Again, Nobara would use hairpin, blowing the curse up again, and as she'd make it to the leg that was pinned to the wall, she would strike the nail, screaming resonance. As the curse being caught in between his teleportation would crash into the ground, Nobara would then proceed to send all the flying nails that were around her straight at the cursed spirit, with each one striking the cursed spirit. Megumi, on the other hand, with his newfound domain and demon dog totality, would continue to strike at the Finger Bearer, with the Finger Bearer using a wave of cursed energy to try to disperse the shadows. Both Megumi and Nobara would be closing in for their final move. With the Finger Bearer curse thinking that he had dispersed Megumi's shadows, he would catch Megumi behind him, striking at Megumi, blowing a hole straight through his chest. But little did the Finger Bearer know, this was only a shadow cone, with Megumi and Totality being right behind him. Totality would swing in, taking both of the Finger Bearer's arms off. At the same time, Nobara with her cursed spirit, she would use hairpin once again, making the nails that were already dug inside of the cursed spirit dig even deeper while bursting with cursed energy. Both cursed spirits being on the edge of death, Both Megumi and Nobara would rush in to finish off the curse, with both of them landing a respective Black Flash, finishing off each of their curses respectively, with both of them falling out and asking each other if they thought Yuji was okay. Going back to where Yuji is, he would be continuing his fight with Kokushibo. With the other two curse spirits supporting Kokushibo, Kenjaku had told the curses that their job was simply not to kill Yuji, but to allow Sukuna to be able to take over, as they don't even have to defeat Yuji, they just need to get him to be tired out, saying that as long as they force feed him the fingers, Sukuna will gain control, even if only for a little bit. That's when Sukuna will be able to make a pact with Yuji. As the fight would continue, Yuji would be holding his own. He was putting up a decent fight with Kokushibo, being able to land more hits and do a lot more damage. However, it'd just be the other two cursed spirits that would stop him from doing lethal damage. He wanted to be able to take them out, but every time he would try, Kokushibo would stop him. Yuji knew he had gotten stronger, but somehow, it just wasn't enough. Kokushibo would then say to Yuji, "You've gotten a lot stronger since our last fight. I commend you for gaining this much strength in such a short amount of time. But sadly, I have a mission to complete." This is when the cursed energy on Kokushibo would begin to change. From out of his head, he would grow 2 more pairs of eyes, and the sword that he once bared would become a grotesque-looking flesh sword. Sukuna, looking from the inside, would become interested in Kokushibo, saying that, even though the man says that he's from the Heian era, he has never met someone like that. He would have known if someone that strong was living when he was. He must have died before Sukuna ever got the chance to meet him. This is when Kokushibo would breathe in. Moon breathing. 8th form. Moon dragon ringtail. As Kokushibo would slash his blade horizontally, it would seem as if the blade itself was growing in size. Yuji would be able to dodge the initial slash, but it was the dozens of crescent moon blades that went along its path that he couldn't. Yuji thought he had gotten stronger. He thought his training with Gojo was enough to be able to stop any curse that would get in his way. He started to reminisce about that time when he was fighting the cursed spirit with Todo, the move that had allowed him to obliterate a special grade cursed spirit in just one strike. If he wanted to do anything, he needed to land that now. As Yuji would take a deep breath in, he would say, "Sun breathe," but in the middle of his sentence, he would find that Kokushibo's blade was inside of his chest. Even as the blade would go through his chest, he would still attempt to swing his sword. He was watching Kokushibo the whole time. He couldn't understand how he was able to get in front of him that fast. He knew whatever transformation that Kokushibo had just undergone was crazy, but he didn't know it was this crazy. This is when Kokushibo would tell Yuji, "It doesn't matter how much faster or stronger you've gotten. I have hundreds of years of battle experience. To me, you're nothing more than just a little kid swinging around a toy sword." As Kokushibo would say this, he would then twist the blade, causing Yuji to spill out blood. This is when Yuji would seemingly fall down unconscious. This is when the other cursed spirit, with marks on his face, would walk up to Yuji, wanting to kill him for killing his brother. Kokushibo would then stop the other cursed spirit, telling him that he'd better not get in their way. They have a mission to fulfill. This is when Kokushibo would pull out a scroll-looking object. As he would unravel the scroll, there would be 13 of Sukuna's fingers. He would pick up Yuji and force him to eat all 13 fingers in one sitting. As Yuji's body would register the fingers, he would begin to grow markings on his body. This is when Sukuna would awaken, telling Kokushibo to let go of him. Kokushibo, feeling the malice of Sukuna, would then back up. Sukuna would then smile, exhilarated, since this was the first time he had full control of this body. He would ask Kokushibo, knowing that there's no way he just set him, the king of curses, free without any particular reason. Kokushibo would then explain to Sukuna that he needs to make a pact with the kid, saying that on October 31st, they would orchestrate an attack to be able to seal Gojo Satoru, telling him about Kenjaku's plan. Sukuna would then laugh, telling Kokushibo that he has something much better in mind, but he would entertain Kokushibo and Kenjaku's idea. He would tell Kokushibo that he would make him a deal. If Kokushibo was able to land at least one strike onto Sukuna, he would indulge on their little plan on the 31st. However, Sukuna was going to do things his way, with Kokushibo saying, "All I have to do is get a hit on you, correct?" With Sukuna nodding, saying, "Those were the rules." Kokushibo would tell Sukuna that he better abide by his own rules, saying that he's heard so much about the King of Curses, with Sukuna telling Kokushibo to stop stalling and that he can start the fight whenever he wanted to. Kokoshiba would tell the other two curses to retreat, as this would be his fight. Kokoshiba would then rush in, trying to begin the fight and end it as quickly as possible. Sukuna would just smile. Kokoshiba would breathe in, moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. Kokoshiba would create 3 rotating circular saw-like slashes. As they would reach Sukuna, Sukuna would dodge the initial slashes with ease, noting that he just loved the body that he was in right now. As Sukuna would dodge the initial 3 slashes, there would be tiny crescent moon blade slashes also following the path. Sukuna, seeing these, would simply use Dismantle to counter each slash. Kokoshiba would then try to go in for another attack. Moon breathing, 16th form, Moonbow half moon. Slashing with his sword, he would send 6 curved slashes straight towards Sukuna, with again a numerous amount of smaller crescent moon blades, but Sukuna would simply laugh, using Dismantle again and asking Kokoshiba if that's really all he's got. Kokoshiba would dash in again, trying to land an attack on Sukuna, but nothing was working. Sukuna would simply dodge out of the way, just flaunting about how good his body was, saying that Kokoshiba bore the same mark that he did, but something was different about Yuji's body, saying that Kokoshiba probably worked twice as hard to get the body that this young man had right now, while Yuji was just born with his body, not needing to put in that much extra work. If this kid were to train as hard as he could every day, I dare say that he probably could be on par with me. As Kokoshiba would not be letting up his attack, he would continue attacking Sukuna, giving him absolutely everything that he had. This is when Kokoshiba would breathe in again, letting off another form of his moon breathing. This is when Sukuna would say, "Oh yeah, you guys use this weird breathing method. I guess I should try now." Sukuna, being in Yuji's body, would breathe in as he usually does, feeling his entire body heat up. He would close the gap between him and Kokoshiba instantly, hitting the right side of Kokoshiba's chest. Kokoshiba's right arm would blast off. With that one attack, Kokoshiba would have lost his sword and the right side of his torso. Regenerating as fast as he could, Kokoshiba would try to launch a counterattack, but Sukuna would simply hit him again, blasting the other side of his body away. This is when Kokoshiba would realize that he needs to gain distance on Sukuna. He would jump back. He would take in a deep breath and recuperate himself. He knew that Sukuna, being titled the King of Curses, was one of the strongest Jujutsu sorcerers that had ever lived. With him remembering that Kenjaku had told him if he tried to fight Sukuna, he would probably die. Kokoshiba would then shake his head, trying to get any negative thoughts out of his mind and focus on the battle. He would stare at Sukuna with his 6 eyes, telling himself that he only had to land one hit for everything to come into fruition. He would gather himself, while Sukuna would be standing on the other side of the forest, waiting for Kokoshiba to make his next move. This is when Kokoshiba would proceed to do a barrage of attacks. First, it was the 7th form, then the 6th form, then the 14th form, then the 10th form. Over and over, Kokoshiba would be absolutely relentless, letting off slash after slash, with Sukuna just dodging and sending slashes of his own. This is when Kokoshiba would then perform his 16th form again, but surprising Sukuna, Kokoshiba would have landed a small slash on Sukuna's hand. Sukuna would clap, congratulating Kokoshiba, saying that he did a really good job. Out of all the people he had fought in the Heian era, he would 100% be the strongest one. This is when Sukuna would agree to go along with Kenjaku's plans. He tells Kokoshiba that he will make a pact with Yuji, but they will have to work off Sukuna's time. There are a lot of interesting things in play, and Sukuna can't wait for all of them to unfold. As the battle would come to its conclusion, Kokoshiba would then leave, telling Sukuna that he can't wait until the new world will be born. Kokoshiba taking his leave, Sukuna would then head over to where Megami and Nobara were. Seeing Megami's progress and seeing that there was someone with potential like him, he would take an interest also in Megami. This is when Sukuna would begin to sit down and talk to Yuji inside of his innate domain. He would tell Yuji that he can heal him, but under one condition. Yuji would allow him to take over his body for 1 minute when Sukuna says the words "in chain," with Yuji immediately just saying no. Sukuna said that he would promise not to hurt anyone during that 1 minute, and if he wouldn't agree to these terms, he would just kill his friends right here and now. This is when Yuji would be torn. This is when Sukuna would say, "Then how about this? Me and you can duke it out right now, to the death. If you win, we'll do things your way. But if I win, we do things my way. Also stating that if Sukuna were to win, Yuji would forget. Yuji would reluctantly agree, seeing as his friends were on the line here. He would prepare himself to fight, but the second he would be about to engage with Sukuna, his head would already be rolling off his body. As Yuji would wake up, he would find himself next to a bed with Megami, as all three of the students would have been found and taken back to Jujutsu High. With it being noted that Nobara and Megami had taken down 2 special grade curse spirits, while Yuji had encountered 3, and even though he wasn't able to take down any, he would be found unconscious. As Yuji would scan the room, he would see Gojo. Gojo would only be scanning Yuji, only to realize that he had ingested a lot more of Sukuna's fingers. He would ask Yuji if he knows what had happened at all, seeing as he found him there lying unconscious on the ground. Yuji would tell Gojo that he doesn't remember what happened at the end there, but he does remember fighting 3 special grade curse spirits. He recalls fighting that same swordsman that he fought a while ago, but there were 2 extra special grades there. This is when Yuji would have a sour look on his face. He would tell Gojo that even after all the training they had done together, even after everything, he was still weak. He thought after the training with Gojo, he would be unstoppable. Gojo, trying to lighten the mood, would tell Yuji that he was ranked up to grade 1 sorcerer, with Yuji just saying that title didn't matter. He was still weak and he needed to change that. Gojo, feeling bad for Yuji, would then tell him, no matter how strong you think you actually are, Yuji, there will always be someone that is much stronger than you. But you shouldn't let that get you down. You may have lost the battle today, but what really matters is that you survived and lived to tell the story for another day. This is when Yuji would nod and take in the words that Gojo had told him. Behind the scenes, we would see Kenjaku, Kokoshibo, and Mahito getting together. Kenjaku would be impressed that Kokoshibo was able to survive against the King of Curses, while also allowing him to make a binding vow with Yuji. Kokoshibo would tell Kenjaku that Sukuna agreed to go along with their plans, but he said he would do things his way. Kenjaku had already figured that Sukuna would have done things his way, but as long as Sukuna is on their side, he couldn't care less. As Kenjaku, Kokoshibo, and Mahito would be discussing the next step in their plans, unbeknownst to them, the cursed spirit that had gone along with Kokoshibo would be fighting current thoughts in his head, as this cursed spirit was able to feel the deaths of his siblings very strongly. When Kokoshibo stabbed his sword through Yuji, and Yuji seemingly fell unconscious, the cursed spirit would have felt Yuji's death just as he felt his brother's death prior to fighting Yuji at all. This cursed spirit, of course, being Choso. This is when Eso would come in and ask Choso if he was okay. This is where Choso would explain to Eso that Yuji was their brother, and that he believed that they were fighting on the wrong side. And even if they were fighting on the right side, he refused to fight his brother. Being another brother meant that he had to protect Yuji no matter what happened. So without Kenjaku, Kokoshibo, or Mahito noticing, he would tell Eso that they need to get out of there, telling him that they need to try to get in contact with Yuji some way, somehow. Back at Jujutsu High, Yuji would simply be training, but unlike the usual training he was doing before, he would kick it up 10 times harder, remembering what Sukuna said when he was in his body, remembering the feeling that Sukuna gave him while he was in his body, remembering every action that Kokoshibo had did against him. Instead of being upset at the fact that he had lost at Kokoshibo, he would use that anger to get stronger. It was the first time Yuji had taken a major loss. There was nothing he could do in that moment fighting against Kokoshibo. Kokoshibo was simply too fast and too strong. With him knowing that he had lost, and with him knowing that he had more of Sukuna's fingers fed to him, he knew that at any given moment, if Sukuna were able to take control, all of his friends would be in danger, and the people that he loved had the potential to die. From this moment forward, Yuji promised to himself that no matter what, he wouldn't lose. He would get as strong as he could. He would do whatever it took, with Sukuna inside of Yuji smiling, seeing the lengths that this kid was willing to go simply to get stronger and not allow him to be free. Sukuna saying to himself in his mind that he couldn't wait for Yuji to show him what he had. Continuing where we left off, Yuji would have been training non-stop. After the devastating loss that he had to Kokoshibo, he couldn't take any more losses. And remembering what Sukuna said when he took over his body, saying that if he were to train hard enough, he could be on par with the King of Curses. So as time would pass, Yuji would train with his other classmen while also training with Gojo from time to time. Yuji during this downtime would also be sent on missions every now and then. Yuji would be pushing himself non-stop. As Megumi and Nobara would be seeing Yuji push himself, they would decide that Yuji might need a break due from all his overtraining. As Megumi and Nobara would try to convince Yuji to go to the movies with them, Yuji declining at first, saying that he just needs to get stronger so that no other life will be taken meaninglessly. This is when Nobara would begin to scream, telling Yuji that he needs to come with him right now. She's tired of him always looking so serious and glum. This would shock Yuji, seeing that she was getting angry on his behalf. Yuji, hearing her, would then agree to going to the movies with them. As the trio would enjoy their day, and the day would be coming to an end, Megumi would get a message saying that they need to meet up with Utahime. Gojo and Utahime would have realized that there had been a mole at Jujutsu High, and they needed to figure out who it was. They had suspected that it was Kokichi, this being Mekamaru, simply due to the process of elimination. Going to try to figure out if it was him or not, they would discover a false hideout that would confirm that Mekamaru was the traitor. In the background, Kokichi would be meeting up with Geto, Mahito, and Kokushibo. He would have entered a binding vow with Mahito to fix his body in exchange for information. As he had fulfilled his end of the deal, Mahito would begrudgingly heal Kokuichi, with Kokuichi and Mahito deciding to settle their differences right then and there. But just like in the original, the fight would go on with Mekamaru losing. And after that, 10 days later, just after 7 p.m. on October 31st, a curtain would be lowered over Shibuya. It would trap the civilians inside, and they were told that they wouldn't be able to leave until Satoru Gojo arrives. As a team of Jujutsu sorcerers would be placed outside of the curtain, these being the original teams that were in canon. The managers of each team would inform their squads to stand by and take out anything that gets past Gojo once he goes inside, with majority of the sorcerers noting that there were definitely special grade curses waiting inside. As Gojo would arrive where all the civilians were trapped, Gojo would realize that there was another barrier that had trapped non-sorcerers as well. Gojo would keep walking until he reached the atrium below. He gets a vague idea of what the enemies were planning, but he welcomed the challenge. He would descend lower into the subway. This is where he would see Kokushibo, Mahito, and Dagon. Gojo, scanning Kokushibo, would realize that this was the guy Yuji was talking about. He would tell the curses that he hopes they're ready to die today, with all of them just getting ready in preparation for Gojo to attack. They only needed to stall time for Kenjaku to be able to open the prison room. Even if they died here, as long as Gojo Satoru was sealed, everything would come to fruition. Meanwhile, Yuji would be assigned to Team Meimei and her younger brother Uiui. Yuji tells Meimei that he could help Gojo, with Meimei telling him that he'll get the chance. She would receive a call that would take the teams off standby. She would then tell Yuji that they had been assigned to deal with the curtain that had appeared over the station. As Meimei would jump into the station, she would tell Yuji to keep up, surprised that he was right on her heels. This is where one of the assistant managers begins to break down the situation. There were two curtains, and Team Meimei must disable the first one before they can head deeper into the station. There were also a swarm of transfigured humans attacking civilians inside. Yuji, hearing this, would realize that patch-faced curse is here, as he would grip his blade tightly. Meimei would then use her crows to scout the station, asking Yuji if he would like to fight one strong curse or a bunch of weak transfigured humans. But before Yuji could answer, she would just tell him not to worry about it and take out the target that was between basement floor 1 and 2. While doing so, she would take care of the transfigured humans. Meimei would tell Yuji to be careful, but Yuji tells her that he promises he will never lose again. This is when Yuji would eventually happen upon the grasshopper curse, as he would be eating someone's head. Yuji, seeing that the grasshopper curse had already taken someone's life, wouldn't waste any time at all. Sun breathing, first form, dance. He would cleave the grasshopper curse clean in two, exercising it immediately. Yuji would then clap his hands and pray for the people that the grasshopper curse had killed, saying that he promises he'll save as many people as he can. As Yuji would finish praying, he would then break the talisman that would lower the curtain. Meimei, noticing that the curtain was gone, would tell Uiui to meet up with Yuji before heading down to the basement's 5th floor. As Team Meimei would regroup, she would commend Yuji on his performance, with Yuji saying that there was still a bigger threat at hand. Yui just telling him to accept the compliment. Back to where Gojo is, the three curses would understand that they had to stall Gojo for at least 20 minutes. Kokoshibo, not wasting any time, would rush in and try to attack Gojo, with Gojo being surprised that a curse would be this bold to take him head on. Gojo would realize that Kokoshibo was using domain amplification and it was pushing pretty far into his infinity. Them being surrounded by a crowd of people would realize Gojo wouldn't be able to use his full strength as long as these people were around. To cause panic and chaos, Mahito would begin touching other people, turning them into transfigure humans, making everyone scatter. As Kokoshibo and Dagon would see an opening, they would attempt to strike Gojo again, with both of their attacks being stopped by the infinity. Both of the two curses would activate their domain amplification. They would both begin to push further into Gojo's infinity. Gojo would back up to the top of the platform, away from the curses, and Kokoshibo would taunt him for running away, asking him why he was running away, as he was seemingly supposed to be the strongest of this era. Gojo quickly clarifies to Kokoshibo that he's not running away. He just thinks it's stupid that the curses think that they could win if this was all that they had. As Gojo would then proceed to remove his blindfold, looking at Dagon and telling him that he's going to die first, since he's the weakest out of all of them. He would openly challenge the cursed spirits to make their next move, reminding Kokoshibo about what he said, telling him that he was the one that said not to run. Would seamlessly teleport in between all three of the curses. As all three of the curses would attempt to attack Gojo, they would be surprised when Gojo easily dodges and grabs Kokoshibo's arm. Gojo would then flip Kokoshibo over his back, making Mahito and Dagon attack him. He would then proceed to rip off Kokoshibo's arm, using the arm to hit Dagon and send him flying across the station. Dagon, realizing that Gojo had deactivated Limitless, he would make a killing statement towards him. This is when Dagon would deactivate his domain amplification, with Kokoshibo calling him an idiot. Gojo immediately catching on this, he would have baited Dagon into deactivating his domain amplification. He would rush over to Dagon, grabbing their wings, and rip them off. Even after that devastating attack to Dagon, he would still try to counterattack, attempting to wash Gojo away. Using his disaster tides, he would produce a massive wave of water, but it wouldn't do anything to Gojo, simply being caught by his infinity. As Kokoshibo would rush in to try to help the cursed spirit, Dagon would try to sync his attack with him, both of them trying to use domain amplification to neutralize his Limitless, telling them that it's a bad idea because he can simply counter it by strengthening his curse technique, and this octopus just might not be up for the task. He would expand the range of his infinity, targeting Dagon, pinning them against the wall. Kokoshibo, realizing that nothing much could be done right now, would simply back up, with Mahito threatening to kill other people to try to get Gojo's attention, but Gojo just ignores him. Just then, Gojo would crush Dagon against the wall, exercising him. Gojo Satoru would turn around and ask who's next. As Kokoshibo and Mahito realized that they were one down, they decided to focus on hit and run tactics. Going back to where Yuji was, he would find a lone civilian, with the civilian revealing that everyone on the level was turned into monsters and put on a train, saying that they were the only one left because they couldn't fit anyone else on the train anymore. Shortly after, the civilian would then be transfigured in front of Yuji, this angering Yuji even more, with Yuji realizing that Mahito ahead of time had transfigured a bunch of humans and put them on a train, and now that train was being sent straight towards Gojo. As the train arrives to where Gojo is, the transfigured humans spill out and attack the crowd. Mahito would have a sinister smile and ask Gojo what was he about to do. Just then, Kokoshibo would slash the ceiling, causing a bunch more civilians to fall through the roof, creating even more panic. The curses know that Gojo is capable of making cold-hearted decisions, but they don't believe that he'll be able to kill civilians during the calls. But to everyone's surprise, Gojo would use his point 2 domain. It was an all or nothing. Gojo would then proceed to take care of all 1,000 of the transfigured humans, with Gojo being exhausted after killing all 1,000 transfigured humans. The prison realm would then appear behind Gojo. Just as the prison realm opens and Gojo meets its gaze, before he can run, Geto will reveal himself. This would confuse Gojo, allowing him to be captured by the prison realm. This is when Kenjaku will reveal to Gojo who he actually is. Gojo telling him that he should still be scared, because there's someone out there that's still strong. He may not be as strong as him, but he'd still be able to kill all these people here. Geto says that he's not worried about Yuji, and they have a plan for the kid. Meanwhile, going back to where Yuji is, a small circular device would have appeared on Yuji's ear, With Yuji being surprised, he would have taken it and nearly crushed it. But this is when Mekamaru would tell him to stop and that they're on the same side. This is when he would begin to tell Yuji that Gojo Satoru has been sealed. This is when Mei would then tell Mekamaru that she has no reason to believe that Gojo had been sealed. He would explain his circumstances and explain how his insurance plan was only set to activate in the event that the sealing had took place. Mei would begrudgingly believe him, with Mekamaru telling her that there are cursed users headed over to eliminate her as they speak. Yuji staring forward would confirm that there were at least 2 enemies incoming and that they were more powerful than the grasshopper curse that he had fought earlier. Mekamaru would then try to devise a plan for them. With Mei being hesitant, she decides to listen. Mekamaru would then ask Mei to clear a path for Yuji so that he could return to Shibuya and inform everyone of the sealing. As across Shibuya, more curtains would appear. Now, transfigured humans were attacking the civilians trapped inside of them. This is when Team Zenin would be taken off standby. They would be ordered to save the civilians that were trapped inside of the barrier, with Nanami being concerned that there was an appearance of new curtains. They were unsure of what had happened to Gojo, and decided to read the situation as they entered the battlefield. Going back to Yuji, Mekamaru would then begin to explain the situation to Yuji, telling him about Gojo and revealing his location, seeing as one of his communication devices were already at Gojo's location, but it was destroyed by Mahito. Yuji telling Mekamaru that he understands the situation would enter a curtain that were trapping civilians in the city. Entering the curtain, he would see multiple transfigured humans trying to attack the bystanders. This is when Yuji would not waste any time at all. Gripping his blade as tightly as he can, he would rush in and take out as many transfigured humans as he could. This is when Yuji would then proceed to traverse around the city as fast as he could, trying to find Megumi and the others, taking out any transfigured humans that he sees along the way. As he would find Nanami's group, he would then converge with them, telling them that Gojo Satoru had been sealed. Nanami takes this very seriously and immediately tells them that they need to change courses. Gojo was a huge asset on their team, and with him being sealed, things might have just taken a left turn. In the background, Choso and Eso would be trying to find Yuji to tell him more about Kenjaku's plan. As long as they made it to Yuji without dying, they'd be able to tell him vital information. As Team Nanami would regroup, Mekamaru would try to devise a plan for all of them. Mekamaru would tell the team that they need to disperse the barrier so Yuji could go to where Gojo was, seeing as he was the only one here that was probably capable of taking on all the other curses. But before they would be able to do that, they would need to take down the curtain. They would devise a plan, agreeing that the top of the tower is probably the most obvious spot in the city, and tells them all to look for stakes that are wrapped in talisman that serve as the base for the curtain. This is when Yuji would ask Megumi to take him with them so they could take care of the situation faster. Megumi would then summon Nue to scale the tower to try to surprise the curse users. As they get up there, they would devise a plan where Megumi would try to snag all 3 of the curse users at once, so either Ino or Yuji could go in and destroy the stakes wrapped in talisman. As they would catch the curse users off guard, Megumi would swoop in with Nue, also summoning Great Serpent to help him move the cursed users. With Awasaka, one of the cursed users, being hit by Nue and being tossed off the tower, the other 2, they would dodge Nue, but still get hit by Great Snake. They wouldn't be tossed off the skyscraper, but would have taken damage. This is when the elderly female curse user would tell her grandson to prepare himself. Yuji would ask Ino if he needs help taking care of these 2, with Ino telling him to go help Megumi just in case things got dire. This is when Yuji would jump straight off the skyscraper. As Megumi already had eyes on Awasaka's body, something wouldn't be right. Even if he had all the curse reinforcement in the world, his body was way too clean from the impact. Megumi would demand that he gets up, and he eventually does, with Awasaka going on his little rant, talking about how the young have no pity for the elderly. As both Megumi and Awasaka would begin to start their fight, Yuji would fall in between both of them. Yuji would immediately close in on Awasaka, striking him as hard as he could, with Megumi also landing his own attacks, throwing in Nue and Divine Dog. The cursed user would take the attacks head on, but something just wasn't right. Despite everything that they had thrown at him, Awasaka would just come right back up. Awasaka would try to attack Yuji with a knife, Yuji simply parrying it and countering it with his own attack, would slam into him with another strike. This is when Megumi would follow up with one of his toads, slamming Awasaka into an overpass. Despite all of this, the cursed user just remained to seem undamaged, confusing both Megumi and Yuji. Yuji knew he was a lot faster and stronger than this guy, but something just wasn't right. As Megumi would land another blow on Awasaka, he would then begin to question about what his technique is. He knows that Awasaka's curse technique can't be something as overpowered as damage nullification. An idea pops in Megumi's head, and he decides to test out an hypothesis. Megumi would activate Rabbit Escape, summoning a large swarm of hares. As Awasaka would begin to block the rabbits, Megumi would notice something, telling Yuji, back to where Ino was on the roof. He would realize that the old lady had performed a seance, transforming her grandson. Even though he knew the old lady had transformed her grandson, he would switch his focus onto the grandson, because he could tell from a single glance that whoever her grandson transformed to was extremely powerful. Ino would attempt to summon one of his Shikigami, but Toji would immediately dash behind him. And before Ino could turn around, Toji would land a devastating blow to his chin and then pummel Ino with rapid fire punches. Down below on the ground floor, Megumi, having figured out Awasaka's technique, he would inform Yuji of what they need to do. Yuji, hearing this, simply wouldn't waste any time. He would dash forward, but instead of slashing with his full strength this time, he would simply lightly tap Awasaka 5 times. As Awasaka would be tapped, he would be blown back by the recoil, knocking Awasaka out immediately with his own technique. Just as they would finish up the fight with Awasaka, they would see Ino falling from the roof of the skyscraper. Yuji, being the first to notice, would immediately jump up and catch him. Megumi, noting that despite knowing that Yuji was incredibly strong, he didn't know he could jump that high. Yuji would try to ask Ino what had happened. However, Ino would still be unconscious. Just then, Toji would have landed directly next to Megumi and Yuji, not even within a single breath. Toji would have singled in on Yuji. This is when Yuji would tell Megumi that he needs to take Ino and take him to Shoko, telling Megumi that he'll regroup with him after he comes back from Shoko. Megumi, having full faith in Yuji, would tell him not to do anything stupid. Megumi would then grab Ino and proceed to head towards Shoko. As the battle would begin between Yuji and Toji, it wouldn't be much of a fight for Yuji. Yuji would take this fight seriously, seeing that he had hurt one of his fellow Jujutsu sorcerers. Yuji, without wasting any time, would reluctantly kill Toji, seeing as if he was to be let free and do whatever he wanted, he would probably cause major chaos, killing people indiscriminately. Even though Yuji knew it was the right thing to do, he still couldn't help but think, does killing him make me as bad as the other people who kill? Shaking this thought out of his head, he would then proceed to go down into the station where Gojo was being kept. As Yuji would be continuing throughout the streets, he would take out as many transfigured humans as he can. With every transfigured human that Yuji had taken out, he would only become more and more enraged. These were people who had once lived lives just like him. Their lives had been taken from them for no reason. There was no justification in what was being done to these people, and Yuji simply couldn't accept it. Yuji would then tell himself that the second he saw Mahito, he would kill him right then and there. As Yuji would fall into the station, Choso would be at the bottom of the stairs. He had been walking around with Eso, trying to find out where Yuji was. As Yuji would make eye contact with the curse, Yuji would immediately draw his sword. He remembered the curse from the last time he had fought Kokushibo. He wasn't going to waste his time with these curses. As Yuji would be about to attack Choso, Choso would drop to his knees and plead to Yuji. This would leave Yuji absolutely confused. Choso would then explain to Yuji about their encounter and what had happened between him and Yuji. He would tell Yuji that when Kokushibo stabbed him through the chest, he would have experienced Yuji's death, and he was only able to do that with his blood relative siblings, telling Yuji that he believes that he is his younger brother, and as an older brother, it's his duty to protect him and make sure he's okay. Yuji would simply stare at Choso, trying to get a read on the curse. Seeing that the curse wasn't actually trying to attack him, and it hadn't killed anyone to his knowledge, he would tell Choso that he believes him. However, he will still be on guard. This is when Choso would begin to explain to Yuji about Kenjaku's plan and what they plan on doing. He would tell Yuji that as of right now, Gojo Satoru had been sealed. However, they were stuck on the bottom floor of the station. The prison realm that they had captured Gojo in had fell to the floor with immense weight and had been stuck there for a while. He would tell Yuji that he could lead him down there. He just wanted to help Yuji in any way that he could, seeing that he was his older brother. Yuji would then agree to Choso helping him, telling Choso to lead the way to where Gojo was. Elsewhere, where Gojo had been sealed, Kenjaku would have told Kokoshibo and Mahito that they were the only ones left alive. He would tell them that they probably need to stick together, seeing as Yuji would probably be down there in no time soon. Mahito would then sigh, talking about how bored he was and he wanted to do something. Kenjaku would tell Mahito that he could probably move around since Yuji was heading this way, actually agreeing with Mahito and telling him that he should cause more chaos, reminding both Kokoshibo and Mahito that he still has another trick up his sleeve, saying if anything were to happen, he'll activate that guy. Kokoshibo would then smile and tell Kenjaku that he'll probably stay down here with him just in case Yuji does come, with Kenjaku smiling and telling him that he appreciates that, knowing that he wouldn't be able to beat Yuji one-on-one. He could also tell Kokoshibo that he could try to kill Yuji, as they had 2 more fingers. They could feed Yuji the fingers, activating Sukuna once more. As they would finish up their banter, Mahito would leave the station, telling both of them not to die, laughing on his way out of the station. Mahito, still wanting to break Yuji's soul as much as he could, would attempt to find as many Jujutsu sorcerers as he could and kill them. This is when Yuji, Choso, and Isso would appear before Kenjaku and Kokoshibo. Kenjaku would start to congratulate Yuji. He would tell Yuji about how proud he is of him, with Yuji being annoyed, asking him what the hell is he talking about. This is when Choso would begin to explain to Yuji, telling him that including him and Kechizu, they have 6 other brothers, telling him about their mother, about how there was a man who mixed his blood in between all of it, that being the man that's standing in front of them right now. Kenjaku would only smile, saying that he was so happy that the family was finally getting together. Kokoshibo would then butt in, saying that he didn't want to interrupt the family reunion. However, he cannot allow Yuji to get in their way. He will kill Yuji and release Sukuna again. This is when a mouth on Yuji's cheek would then open up. It would be Sukuna. He would then proceed to make a deal with Kokoshibo. He would tell Kokoshibo that if he could kill the brat right here and now and allow them to switch with each other, he would kill all of the Jujutsu sorcerers that were present, allowing their plan to not be interrupted. This is when Kokoshibo would then draw his blade, grinning ear to ear. He would tell Yuji that he had better be ready, as this would be their final battle, the one that would decide the fate of everything to come. It's either him or Yuji today. This is when Kenjaku would look at Choso and ask him what he's going to do now. Choso would be pissed, seeing as Kenjaku would try to pin Choso onto his brother. He would tell Kenjaku, as Yuji's older brother, he would kill him, with Eso being in the background doubling for support for Choso. This is when the battle would begin. Choso and Eso versus Kenjaku, and Yuji versus Kokoshibo. Kokoshibo would immediately activate his curse technique, forming 2 other pairs of eyes, while causing his sword to grow in size and become a grotesque, flesh-looking sword. Yuji would grip his blade as tightly as he could, turning the blade a bright red. He would grip the blade way tighter than he had ever done before. Both of them would clash. Kokoshibo would be surprised, since the last time he and Yuji had fought it out, he was able to easily outmaneuver Yuji, taking him out before he even had the chance to do anything. But this time, it was completely different. Yuji seemed to be toe-to-toe with Kokoshibo, neither of the two letting each other get the advantage on one another. Each swing of Kokoshibo's blade would release small crescent moons. Yuji would be able to tank these small blades, but he knew over time eventually it'd be a problem. But the same thing went for Kokoshibo. As Yuji would swing, the heat off his blade would be immense. Kokoshibo could not imagine getting stabbed by Yuji's blade, so he simply wouldn't allow himself to be hit. They would both just continue dodging and parrying one another. The battle between the 2 swordsmen would be so intense, Kenjaku would be thinking about moving his fight outside of the station, but he knew he had to stay inside due to the fact that whoever won this fight would receive the prison realm. Yuji and Kokoshibo would continue trading blows back and forth. Every time Kokoshibo would use a breathing form, Yuji would follow with his own breathing style ensued. Kenjaku would then yell at Kokoshibo to take the fight outside. He'd be able to take care of these 2 cursed spirits. This is when Kokoshibo would force Yuji to head outside, using his breathing styles, pushing him outside of the station. Yuji would be concerned about Choso. However, he needed to focus on the battle at hand. Again, the 2 would clash. This is when Kokoshibo would use his 8th form. Yuji would then begin to back up, not wanting to be hit by the miniature crescent slashes. Kokoshibo just wouldn't let up though. After that, he would use his 7th form, attempting to attack Yuji from range. Yuji would dodge the attack, This is when Yuji would use Fire Wheel, getting behind Kokushibo and slashing him. As Kokushibo's torso would be violently split open, he would smile and turn around, screaming Yuji's name. Kokushibo would begin to start using forms indiscriminately. He didn't care what form it was, he didn't care what he destroyed. He wanted Yuji to die here and now. As their fight would be sprung out all across Shibuya, Yuji would simply dodge and attack whenever he could, landing multiple hits, but none fatal enough to end the battle. With Kokushibo attacking indiscriminately like he was, Yuji would begin to notice that the people around the city were dying due to Kokushibo's recklessness. Every slash that Kokushibo had sent towards Yuji would be doing an immense amount of collateral damage. The people around Yuji were dying, and he couldn't help them, he couldn't save them. This would begin to piss Yuji off even more. He's already allowed so many deaths by allowing Mahito to live. And right now, even more people are dying simply because he's not strong enough to end the battle right now. The more lives that Kokushibo took from their fight, Yuji would only become even more upset that he couldn't do anything to save the lives that were being taken right now. This is when Yuji would attempt to use his 13th form, but again, Kokushibo would either dodge or block his attacks. Yuji would then think to himself, he needs to try what he tried last time against Kokushibo. He needs to land another Black Flash. He knows it could do a significant amount of damage to Kokushibo, and maybe that would allow him to finish this fight. Yuji would then rush in. He would realize that he needs to create an opening in order to land this Black Flash on Kokushibo. Yuji would begin focus on his breathing, making sure his breaths were controlled. He would stare up at Kokushibo, watching each one of his limbs move, trying to figure out the best course of action. This is when Kokushibo would come in, swinging his arms down. Yuji would step back and proceed to swing upwards. Kokushibo would parry the attack as he would try to go in for another attack. Kokushibo would slash horizontally at Yuji again. However, this time Yuji could read it easily. He would sidestep the attack, allowing him to kick Kokushibo in the gut. Groaning in pain, Kokushibo would gather himself, swinging his blade vertically again. Yuji would deflect the attack, followed by another kick to the face. Kokushibo would be blown back by the kick. Kokushibo would be trying to regain his composure. Yuji would already be in front of him. Kokushibo, without any regard of form, would begin to swing again. Him and Yuji would clash blades. However, the force of the clash would make both of their swords shatter. This is when Kokushibo would smile, scream at Yuji, telling him that this was the battle he was promised. Yuji would not care about anything Kokushibo had to say. He would then throw the hilt of his sword at Kokushibo, also rushing in with the hilt itself. As the hilt of the blade would reach Kokushibo, he would smack it out the way. The second Kokushibo would smack the hilt out of the way, Yuji would be coming in with an overhead kick. Kokushibo, just barely seeing it, would block the attack, going in for a punch of his own. Yuji would then use his leg that was on top of Kokushibo to push off of him, landing back on his feet, rushing back at Kokushibo. Yuji would then go in with a punch. Kokushibo would duck under it. He would try to hit Yuji with an uppercut, but Yuji would simply backstep, going in for another attack of his own. He would feint his attack, causing Kokushibo to block. Yuji would then remember how Sukuna used his body and his breathing, allowing him to use his techniques without needing a weapon. As Yuji would breathe in, he would strike Kokushibo in the lower stomach, causing Kokushibo to be winded by the attack and being blown back into a wall. Kokushibo would immediately get up and charge back at Yuji. At the same time, both Yuji and Kokushibo would begin to throw left hands at the body level, with both of them taking the attacks head on. Kokushibo would try to follow up with a right uppercut, but Yuji would dodge out of the way. As Kokushibo would try to launch another attack, Yuji would use his technique, crashing Kokushibo through a building. Just before Kokushibo would regain his footing, Yuji would be right on his heel. Kokushibo would jump away, regaining his footing before dashing back at Yuji. He would then slash at the air with his hand, sending miniature crescent moon-shaped blades towards Yuji. Yuji, seeing the blades, would simply dodge, trying to close the distance between him and Kokushibo. As Yuji closes in, he would throw a right hook, but Kokushibo would duck underneath it. But before Kokushibo could counterattack, Yuji was already sending a knee towards him, with Kokushibo just barely being able to dodge it. They would re-engage in hand-to-hand combat. Kokushibo would then parry one of Yuji's attacks, grabbing his leg and countering with an attack of his own. Yuji would be able to block the attack, but just as he was about to go in with an attack of his own, he'd be hit in the chest by Kokushibo. Yuji, catching himself immediately, would then headbutt Kokushibo, catching him off guard. Taking advantage of the situation, Yuji would then capitalize with several rapid jabs onto Kokushibo's chest, grabbing him by his cloth and throwing him. Yuji would then rush back onto Kokushibo, grabbing him and dragging him across a building, breaking apart the walls, tossing him, trying to throw him off balance. But Kokushibo would catch himself. Inside of Kokushibo's head, he would be cursing himself, because not only did he realize Sukuna was right, he didn't believe that he'd be the victor of today. He thought the kid was only prominent in swordplay. However, it would seem as if Yuji had been doing this for years. His hand-to-hand combat skills were off the charts. Yuji, realizing Kokushibo was distracted, would capitalize on this moment. He would leap towards Kokushibo. Kokushibo attempting to kick Yuji. Yuji would grab Kokushibo's kick while throwing in a counter elbow. Being dazed by the attack, Yuji would then again send a kick towards Kokushibo's ribs, making him fly. As Kokushibo would slam into another wall, Yuji would already be there in front of him, taking a deep breath. As Yuji would throw his punch, the world around him distorts, with Yuji being able to land a powerful black flash onto Kokushibo. This would cause Kokushibo to cough up blood, with him cursing, saying that he should not have taken that hit. However, Yuji just would not give up. He would pummel Kokushibo's face with a 3-hit combo, grabbing his arm and slamming him into the ground once more. Yuji would then throw a kick down, with Kokushibo dodging out of the way. He would attempt to throw more crescent moon slashes at Yuji, but Yuji would just dodge them, closing the gap in between them immediately. Kokushibo would then attempt to grab Yuji. However, Yuji would duck under his arms, throwing another punch at Kokushibo's stomach, with Yuji hitting yet another black flash. With that punch, Kokushibo would have been sent flying. He would crash into another wall. Kokushibo would try to focus on using reverse curse technique to heal himself. However, Yuji just would not let him get any type of breathing room. Screaming Yuji's name, he would try to go in for an attack of his own. But after landing his second black flash, Yuji would be completely in the zone. Everything seemed as if it was going in slow motion for Yuji. He felt like he was on top of the world. He would duck around Kokushibo's attack, getting behind him, following up with yet another black flash. After that attack, Kokushibo just couldn't do it anymore. He had given it his all. He had tried his hardest, but after taking those 3 devastating hits, there was nothing he could do. With Kokushibo on the ground, Yuji would walk over to him. Yuji would tell him, "My strength seems to be enough." Kokushibo would laugh, Yuji asking him if he had any last words. He would tell Yuji that he will simply die with his ideals, and that mark on his forehead would curse him one day. Yuji would then activate his technique, piercing Kokushibo straight through the chest. As Yuji would look up to the sky, he would take a deep breath. Yuji would be staring at the sky, contemplating what had happened. He would be confused, thinking about Kokushibo's last words and what he meant. He told Yuji that the mark on his forehead would curse him, and Yuji would ponder on that thought, trying to figure out what he meant. This is when Yuji would smack himself in the face and tell him that he needs to get it together. Yuji would then run back down into the station to where Kenjaku and Choso were at. Scanning the situation, he would be shocked, seeing Eso dead on the floor, with Choso in a near-death state next to him. He would rush over to Choso, trying to ask him where Kenjaku had gone, but Choso couldn't answer. He was out cold. Yuji would only get angrier, seeing as more people were just dying around him. Kenjaku was nowhere to be seen, and the prison room was also gone. He knew he had to focus on his fight with Kokushibo, seeing as they were the stronger of the two, but he didn't know that Kenjaku was going to overwhelmingly beat both Choso and Eso here. Yuji would then begin to pray for Eso, hoping that he gets reincarnated into a better life. Yuji would proceed to pick up Choso and decide that he was going to take him to Shoko. Yuji would rush over as fast as he could, seeing that Choso was on death's door. Shoko would ask him who this guy is, with Yuji telling her not to worry and that he was on their side, just asking her to heal him. He would tell Shoko that once this guy wakes up, he would explain everything to them. Yuji would then ask Shoko how the situation was out there. She would tell him that Megami had came by a while ago. He had delivered Ino to her. However, he said he was going to check on the other teams, but he had not responded or come back yet. Yuji would tell Shoko that he would go out and look for Megami. She would tell Yuji to be safe. Yuji would nod, and he would sprint away, going to go look for Megami, or any other Jujutsu sorcerers. Along the way, Yuji would clean up any transfigured humans that he would see along the way. With this many transfigured humans around, Mahito must still be in the picture. This is when Yuji would then hear a loud crash in the area. He would go to investigate, only to be horrified by what he was seeing. He would have found everybody that he was looking for. However, He would not like the way that he had found them. He would have seen Nanami on the floor, with the top part of his body blown off. Maki would have been on the floor, seemingly dead. The Zenin head would have been mutated beyond recognition. Panda would just be a head on the floor. Megami would be there alive, however. He would simply be beaten up as he couldn't do anything to Mahito, as he wasn't able to strike a part of his soul. As Yuji would scan around, he would look for Nobara, but he couldn't see her. This is when Mahito would appear on a building behind Yuji, screaming his name. He would be holding Nobara by the neck. He would tell Yuji that it was so boring without him, saying that none of these people actually offered him a real challenge. So he was just toying with them until Yuji got there. But now that Yuji was here, he doesn't have any need for any of them. He would then look at Yuji and say, this one was just for him. He would then use his technique on Nobara and throw her at Yuji. As Yuji would catch her, he would ask her if she was okay. She would simply tell Yuji that she believes she lived a proper life and that she's okay with everything that she's done up till now. Just then, the entire right side of Nobara's face would explode right in front of Yuji. Mahito, seeing this, would begin laughing. Yuji, seeing what Mahito had done to Nobara, would finally lose it. There have been so many deaths, so many innocent people dying because of Mahito, and that ends right here and right now. Mahito would then begin to feel a wave of heat emanating off Yuji. Yuji would lock eyes with Mahito and ask him, what do you find so entertaining? What's so amusing about this? What do you take life for exactly? Why can't you understand? So many innocent people have died because of you, so I'm going to do what I should have done all that time ago. Mahito would laugh at Yuji, telling him that he doesn't care about anything he's saying. Yuji would tell him that he should. Before Mahito could even get another breath in, Yuji would be in front of him. Mahito would smile, knowing that he had to take this attack head on. Yuji would strike him in the chest. This attack would send Mahito flying. Mahito knew that he couldn't beat Yuji in a head-to-head battle. Mahito noting that one attack had took away 25% of his soul. Mahito knew he had to get stronger from his first encounter with Yuji. However, he still wasn't strong enough, and he knew that himself. Anything that he could do, he would prevent Yuji from hitting him at all. He promised that he would kill Itadori Yuji right here and now, with Yuji promising the same thing. As Yuji would rush in, attempting to finish off Mahito as fast as he could, Mahito was already plotting something. Mahito, having a lot more free time, was able to gather a lot more transfigured humans. Even though Yuji had taken out majority of his transfigured humans that were roaming the streets, he still had an abundant number of transfigured humans at his disposal. As Yuji would close in on Mahito, he would already be spitting out an abundant amount of transfigured humans. He would send them towards Yuji, trying to distract him, knowing that he couldn't take Yuji on in hand-to-hand combat. Mahito would simply try to play hit-and-run tactics, since it was the only way he could possibly beat Yuji. Yuji would easily disperse of the transfigured humans, locking back in on Mahito. Mahito would scream to Yuji, "Don't you know that you're killing humans as well?" Trying to get into Yuji's head. Every single one of the transfigured humans you kill is a human life that you're taking. Are you okay with that? Yuji would reply, "I'm simply giving them the proper death that they deserve." Mahito, kissing his teeth, would be annoyed, calling Yuji boring, as he would generate another wave of transfigured humans. This one being even bigger than the last one he sent. He wanted to use the wave of transfigured humans to try to sneak around Yuji and attack him without him noticing. Although the transfigured humans weren't strong in any way, there was just too many of them, and Yuji was getting annoyed. He just couldn't track Mahito's cursed energy through the abundance of cursed energy that was around him. Mahito, sneaking through the crowd of transfigured humans, would begin sprinting straight towards Yuji. Getting behind him, Yuji would feel the sudden spike of cursed energy and turn around. But as he turned around, the attack would already be in front of his face. He would crack Yuji in the jaw, landing a black flash. This would actually hurt Yuji, causing him to be launched back a little bit, with Mahito ducking back into the crowd of transfigured humans, with him generating more transfigured humans to cover his tracks. Mahito would say in the crowd, "Isn't this exhilarating, Yuji?" Yuji, being in the middle of all the transfigured humans, think to himself, how many lives has he taken for him to have this many transfigured humans? None of these people deserve this. This is when Yuji would close his eyes. Yuji would say, "Enough, I'm done." Mahito would think Yuji was giving up, but it was quite the opposite, as Mahito would try to rush in and get another attack off on Yuji. Yuji would simply duck under his attack, countering the attack with a kick of his own, sending Mahito back into his wave of transfigured humans. Mahito would laugh again, saying that he's only taken 2 attacks by Yuji, but his soul wouldn't be able to take much more. Mahito would then decide he might need to go for a gamble. He knows that opening a domain is risky because Sukuna is still inside of Yuji. He needs to land another Black Flash on Yuji, but he would need to create the perfect opening. Even though it had seemed as if Yuji had gotten used to his hit and run tactics already, he needed to come up with something. Mahito would then decide to take back some of his transfigured humans, leaving enough to where he could still duck and dodge in. He would combine a large portion of transfigured humans together, using his polymorphic soul isomer. He would send 3 of them at Yuji. All 3 of them would lunge at Yuji, with Yuji dodging out of the way. Yuji would be about to launch another attack, but they were faster than he thought they were. The transfigured human would move out of the way, going on a punch on Yuji, but he would block it, noticing that these transfigured humans were stronger than the others. As another transfigured human would go in for an attack on Yuji, Mahito would then come out of cover, lunging straight at Yuji. Mahito, finding another opening, would land another Black Flash onto Yuji's side. Yuji was getting pissed off. He knew that he could beat Mahito in hand-to-hand combat. However, Mahito was playing smart, not allowing himself to get hit, ducking into the crowd of his transfigured humans, and sending other transfigured humans at him. This is when Mahito would yell from in the middle of the crowd, "It's time we get this show on the road, Itadori. You have finally helped me reach my next stage of evolution, and with this I will kill you." Mahito, finding the true essence of his soul, would begin to transform. He would thank Yuji, telling him that he's grateful for letting him reach this next stage in evolution. With the other polymorphic transfigured humans still there, Mahito would launch in for another attack with them. Mahito would send a punch towards Yuji, with Yuji blocking the initial attack. Mahito would then use his tail to try to strike Yuji. However, Yuji would simply stomp on his tail. As one of the polymorphic transfigured humans would try to attack Yuji from the back, he would flip Mahito over him, making the transfigured human attack Mahito. As Mahito would break free from Yuji's grasp, he would extend his arm blades, trying to cut Yuji. Yuji, seeing the attack, would simply weave out of the way, grabbing Mahito by the arm, pulling him forward, and striking him in the chest. Even though Mahito's body had gotten extremely tough, every punch from Yuji would crack his armor. Mahito thought if he had evolved, he may have stood a chance against Yuji, but Yuji was showing him that evolution did not matter at all. He would begin to pummel Mahito, each punch carrying more weight than the last. Yuji would then tell Mahito that he can land all the Black Flashes in the world. He could gain as many evolutions as he wanted. However, it wouldn't change the fact that he was going to die here today. Mahito would try to escape back into his crowd of transfigured humans. However, Yuji would grab onto Mahito's tail, pulling him back, comboing Mahito again. Mahito would try to send the polymorphic transfigured humans at Yuji. Yuji would simply dodge them, not paying them any mind, as they weren't really a problem for him. He just wanted to kill Mahito. Mahito would try to retaliate, trying to hit Yuji in any way possible, but it was clear that Yuji had the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Mahito couldn't do anything. Mahito would think to himself, saying he has to get away somehow. Yuji would throw a punch. Mahito would then deactivate his instant spirit body, ducking underneath the attack, diving back into his crowd of transfigured humans. He would take all of them back, Yuji confused on what he was trying to do. Mahito knows that the regular polymorphic transfigured humans would not be able to harm Yuji, so he needs to make something better. He would push out as much cursed energy as he could, forcing all of the souls to merge together. Combining his instant spirit body with the polymorphic soul isomer, he would have created a new type of transfigured human. By pumping out as much cursed energy as he could into the transfigured human, not only was it insanely strong, but because he fused his instant spirit body onto the transfigured human, it also had incredible durability. Just then, Mahito would also reactivate his own instant spirit body. He would tell Yuji that he wasn't done yet. This was a fight to the death, and it wasn't going to be him. Yuji would simply be staring at Mahito with cold, dead eyes. As the two would rush in to attack Yuji, they would throw an attack. The transfigured human would throw a low kick on Yuji, while Mahito would throw in an overhead punch. Yuji would slip in between both attacks, kicking the transfigured human and launching himself off of it. He would note that it was as if there were 2 Mahitos on the field, but this wouldn't stop him from killing Mahito. Mahito and the other transfigured human would close in on Yuji, both of them seemingly in sync. They would throw hit after hit at Yuji, with Yuji trading blows with both of them. Even though there were 2 of them, Yuji still had the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Mahito was doing slightly better than before, being able to land some hits, but it still wasn't enough. This is when Yuji would say he was finishing this. He would grab Mahito by the tail and toss him away, Turning around, Yuji would activate his technique, throwing the palm strike straight towards the transfigured human's chest. It would land, along with black sparks. This one attack from Yuji would absolutely demolish the transfigured human, killing it in that one moment. Mahito landing would be absolutely shocked. He put everything into that, and all it took was one black flash from Yuji. Mahito would begin to laugh, calling Yuji a freak, with Yuji telling Mahito that he dies right here, right now. He'd rush in on Mahito, going in with the right hand, striking Mahito in the face, grabbing his head, and then throwing a knee. The knee would crack Mahito's face mask off. Mahito would curse, screaming at Yuji. However, Yuji wasn't done. He would begin to absolutely pummel Mahito, not giving him any type of breathing room, each strike being harder and hotter than the last. By the end of Yuji's combo, Mahito's armor was completely broken, and Mahito laid there, an absolute mess on the floor. As Mahito would be on the floor, Yuji would ask him again, "What is the value of life to you? What do you take life for exactly? You've killed so many people." Mahito would then cut him off, telling him that he doesn't care. He killed because he was a curse. Yuji telling him, "Then die as you lived." Just as Yuji was about to land the finishing strike on Mahito, a wave of curse spirits would rush in over Yuji, pushing him far back away from Mahito. This is when Kenjaku would come into the picture, standing over Mahito. Yuji would already be about to close in on Kenjaku. This is when a curse below Yuji would form, making him fall over. This is when Kenjaku would smile and say that he was sad that Yuji didn't want to bond with him. Yuji would tell him to shut up, trying to rush back in at Kenjaku. Just then, a wave of ice would stop Yuji dead in his tracks, another sorcerer coming into the fray. This being Urarame. In front of Yuji, there were two incredibly strong curse users. Without knowing anything about either of them, he would hold himself, trying to assess the situation. Mahito would get up off the floor and brush himself, telling Yuji that he's failed to kill him once again. Just then, Kenjaku would use curse spirit manipulation on Mahito, Yuji being shocked because he thought they were on the same team. Just then, Kenjaku would then begin to reveal his technique to Yuji, telling him about his curse spirit manipulation. As Mahito would get turned into an orb, he would begin to talk to Yuji about his plan. Yuji would tell him that all of it is stupid, telling him that he doesn't even know if curse users themselves will indiscriminately attack people, telling him that people aren't evil by nature. Kenjaku laughing, telling Yuji that he has a good heart, however, it simply isn't realistic. Just then, he would swallow the orb he had put Mahito into. Yuji would then say that he had talked enough and would rush back in to attack. This is when Kenjaku would use his maximum technique, using Uzumaki on Yuji. This is when the Kyoto High School of Jujutsu sorcerers would enter the picture, Todo using his ability to move Yuji out of the way, as they would attempt to fight both the curse users. Urarame themselves would stop the Kyoto High School before they even got the chance to do anything. Kenjaku then explains to Yuji that he believes he must bring forth chaos he cannot control in order to exceed the bounds of cursed energy. While telling Yuji this, he would activate idle transfiguration, affecting the souls of everyone he marked over the years in preparation for this day. He would then tell Yuji that two types of non-sorcerers were marked, one being who are people who ingested cursed objects in the similar fashion that Yuji did, or the second type, that are peoples whose brains were meant to be like non-sorcerers, but by using idle transfiguration, it would allow their brains to be adjusted for Jujutsu. He would then tell Yuji that he plans to make everyone he's marked fight one another in order to deepen their understanding of cursed energy. He would then summon a large amount of cursed spirits to mask his escape, with everything going according to his plan. He would hold the prison room out in front of Yuji and tell Sukuna that the golden age of Jujutsu is upon them once again, and the Heian era will return. Yuji would attempt to rush in and grab the prison realm, but this is when another sorcerer would appear and stop him. She would tell him that he shouldn't rush in indiscriminately without knowing what's to come. This being Yuki. Yuji would ask her who she was and if she was working with Kenjaku. She would freak out, explaining to Yuji who she is, telling him that it's good to be on guard, but she's not an enemy. As the Shibuya incident would come to a close, the same rules that were instated in canon would also be instated here. With Gojo Satoru being sealed, Yuji's execution would have resumed, with the higher-ups appointing Yuta Kotsu as his executioner. Some time would pass, with Yuji being in hiding with Yuki. She would ask Yuji what he wanted to do. She would apologize for not making a move sooner, saying that she was just keeping an eye on things. Yuji would stay silent and ask if he could have some alone time. As Yuji would sit alone on a stairwell, he would ponder in his head, thinking about what he could have done differently. How no matter how strong he gets, it would only seem like he was always a step behind. This is when Choso would appear behind him, asking Yuji if he was okay. Yuji would confide in Choso. He would tell him that even though he's strong, Even though he can take out as many special grade curses as he wants, he still feels weak. Choso would tell Yuji that he shouldn't worry about things like that. He's still very young. He would tell Yuji that he should try to go back to Jujutsu High and explain everything to the higher-ups. Yuji would just tell him that even if he did that, they wouldn't care. He's the vessel of Sukuna, with the higher-ups knowing that it wouldn't matter what he told them. He's simply too dangerous to be left alive. Choso would then tell Yuji that they should probably go outside to clear his head. They would exercise some more cursed spirits so Yuji wouldn't be in his head. Yuji would nod, agreeing with Choso, and they would head outside. This is when we would see Nao and Yuta with each other, moving out to go track Yuji and kill him. Standing on a bridge, Yuji would clap his hands together to draw out several cursed spirits. He would lead them down to an underpass where Choso was, killing most of them with a single piercing bloodshot, but the rest of them, Yuji would easily dispatch them, exercising the cursed spirits in one move each. Choso would tell Yuji how impressed he is, telling him that he's gotten even stronger since the Shibuya incident. The control of his cursed energy is almost perfect. Choso would hype himself up, saying that he has an amazing little brother, with Yuji simply smiling. Just then, Naoya would appear above them, saying that he doesn't see Megami, wondering how he could be so slow. Both Choso and Yuji would get up, both of them at the ready. Naoya would ask them if they plan to run. Yuji would simply stare at Naoya, knowing that his execution had probably been resumed now that Gojo was no longer around. Naoya would tell Yuji, while he doesn't care if he lives or dies, since his business is with Megami, he can't allow him to be moving around freely. He would tell Yuji that first he would break his legs, Yuji asking what Naoya wants with Megami. Naoya would tell him that he plans to kill Megami. Just then, Naoya would leap down and say that Megami is also looking for Yuji. Choso being shocked at Naoya's speed, Naoya would attempt to strike Yuji in the face, but Yuji would dodge. Yuji would then attempt to throw an attack of his own, but before Yuji can land a hit, Naoya would quickly jump away, with Yuji realizing that was probably his curse technique. Naoya would smile and tell Yuji that he's stronger and faster than he expected, also wondering who Choso was. Naoya would then ask, should he pick up the pace? But then, all three of them feel an overwhelming presence. Yuji noting that this cursed energy is creepy. He would look up and see Yuta. Yuta would calmly prepare his weapon. Yuta would unsheath his katana. Yuji would then ask who he was. Yuta would then jump down from the balcony, destroying a portion of the wall on his way down, shocking Choso. Yuta would begin slowly walking up to both of them and asking who that was with Yuji. Choso, whispering to Yuji, says that Yuta must be his executioner. Naya would raise his hand, saying that he's on Yuta's side. Naya would then mention his name, with Yuji remembering that a second-year student mentioned by Megami also goes by that name, and that he's a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Naoya would then tell Yuta that he's Maki's cousin, and that his objective is to kill Yuji as well. He would tell Yuta that he wouldn't interfere with him, however, he wanted something in return. Choso would try to tell Yuji that they probably need to get out of there, but if it came down to it, Choso would take on Naoya, and Yuji could take on Yuta. Yuji would then ask Choso if it was okay with leaving him with Naoya, with Choso telling him that he should probably think about himself, telling Yuji that when they're both done, they should meet up at the spot they were in yesterday. Yuji would nod, acknowledging it. As Yuta would agree to Naoya's deal, he would leave Choso to him. Just then, Naoya would sprint in at Choso, with Yuta sprinting past Choso and going straight towards Yuji. Yuji would then sprint away from Yuta, but surprising Yuji, Yuta was right on his heel. As Yuji and Yuta would get away from the underpass, Yuji would sprint towards a car, seeing as he didn't want to hurt Okotu. As he would get to the car, he would leap over it, with Yuta quickly running to the other side with his katana ready. Just then, Yuji would grab onto the car and reverse his direction, dodging Yuta's strike. Yuta would be shocked since he thought he made contact, telling Yuji that he's surprised. He's just like Maki. Yuji would then begin to run again, running towards a nearby building. But as to Yuji's surprise, the car that he threw at Okotu would be thrown right over Yuji, stopping him in his tracks. He would ask Yuji if he's surprised, since he doesn't look like the strong type, adding that he's on the weaker side. This is when Yuji would recognize the enormous amount of cursed energy that Yuta has. Yuji would note that Okotu's cursed energy wasn't as large as his. However, they were relatively close in strength. Yuta would then ask Yuji if he was still surprised, seeing that he had an enormous amount of cursed energy. He would explain that he has more cursed energy than Gojo, but since their teacher has the 6 eyes, it allows him to reduce the energy loss when he activates a curse technique to close to 0. He would tell Yuji that Gojo is the best since he never runs out of cursed energy. After that, he would say he was done talking and sprint towards Yuji. They would clash in hand, with Yuta using his sword, Yuji simply dodging and parrying strikes, still trying not to hurt Okotu. Yuta would stay on the offensive with his katana, although Yuji would dodge most of the attacks. Yuta would strike again, and it would graze Yuji's cheek, cutting it open. Yuji would then decide that he needs to do something about Yuta's katana. Yuji would then back up and dash towards a large vehicle, trying to gain some room. Yuta would leap over the car as well and attack down with his katana. Yuji would then parry, countering with an attack of his own, kicking Yuta's katana out of his hand, following up with a punch to Yuta's chest. Yuta would be surprised by the power of that punch, even though he would recover quickly, reminding himself that Yuji is still Gojo's student. He would sigh and say that this fight wasn't going to be easy at all. As Yuji would move forward to strike, Rika would then appear from behind him, putting both of her hands around his head. Yuji would freeze, being shocked. Rika would ask, "What's going on here?" with Yuta telling Rika that the two of them were just playing. Yuji, not knowing what to do in the situation, would think. Yuta would tell Rika to hold on to Yuji, as he would go and grab his katana. As Yuta would go in to try to stab Yuji, Yuji would break free of Rika, kicking the katana up out of Yuta's hand again. He would then send another kick back to where Rika was, sending her backwards. As Yuji would land back on the ground, he would turn around and see Yuta right in front of him again. Yuta would then throw a punch towards Yuji, with Yuji ducking underneath the attack, sweeping at Yuta's legs. As Rika would be flying up to grab Yuta's katana, she would toss the katana straight at Yuji, with Yuji having to duck out of the way last minute. But he didn't realize Rika didn't throw that at him indiscriminately. As she would throw the blade, it would land right on the path to where Yuta was able to grab it and slash up at Yuji. Yuji would just narrowly dodge out of the way. Rika would then come up from behind Yuji, trying to throw in a punch, but Yuji would duck underneath it, dropping to the floor, using his hands as a spring to kick Rika back. As he would kick her back, Yuta would close in, right on top of Yuji. Yuta would attempt to thrust down with his sword, with Yuji rolling out of the way. He would twist his body, flipping himself back up, and rushing back at Yuta to resume hand-to-hand combat. He would then decide, since he can't get away from Yuta, he would attempt to incapacitate him, or at least knock him out. He would start with a right kick, as Yuta would block it with his left leg. Yuta would attempt to retaliate in this moment, swinging his sword. Yuji would then grab his arm. He would twist it, making Yuta drop his sword. Yuta would then throw 3 quick jabs, with Yuji being able to block the first 2, but getting hit in the face by the third. This is when Yuta would then call on to Rika. She would fly in, coming at Yuji from the back, but Yuji would roll under the attack. He would then kick Rika into Yuta, causing them to crash into one another, with Rika profusely apologizing to Yuta. He would tell her it's okay. He would then tell Rika that they're doing that. He would then tell Yuji that he knew he was Gojo's student, but he was incredibly strong. This is when Rika would pull out a megaphone-looking object. Yuji, not knowing what it was, would try to hurry up and close the gap between him and Yuta, but as he would be about to close the distance, Yuta would then scream inside the megaphone, "Don't move." Just then, Yuji would be frozen in place. Yuta would then tell Rika to go hold Yuji in place, just in case. As she would go over to grab him, Yuji would walk over to Yuji, picking up his katana along the way. As he would walk up to Yuji, he would only say sorry, leaving Yuji confused. Just then, he would stab Yuji in the chest. Sukuna inside of Yuji would roll his eyes, wondering why he was holding back so much in this fight. Just then, Sukuna would begin to smile. As going back to the fight with Choso and Naoya, there wouldn't really be any changes in the fight. Choso would win, and Yuta would appear behind Choso, dragging the unconscious Yuji. Choso would try to react, but Yuta would repeatedly strike Choso in the face, knocking him to the ground. Just then, we would get a flashback. A man named Jin would be seen holding a baby. He would be talking to his father, telling him that if he wants to talk about her, he would just leave. The man Jin would be talking to would be Yuji's grandfather. He would tell Jin that he can live his life however he pleases. However, he will die if he doesn't give up on her. Jin would then tell Wasuke to not say such things in front of Yuji, since babies remember more than most believe. Wasuke would mention that Jin wanted a child with a woman named Kiori. However, before he could finish his sentence, a woman would walk into the room. She would have stitches on her forehead and a small mark the same as Yuji. She would interrupt him, addressing Wasuke as her father-in-law and asking him what he's talking about. Just then, Yuji would wake up. As he would scan the area, he would see Yuta sitting nearby, Yuji being surprised that he wasn't dead. Just then, Yuta would smile with relief. He would tell Yuji that around September, Gojo had asked him if he would watch over him. Gojo had told him to take care of the first and second years if anything were to happen to him, with Yuta telling Yuji that Gojo had specified that his primary concern should be Yuji, telling Yuji that he was supposed to be executed exactly like he was. Yuta would tell Yuji that he had to put on an act for the higher-ups so that he could be the executioner in charge and know all about the details and understand what was going on. Also telling him that in order to be approved as Yuji's executioner, he had to enter a binding vow to kill him, apologizing to Yuji for doing so. Yuji would then ask how was he still alive, with Yuta replying that the very instant his heart was stopped, he healed it with reverse curse technique. Yuta would then state that since this is the first time that his death has been staged, the higher-ups shouldn't know anything about it. Yuji would then wonder why Yuta was doing all of this for him, with Yuta replying that Yuji is important to people who are important to him. This is when Megami would suddenly walk out of the darkness and tell Yuji that they should head back to Jujutsu High, with Yuji saying that he can't return there, not yet at least. So many people died during the Shibuya incident. So many more people will die later down the line because of Kenjaku releasing all of the cursed spirits. He had a chance to stop it, and he couldn't. So many people were dead because of him. Just then, Megami would say that it's all of their fault, telling Yuji not to be selfish. He would then tell Yuji that they are Jujutsu sorcerers, not heroes fighting for justice. He understands that Yuji wants to save people, but you can't save everyone, no matter how hard you try. So he shouldn't let something like that bother him so much. He should save the people that he can, and focus on that. Yuji would then thank Megami for saying those words to him. He would say that he almost gave up again, and he's thankful to have someone like Megami around. With Megami saying, of course, that's what friends are for. Megami would then remind Yuji of what his original motive was. He would tell Yuji that he needs his strength, revealing to Yuji that Kenjaku had started a culling game for those with cursed energy, and his sister Sumiki is trapped. Reminded of his grandfather's words, he would gladly accept. Yuji would then turn to Yuta. He would ask him, since he's the closest in strength to him, in the event that Sukuna had ever taken over his body, he wanted Yuta to be the person to kill him, believing that he had the power to do so. Megami would then begin to devise a plan, telling them that they need to regroup at Jujutsu High and contact Master Tengen. They would need to find out how to unseal Gojo and figure out Kenjaku's plans for the future. He would say that the culling game is just Jujutsu terrorism on another scale, and they need answers for everything. Yuji would ask Megami if he thinks Yuki would know the answers, with Megami revealing that all of this was her idea, telling Yuji that Yuki was hiding at Jujutsu High and waiting for them while avoiding the higher-ups. Yuta would add that there's the main issue with contacting Master Tengen, saying that the tombs of the Star Corridor was closed off. He would add that Master Tengen's concealing barrier shuffles over 1,000 doors continuously, and only one of them lead to the tombs of the star. This is when Chosu would come into the picture, abruptly making it known that he may know a way to get past the concealing barrier. Yuji would ask for clarification, and Chosu would remind them Mahito had stole Sukuna's fingers and the death painting wounds from Jujutsu High in the past, and Chosu believes that they can achieve the same thing. With their plan settled, the four sorcerers would then go to Jujutsu High. They would go to the hidden room, where they'd see Maki and Yuki sitting inside. They would then begin to explain to Yuki and Maki about their plan, with Megami asking what is their plan to try to slip past the concealing barrier. Chosu would tell the group and explain that between the correct door and the tomb is a cursed warehouse where his brothers were being stored. Chosu's connection with them would allow him to guide everyone into the correct door. Everyone would be okay with this plan. But then Maki would ask, who exactly is Chosu? Where Yuji would speak up, telling everyone to think of Chosu as his big brother. Chosu being happy because this is the first time Yuji would acknowledge him as his older brother. Chosu would guide the group to the correct door, confident that he knows that his brothers are asleep behind it. Yuki would tell them to move forward and go deeper so that they can locate the elevator that can descend them towards the tomb. The group would take the elevator down to the Star Corridor and walk down the pathway where Tengen had resided. Yuki would lead the way, directing them to the main shrine. However, it would seem as if they were walking in a white void, confusing everyone. Yuki would say that it's probably Tengen rejecting them, saying that they don't normally interact with the world. But Yuki thought the contact was possible, since the six eyes had been sealed. She also considers the possibility that Tengen wasn't rejecting everyone, just her. Megami would be unsure of what to do, and Yuta would tell everyone they should head back, since Sumiki doesn't have any time to waste. Suddenly, a voice would ask why they were leaving so soon, stopping the group from going. Master Tengen would have revealed themselves, saying that it was a pleasure to meet them. As Tengen would introduce themselves, Yuki would question Tengen, asking why the tomb of the Star Corridor was closed off. Tengen would tell her that since they were unable to see into the human heart, they feared that Yuki could potentially be in alignment with Kenjaku. This is when Megami and Yuta would get to the point and ask about Kenjaku's objectives, and proceed to ask about how they would unseal Gojo from the prison realm. Tengen said they would provide the information on one condition. At least 2 of the 4 special grade people that were present must remain at the tomb and serve as their guard. Tengen would explain to them that Kenjaku wants to force the evolution of all people in Japan, telling the group that the method Kenjaku had chosen to force the evolution was on a massive scale, being as to merge Tengen with mankind. Tengen would tell the group that they could maintain self-control even after the evolution thanks to barrier techniques, but telling them that the world would end if mankind were to reach that state, and that they could not refuse the merger because their evolution had caused them to become more cursed spirit than human beings, telling them that it would make them a perfect target for cursed spirit manipulation. Tengen would also explain to the group that the star plasma vessel and the Six Eyes were connected by fate, but Kenjaku was defeated by two Six Eyes users in the past, which after Kenjaku's second defeat, he killed the star plasma vessel and the next Six Eyes user soon after they were born. He would then begin to explain to them about the Culling Games, Kenjaku's plan. He would tell them that the game is a ritual to prepare the people of Japan for the merger. He would explain the rules of the Culling Games to them, saying that the Culling Games could only end once all the players were dead, and there were rules in place to ensure that nothing could interrupt the ritual. He would tell them that Yuji's and the others' best course of actions are to spend 100 points to add rules where Sumiki and other unwilling participants can escape the game, noting that they would also need to free Gojo Satoru. They would pick their groups to serve as guards for Tengen, this being Yuki and Choso. After expressing their gratitude, Tengen would take out the back of the prison room, a cursed object that would be necessary for unsealing Satoru Gojo. He would tell them it serves as a back gate for the prison realm and was hidden by Tengen to try to conceal the existence of the front, but Kenjaku would have found it anyway. And since Kenjaku is the bearer of the front, he holds complete authority over the prison realm. He would then tell them that 1,000 years ago there was a female sorcerer who called herself Angel. She possessed a cursed technique that could extinguish other cursed techniques. Her name was Hana, and she had been incarnated as a Culling Game player. Tengen would then explain to them that Angel's technique would be necessary to open the back of the prison realm. Megumi would ask if Tengen knows where Angel is, with Tengen telling Megumi that he only knows that she's in the colony of the east side of Tokyo. As the group would go over the rules of the Culling Game, they would then decide that Yuki and Choso would remain at the Tomb of the Star to guard Master Tengen. Maki would return to the Zenin clan to collect cursed tools for the coming battles. Yuta would take part in the Culling Game right away to gather information long before Sumiki and the others participate, and Yuji and Megumi's role would be to find Hikari in order to recruit him. Everyone agreeing and understanding what they had to do would move out, but before leaving the Tomb of the Star, Megumi and Yuji would have gotten Hikari's location from Master Tengen. Hikari was making money as a bookie for an underground fight club located inside an abandoned parking garage.
As Yuji and Megumi reach the parking garage, Megumi tells Yuji they need to change clothes.
Yuji would ask why, and Megumi would clarify that Hikari was suspended from Jujutsu High and he may not associate with them if he also realizes that they are students from Jujutsu High as well. He tells Yuji it might be a gray area to where they align, but to Hikari they might as well be Jujutsu higher-ups. Yuji would wonder if Hikari would even go with them, seeing as everything he's heard from all the others. And Megumi is unsure either, given what all the upperclassmen had said about him. Regardless, both of them would say that they need his strength for the Culling Games. The duo will walk into the ground entrance to the abandoned parking garage and are met by a manager and a bodyguard. The security guard would tell them to get lost before he clobbers them, but Megumi refuses to back down. The man would throw a strong right hook, but stop right before it hit Megumi's face. But Megumi doesn't flinch at all. The security guard would pull back his fist and tell Megumi that rule number 1 was no one was supposed to say anything about the club. He would demand Megumi to tell him, and say that he would beat him up after he spills the info. Megumi would tell the guard that he didn't get the person's name before he killed him. It was a cocky sorcerer that had disappeared about a month ago. The manager would recall someone disappearing about a month ago, but is unable to verify. Megumi would ask to take his place and threaten to lay the bodyguard flat on his face if they refuse. Yuji, realizing what Megumi was doing, would simply stay silent. The manager would then get a message from the boss and get permission to add an additional fighter as for today's tournament. However, the only condition is that Yuji had to be selected as the fighter. Megumi would claim that he has to fight, but he was just keeping up an act. He knows Yuji is perfectly suited for this job. The manager would then reveal that he didn't really like Megumi and refuses to let him fight. Megumi would then let out a long sigh, pretending that he didn't like the conditions, but then would reluctantly accept. They would leave together, and Yuji would tell Megumi that bluffing was risky, with Megumi disagreeing with him, saying that because it's a fight club that uses curse users, they must have frequent turnovers. Regardless of that, they were able to confirm that Hikari was around watching them through the cameras. The plan would be for Yuji to make contact with Hikari on the inside, while Megami would attempt to sneak in the parking garage from the outside. It would be risky because the Fight Club had already had their eyes on Megami, and if he was caught, they would begin to distrust Yuji as well. If anything, if they are caught, they could just use force to meet face to face with Hikari, but that would be a last resort. They just want to come in and ask Hikari for help and don't want to do anything that could damage their relationship early. The wisest course of action would be for Megami to stand by for the night while Yuji works his way onto Hikari on the inside. However, Megami is anxious and doesn't want to waste any time with Sumiki's deadline to participate in the culling game. Later that day, Yuji would return to the parking garage and meet with the security guard. He would prep Yuji by explaining the details of how the tournament works, stating that there are 2 rules, no retreating and no jujutsu. Yuji would be fine with people using curse techniques against him, but non-sorcerers wouldn't be able to see them. And the rule against running away is to ensure that the fight takes place where spectators can see. As Yuji would head downstairs towards the arena, he would recognize that all fights are all about entertaining the spectators. Yuji would ask what the boss was like. The bodyguard would then tell Yuji that he can only find that out when he meets him, and continue to explain more about the fights. There were 2 types of matches, scripted and unscripted, but an unscripted fight would likely get the boss's attention. Yuji would arrive at the fighting area. It was a section of the garage where the upper floor had mostly been removed. Yuji would be introduced to his opponent, with him going up against no one other than Panda. Yuji and Panda would work together to put on a show that entertains everyone. While they would trade fake blows with one another, Yuji and Panda would have a conversation to exchange information. As they finished exchanging information, Panda would signal him to finish the fight, where Yuji would land a powerful body shot to Panda, with Panda selling an over-the-top reaction. Yuji would be declared the winner, leaving a lasting impression on everyone watching. Hikari in the back somewhere would admit that he's impressed with Yuji. He would call one of his managers and tell him to bring Yuji to his office. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and write scripts for Yuji's future fights, with Kirara telling Hikari that it sounds dumb. The man on the phone would then ask Hikari what he wants to do about the other brat. Hikari had planned to have Kirara keep an eye on him and tells his manager to stay vigilant. In the background, Megami would team up with Panda to infiltrate the Fight Club from the outside. They would put together a plan to ensure that Yuji's meeting with Hikari goes interrupted, but they understand that the other third year, Kirara, could thwart their plot at any moment. Meanwhile, inside the monitor room, Hikari meets up with Yuji for the first time. He would ask Yuji if he believed him if he said that he could work 1 hour a day and make 1 million yen a month. Unsure of what to say, Yuji would just sit there with a confused look on his face. Confused, Yuji would ask what he would need to do, but Hikari would tell him for that information he would need to pay 200,000 yen. Yuji would tell Hikari that he wouldn't agree to something like that because it's shady, with Hikari pointing out that there were a lot of people that would still fall for it. He believed that it all has to do with the fever. People get high on fever and make foolish choices, but people can't even fall in love without it. Hikari would say that he loves the fever and asks Yuji if he knows the most direct way of engaging with it. Yuji would take a guess and say that it was gambling. Hikari would smile and point out that life itself is a gamble. Society tramples on losers who don't know when to quit, but Hikari points out that everyone gambles. It's just that what people hate is losing and going to ruin. This is when Yuji would state that some people just want to live peacefully, with Hikari saying that he had never met anyone like that. Hikari wanted to use the fever to control the entire country using his fight club. Since the existence of cursed spirits had been made public and changes of Jujutsu regulations were inevitably coming, Hikari wanted to take advantage of this and expand his business. With being excited for the future, Hikari would tell Yuji that he needs strong allies and asked him if he wanted to get high on the fever with him. Just as Yuji was about to answer, they would be interrupted by a phone call. Just then, Hikari would offer Yuji a drink, but Yuji would decline because he's underage. Hikari would then bring up that Gojo couldn't drink either, but Yuji would pretend to not know who Gojo was. This would be suspicious to Hikari because there's not one sorcerer who doesn't know who Gojo was. Hikari would take the drink and chug it. Just as he would put the drink down, he would ask Yuji if he was a spy from Jujutsu High. But just before Yuji would be able to say anything, Hikari would toss the drink glass right at his face. Yuji would dodge the cup, but Hikari would activate his curse technique. It would summon 2 sliding doors that would attempt to close Yuji within them. Yuji would jump above the doors and try to speak to Hikari. However, Hikari would continue to attack. He would tell Yuji that a call from Kirara usually means something is amiss. Yuji would ask Hikari to just listen, but he would refuse because now his fever is running cold. as Megami and Panda will be outside confronting Kirara. The fight will go on as regular, with Megami doing a little bit better since he's stronger. However, he would still let Kirara go and ask them to listen because there is no time. They will be confused as why Megami would release them, but Kirara would decide to believe him and agree to listen. Just then, the monitor room door would suddenly come flying, and Hikari would be along with it. Megami would notice that Hikari had been hit outside of the room, and Yuji would walk outside, telling Megami and Panda to stay out of it. Hikari would get up, irritated and pissed off, believing that Yuji was underestimating him, as they would engage in hand-to-hand combat. Hikari was strong, for sure. However, Yuji had the edge in this fight. In a split second, Hikari would allow himself to get hit, tanking Yuji's punch. This would throw Yuji off guard, seeing that he wasn't expecting Hikari to tank that attack. In the confusion, Hikari would then immediately throw a devastating punch that would smash Yuji's face and send him reeling across the roof, but Yuji would land on his feet before completely falling to the ground. Hikari would then begin to flare up his cursed energy, with Kirara telling him to wait and listen, saying that they only just wanted to help. Hikari would stop for a second and say that he'll listen, but asks Yuji why he's asking for him specifically. Yuji would say because all of his upperclassmen had confirmed that Hikari was strong. This would annoy Hikari, as he would attempt to go in for another attack on Yuji, but Yuji would simply block it. Even still, getting hit by the attack would still hurt Yuji, pushing him back slightly. In his head, Yuji would note that Hikari's punches felt like getting hit with a serrated bat. Hikari would then yell at Yuji, asking him what makes him think that he's willing to put his life on the line for someone like him. And in order for Hikari to take such a risk like that, he would need Yuji to prove himself here and now. Prove that he has the fever to convince him. Hikari would be annoyed because Yuji came on someone else's orders and says that Principal Yaga should have weeded out weaklings like him. Yuji would then tell Hikari that he doesn't have any fever. His job as a Jujutsu sorcerer is simply to protect people. Protect those who cannot protect themselves. As long as Yuji has life in his body, it will be his job to protect those that are weaker than him. Hikari would stare at Yuji and sigh, finding his answer extremely boring. He would then proceed to wind up another punch, but this time, Yuji wouldn't dodge, he wouldn't block, he wouldn't do anything. Hikari would then proceed to strike Yuji with his hardest blow yet, sending him flying across the roof into a wall. Hikari would begin to tell Megami and Panda to grab Yuji and get the hell out. But suddenly, behind Hikari, he would feel an overwhelming surge of heat. Hikari would turn around surprised and back up. He would wonder how the hell Yuji was standing after suffering a blow like that. He would ask Yuji what he was, and Yuji would simply say again, he is a Jujutsu sorcerer. His job is to protect those who are weak. And as a Jujutsu sorcerer, it's his job as well. Both him and Hikari were strong. As long as either of them has life in their body, they should protect the weak and eliminate as many curses as they can. Yuji's eyes would seemingly be staring directly into Hikari's soul. It doesn't matter what happens to him. It doesn't matter how long he has to be here. Even if he has to fight Hikari and beat him, he won't stop until he agrees. Yuji would step back up in Hikari's face and look him in the eye. Hikari would then meet Yuji's gaze and ask himself, is this the look of someone in fever? Just as he was about to prep another punch for Yuji, Kirara would interrupt him. They would ask Hikari if Yuji's fever is burning hot enough for him yet. He would sigh, but reluctantly agree, knowing that Kirara has a point, saying that the fever never lies. Hikari would then look back down at Yuji and tell him that he would agree to hear him out. Megami and Panda would be confused to as what just happened, with Kirara revealing that while they still hate the higher-ups, they recognize that Hikari's fever burned the hottest while he was helping people at Jujutsu High. With Hikari finally sitting down and listening to what they had to say, he would be surprised that Gojo was actually sealed. Panda would also note that Principal Yaga had died in a fight with the higher-up after the Shibuya incident, surprising everybody. Hikari would express that he was bummed out now that everyone who had ever taken care of him was out of the picture. Hikari would then agree to help combat the culling game, which would give Megami and Yuji a small sense of relief. However, Hikari would tell them not to get the wrong idea, and makes a point that everyone understands that this is a deal and they must return the favor in the future. With everyone in agreement, Yuji states that they need to decide who's going to go to what colony. Suddenly, Kogane would appear above Yuji and make a loud ringing noise. It would announce that a player has added a new rules to the game, allowing players to have access to information on other players. This rule would have been added by Hajime Kashimo, an elite player that was dominating Tokyo No. 2 colony. After making the announcement, Kogane would introduce itself to Yuji. Megami wouldn't understand why Yuji was already considered a player before entering the barrier colony, but Yuji would say that he believes that it has something to do with Sukuna. Megumi would point out that it was still strange because Yuji had ingested Sukuna's finger of his own will, unlike past sorcerers who were in contracts with Kinjaku. As the next day would come, the group would have been unable to find the player named Angel, but apparently they'll know when they see them. Hikari would decide that he and Panda would go to Tokyo Colony number 2, and Yuji and Megumi would go to number 1, and Kirara would stay outside of the barrier. Hikari said he had planned to handle Kashimo himself since they were a player with the most points and is likely the strongest. At the same time, Panda would search for Angel with his nose. Yuji would say that perhaps him and Megumi shouldn't travel together, but before Yuji could get another word in, Megumi would tell him to be quiet and stop being so selfish. Yuji would say that he's worried about Megumi, but Megumi would tell Yuji that he was fine and that Yuji didn't need to worry about him. They would both go back and forth a little, until Panda would tell them to stop squabbling. The next day, everyone would reach their designated barriers in Tokyo. Kogane would then explain that inside the barriers is the lethal competition known as the culling game. It would ask the new players if they are willing to enter and declare their participation as players. Megumi, Panda, and Hikari don't hesitate to agree to the operation to rescue Sumiki. Just as Yuji and Megumi would be about to approach the barrier, Megumi would tell Yuji that they need to be wary of incarnated sorcerers from the past era. Yuji would tell him that he understands, as some players are from 1,000 years ago. Even those from only 100 years ago have completely different mindsets than modern day people. As sorcerers, they valued life differently, and fighting to the death was a normal thing to them. Some people even desired to achieve an honorable end in battle, and Megumi thinks that might be why they agreed to become players. He doesn't believe that they'll be able to negotiate with the past sorcerers, with Yuji emphasizing that they might need to be wary of cursed spirits as well. Just then, they would knock on the barrier wall to Tokyo Colony number 1. Kogane would appear to greet them, announcing that the culling game is taking place inside, and anyone who enters will become a player in the deadly competition. Megumi would declare his participation and foregoes to reviewing the rules with Kogane. As the duo would step inside of the barrier, they would be suddenly separated. Yuji would begin to fall from the sky and is confused by his circumstance. He would also be wondering where Megumi had went. They didn't know that when a player enters the game barrier, they are transferred to one of 9 locations. As Yuji would be falling from the sky, one of the culling game players, known as Rin, would notice him falling from the sky. Hanyu would use her curse technique to propel herself forward, trying to ram directly into Yuji. She would smash straight through 2 buildings, an attack that would have pulverized most players. However, Yuji would have been unscathed and recovered quickly from the attack. This would surprise Hanyu, as Yuji would manage to get some footing by landing on a building, and he would take a fighting stance. Hanyu would immediately recognize Yuji's toughness and try to call her partner to her side, but Yuji, thinking quickly, would grab a rock from the rubble. With Yuji throwing the rock, it would hit Hanyu in her lower abdomen. This one attack would have seriously injured Hanyu. Just as she would realize the severity of her injury, she would begin to lose altitude and fall into a building below her. Yuji would be surprised at how easily she was defeated, but he would still need to ask about other culling games players and find Megumi. Just then, Hanyu's partner would come in, using his helicopter-like curse techniques to levitate behind Yuji. With the curse user being angry, he would ask Yuji what he had done to his woman, but instead of being caught off guard, Yuji would simply calmly face his opponent and ask him if he knows about someone named Hiraguma instead. Instead of answering Yuji, Haba would then begin to activate his curse technique, but with Yuji thinking fast, he would pick up a stone again and throw it at Haba, as it was charged with cursed energy. However, Haba would destroy it with his fast rotating propeller. As the curse technique would stop, Yuji would take this opening to close the distance on Haba. He would run across the roof of the building and leap high into the air, allowing him to grab onto Haba's legs. Yuji would then use his strength to pull down Haba, dragging him into the side of a building. Haba would realize that Yuji was extremely dangerous and he was superhuman. Yuji would realize that he probably wouldn't be able to take on Haba outside, so he would try to lead him indoors. But Haba would have been confident that his propellers could shred everything inside. He would attempt to take Yuji head on, going straight at him with his curse technique. He would begin to spin his propellers straight towards Yuji, but just as he would reach Yuji, Yuji would use a palm strike directly on the top of his head, stopping Haba directly in his tracks. This would cause Haba to bleed heavily from his head, with Haba saying that his hand should be broken from that attack. Yuji would simply show Haba his hand and tell him that it wasn't broken. Haba would laugh. Then Yuji would immediately finish Haba with a kick. Haba would be knocked unconscious, but Yuji realizes that he needs to ask him about Higuruma. Just then, someone would appear behind Yuji and get his attention. He would say that he knows about Higuruma and ask Yuji if he remembers him. Yuji would say that he doesn't know, even though he's pretty good at remembering faces. However, Yuji would still go with him, seeing that he was confident that he could take this guy on. Rin would then take Yuji to a theater. He would say that Higuruma uses it as his base. Yuji would thank Rin and say that he would be heading into the theater. As Yuji would enter the theater, he would see Higuruma sitting in a bathtub filled with water. Yuji would find it weird, but Higuruma would say that it feels better than he expected. He would say that he doesn't care anymore about anything. He's trying stuff that he's never thought he would before. He adds that he's basically someone in their 30s going off the rails and asks if it's funny. Yuji wouldn't say anything. He'd only ask Higuruma if he could talk, but Higuruma would claim that it costs 5,000 yen every half hour. Yuji would then tell Higuruma that he's just an ally and he wants to negate the culling game. He wants Higuruma to add a rule with his points. Higuruma would stare at Yuji and tell him that he declines because he believes that the culling game presents possibilities that he's interested in. Yuji would try to tell Higuruma that the culling games was simply a ritual for sacrificing everyone in Japan, but Higuruma wouldn't believe it. Yuji would try to tell Higuruma that he just wants to save as many people as he can. Just then, Higuruma would stand up out of the tub and ask Yuji if he's ever killed someone who's angered him. As Yuji would see Higuruma with a gavel and a shikigami by his side, Higuruma would claim that it feels better than expected. Just then, Higuruma would activate his domain expansion. Yuji would simply stand there, surprised that Higuruma would activate his domain expansion so early. Higuruma would then explain that his domain forbids the use of any violence on either side, as Yuji just then would be teleported to the end of the courtroom. The Shikigami judgment would then begin to state that Yuji is under suspicion of entering a pachinko despite being underage. Yuji would simply confess and say that it was true. Judgment would reach the verdict and find Yuji guilty, sentencing Yuji to confiscation. As the domain would be dispelled and judgment would disappear, Higuruma would immediately attack by throwing his gavel, but Yuji would simply block it. Higuruma would close the distance and summon his gavel back to his hand. Charging it with cursed energy, he would increase its size and try to smash through Yuji's defense. It would hit Yuji and crash him back through several seats in the theater. As Yuji would get up, he would realize that he's lost the ability to manipulate cursed energy. Higuruma would admit that Yuji was tough for withstanding his assault so far. Just then, Higuruma would then begin to continue attacking Yuji, launching smashes down at Yuji with his gavel. Yuji would jump back and avoid the attacks. However, Higuruma would summon the gavel in his other hand, allowing him to quickly attack again. Yuji would simply dodge and block, attempting to not get hit by his attacks. Higuruma was at least a grade 1 sorcerer, so he knew that his attacks would be strong, since he couldn't reinforce his body with cursed energy anymore. Even though he couldn't reinforce his body, Yuji was still faster and stronger than Higuruma, and Higuruma could see that. Higuruma would continue to try to press the attack, but Yuji would simply dodge, block, and parry attacks. While doing so, Yuji would attempt to tell Higuruma that he just wants to protect people and doesn't want anybody else to get hurt. He has the strength to do so why not use it to help anybody he can? Just then, Higuruma would request a retrial. Higuruma would then begin to explain to Yuji, if he wanted to save so many people, why didn't he save as many people as he could during the Shibuya incident? So many people died because Yuji wasn't able to protect them, even though you had the strength to do so. Yuji would sit there conflicted, but then he would look up and stare at Higuruma. Yuji would then tell him that he knows he had the strength, and he knows he let people die simply because he was weak and didn't have the will to do so. He wouldn't deny it or try to make up any kind of excuse. He had the strength, he just simply didn't have the resolve, and that's why so many people died. Just then, the judgment would sentence Yuji to death. It would give Yuji the death penalty on top of confiscation. This would transform Higuruma's gavel into the executioner's sword, capable of killing a target in one cut. Higuruma would then begin to go back to hand-to-hand combat with Yuji, attempting to slash him with the executioner's sword. Yuji, realizing that something was different, he would simply dodge the executioner's sword and refuse to get hit. He would then sweep Higuruma by the legs and kick him away. Just then, Higuruma would have been recalled of her memory because Yuji had confessed to a crime that he didn't commit. Yuji had said that he had allowed all those people to die, but that wasn't the case at all. Higuruma would then stop and deactivate the executioner's sword. He would then stare at Yuji and tell him, "You tried to protect as many people as you could. The deaths that you blame yourself for aren't on you." Just then, Higuruma would deactivate his curse technique, with Yuji asking him why he did so. Higuruma would state that he remembered why he got into law in the first place, also stating that there are other weak people who also need help. So Higuruma would allow Yuji to use his points. Higuruma would then tell Kogane to add a rule to the culling game that allows players to transfer points between one another. Higuruma would then walk towards the theater exit and tell Yuji goodbye, with Yuji asking him what he's going to do now. Higuruma would tell Yuji that he wants to use his strength to help them combat the culling games, but says that he killed a judge and a prosecutor before coming to Tokyo. He feels the need to take responsibility and plans to turn himself in once the barrier opens. Yuji would nod and bow to Higuruma, thanking him for allowing him to use his points. Higuruma would simply nod and walk away. After this, Yuji would then begin to think about what he wants to do. He's not sure if he should go and look for Megami or go help Yuta. Yuji could feel the cursed energy, and he could feel that there were a lot of special grades in the Sendai colony, and Megami might be fine where he is. If anything, Yuji would help Yuta clean up the special grades, and they would all converge to where Megami was. So Yuji, having faith in Megami, would begin to head towards the Sendai colony to attempt to help Yuta. Yuji would think to himself, believing that Megami was fine exactly where he was, so he would then decide to head towards the Sendai colony to go help Yuta, and when they finish up there, they could converge with Megami and meet up with Sumiki. Yuji would have been able to pick up Yuta's cursed energy because of how creepy it was. When he would have gotten contact with Yuta, he would have already taken out one of the special grade threats that were there, with 3 other players dominating in the Sendai colony. Yuji would have asked Yuta if he was doing fine. With Yuta telling Yuji that he didn't need to worry, he would begin to explain to Yuji that there were 3 other powerhouses that were in the Sendai colony. He wants to ensure the safety of some civilians, but he's pretty sure he's gained the attention of the other special grades. He would then toss Yuji his katana and tell him he was going to attempt to take the civilians into safety and regroup with Yuji later. He would tell Yuji that he doesn't necessarily have to kill the other special grades, but he needs to hold them back until he can get the civilians to safety. Yuji would nod his head and agree, telling Yuta that he would take care of it, telling him not to worry. Just then, Yuta would hear a large buzzing noise, and this would indicate danger. He would try to rush all the civilians inside of the stadium. Just as he would look, he would see a giant swarm of bugs. This is when Yuji would say that he has it. Yuji would see 3 other people that were about to be attacked by the swarm of bugs, rushing over immediately. He would use his 9th form, burning all the bugs to crisp. Yuta would grab all 3 of the civilians and urged them to rush inside of the stadium. Just then, a disgusting looking cockroach curse would come out of hiding. The cockroach wouldn't say anything, but just ready itself, as Yuji would feel nothing but bloodlust coming from this creature. The bug would then reveal a cursed tool called the Festering Life Sword and point it straight at Yuji. The curse wouldn't waste any time and immediately jump onto Yuji. However, with 2 quick slashes, Yuji would have sliced both of the cursed spirit's arms off, following up the slashes with a kick, sending the curse crashing into a wall. Yuji would attempt to rush back in to finish off the curse immediately. However, he would be stopped by a swarm of cockroaches. He would use his ninth form again, burning every single roach to a crisp. The curse would then speak to Yuji, asking him why is he interfering on his feeding. Yuji would respond and ask the curse why was he killing people indiscriminately, with the curse telling Yuji that he simply likes the taste of iron. Yuji, getting annoyed by this answer, would stop holding back and flash step towards the curse. The curse would attempt to slash down, but before he even got the chance to do anything, Yuji would use his 13th form, exercising the curse right then and there. The other special grade users in the area would have been baffled, seeing that this kid was able to take out this special grade spirit like it was nothing. Trying to take advantage of the situation, Uro would be behind Yuji. As soon as she would be about to say something, Yuji would already be slashing towards her, but she would read this as well, using her curse technique. Just then, Yuji would be blown back by a large blast wave created by Uro. She would follow up her attack with a punch that Yuji was able to easily avoid. Just then, Yuji would attempt to slash at her. However, the space around Yuji's arm would distort in shape. Yuji would be confused as what just happened, as Uro would attack him with another attack, causing him to be launched back quite a bit. His arm would return to normal without any damage, but Yuji would be confused, only coming to the conclusion that it might be Uro's curse technique. It manipulates space without actually crushing anything within it. Uro would then smile and begin to explain her ability to Yuji, telling Yuji that her curse technique treats the sky as if it's a surface. She would then show it off to Yuji, pulling the sky over her as if it was like a blanket. Yuji would sit and stare for a moment and think. He would then ask Uro, why would she be involving herself in a fight like this? Why would you allow someone like Kenjaku to fill your head up with nonsense? She would then tell Yuji, does he think that she accepted Kenjaku's offer simply for shits and giggles? She wouldn't have agreed to Kenjaku's offer if she didn't have regrets in their past life. The culling game was simply a second chance at life. Yuji would sit there for a moment, thinking about what to say next. He would then ask Uro, why would she want to kill people in her second chance of life? If you regretted the way you lived, make up for it now. You say you've had regrets, however, you put in all that effort just for yourself. This comment would piss Uro off. She would get upset and ask Yuji, what does he even know? Just then, Ryu, from the other side of the colony, would have charged his granite blast and sent it straight towards Uro and Yuji. Yuji would have just narrowly dodged out of the way, with Uro bending the sky so it doesn't hit her. Yuji would say to himself that his attack range was pretty insane, but he can't have him intervening in this fight, and he needs to get things under control quickly here. He knows as long as the civilians are with Yuta, they are in good hands, so Yuji would decide to pick up the pace even more. Uro wasn't a big challenge for him, so he would go straight for Ryu first. He would lock eyes with Ryu, with Ryu being amazed that he saw him from all the way over there. Yuji would begin to full sprint towards Ryu, with Ryu noticing Yuji was insanely fast. Ryu would yell sweet and begin to charge up another granite blast, sending it straight towards Yuji. However, Yuji would simply dodge, moving out of the way of every blast. Ryu would then send another wave of granite blast towards Yuji. This time, Yuji would simply leap over them, with Ryu getting even more amazed. Yuji was able to jump off of the ground floor onto the building he was on in one leap. Ryu would laugh, and Yuji would begin to engage combat with Ryu, with Ryu asking Yuji, would he be able to fill his stomach up? Yuji would ask Ryu what he was talking about, with Ryu only saying that he hopes that Yuji can satisfy him. Ryu would then go in, sending a left body shot towards Yuji, but he would block it. He would try to follow up with another attack. However, Yuji would parry it and try to send an attack of his own, with Ryu blocking that one. Yuji would realize that this guy was pretty strong. He has high offensive power and explosive cursed energy. He reacts pretty fast as well. This fight wasn't going to be easy, with Ryu realizing Yuji has an insane amount of cursed energy, so his endurance is off the charts. And it's like every time he hits Yuji, the heat coming off of him is immense. They would then re-engage in combat, with Yuji slashing horizontally. Ryu would dodge and get behind him. However, Yuji would read this easily, backhanding Ryu as he would try to get behind him. Ryu would then realize that this guy's hand-to-hand combat skills are ridiculous. It's like every move he makes is getting read, so he would focus on using cursed energy more. Just then, Ryu would charge of granite blast, point blank range at Yuji. Without having much time to react, Yuji would simply block with the blade, being blasted away through a building. Ryu would try to rush back in and capitalize off the moment. As Yuji would finally catch his footing, Ryu would already be there, charging up another granite blast. Yuji would then kiss his teeth and grip his blade, making the blade a bright red color. He would then use the blade to deflect the granite blast away from him, trying to go in for another attack on Ryu. But Ryu was already prepared, charging another granite blast while Yuji was on top of him. As Yuji would strike down, Ryu would blast him, sending him flying back. Yuji was getting annoyed because Ryu was playing at range, not letting him get close. He had to think of a way to get close to Ryu without him being able to charge his granite blast. However, just behind Yuji, Uro would pop up, charging up a thin icebreaker. Yuji would try to turn his body around midair, but it was already too late. He would then get hit with a thin ice missile, with Ryu yelling at Uro to get out of the way. He would charge a granite blast at her, blasting it, but she would distort the sky, sending it directly back at him. As Yuji would get up from the rubble, something about him would be different. His entire demeanor would have changed. Ever since his battle with Kokushibo, he didn't want to kill anybody else, only if it was curses. However, these two were fighting him to the death, while he was holding back immensely. Yuji wanted to simply knock them out and ask them for their points, but he doesn't think that was an option anymore. He would simply just kill these guys, seeing as they were already reincarnated sorcerers. They shouldn't be alive anyway. Yuji would just stop holding back altogether. Just then, both Uro and Ryu would feel the immense cursed energy coming off of Yuji. It was even more than a Kotsu's cursed energy. Yuji, without wasting any time, would immediately jump up, straight towards Uro. Before she could realize, he would grab her by the leg and slam her down to the ground. As she would try to get up, Yuji would already be behind her, hitting her with a combo, not giving her any type of breathing room. She would realize that there was nothing she could do. With the sudden growth of strength that Yuji just had, all of his punches felt like a burning hot rod hitting her. Just then, Ryu would scream, telling them not to forget about him, as he would shoot a granite blast towards Yuji, but Yuji didn't want to pay him any mind. He was going to take out Uro first, and then deal with Ryu. He would simply deflect the granite blast, and charge back at Uro. Ryu would get pissed, seeing that his blast just got deflected like it was nothing. He would laugh and tell Yuji that he has a hunger that he needs to satiate. Yuji would simply ignore him and continue rushing down Uro. As he would get close to her, she would attempt to distort the sky using her technique, but Yuji was simply too fast for her. Just as she would be grabbing the sky, Yuji would already be in front of her. However, just as Yuji would be about to attack her, he would get hit with a granite blast on the side. With Ryu rushing in, yelling at Yuji, Yuji would kiss his teeth and tell Ryu to stay out of his way. He would deal with him in a little bit. Uro would get pissed off, seeing as she was being taken very lightly. Yuji would tell both of them that they're going to die here. You should have lived your first life with no regrets, because now you'll die with those same regrets that you had. Ryu would laugh and tell Yuji is he so sure. Both Ryu and Uro would know that they couldn't beat Yuji by regular means, so they would both have to step it up. As all three of them will be standing there, waiting for the next person's move, the tensions would only begin to rise. Just then, both Uro and Ryu would scream domain expansion, but they would both be confused to ask why Yuji wouldn't use his domain. There was no way that someone who was that strong and had access to reverse curse technique didn't have a domain. But Yuji wouldn't care for any of it. He would demolish both their domains right here. Going for Uro first, he would slash at her arm, cutting it off, and then slash 3 more times, quicker than any of them could see. Those 3 slashes would cut deep into Uro's torso, causing her domain to collapse, with Ryu's domain taking advantage over hers. Ryu would think that it was his victory. However, Yuji wasn't done. Inside of Ryu's own domain, he would begin to get comboed, beat up to the point where he couldn't do anything even inside his own domain. As Yuji was seemingly in the zone, he would continue to beat on Ryu, finishing off his combo with a black flash, making both barriers collapse in under 5 seconds. As the domains would break, the bug curse spirit that Yuji had thought he defeated earlier would come back, attempting to lunge back at him, screaming that it loves the taste of iron. With Uro and Ryu focusing on Yuji, saying that they weren't going to give up yet, Yuji would simply say, "No, we're done here." Yuji would then say, domain expansion, Solar Cathedral. As all three of them would get engulfed inside of Yuji's domain, they would all look shocked, as the area they would be in would look like it was nothing but a clear sky, with the sun shining bright from above. Yuji would simply stand there and stare at all of them, saying it was all over now. Uro would then begin to realize that the heat in the area was picking up, and it was picking up at a rapid pace. The first one to go down from the effects of the domain would be the bug curse that Yuji had taken out earlier. It was as if the heat of the sun was beaming down, burning all of them alive. The air in the domain was also getting hotter, which made it harder to breathe. Yuji would simply walk towards the bug curse with his blade in hand. He would send 3 quick slashes at the curse, exercising it again, saying that it was finished this time. Then he would begin to walk towards Uro. She would try to retaliate, but she was simply suffocating on the hot air. She would attempt to use her technique. However, the conditions inside of the domain were just too brutal for her to do anything. Yuji would tell Uro to give him her points, and she would be able to live. She would simply tell Yuji that she gives up. Just then, he would begin to walk towards Ryu. He had already dropped to his knees from the conditions of the domain. Ryu would say to himself, a domain like this is ridiculous. It's so hot, he can barely move, and the air is so hot that every time he breathes in, it's like millions of needles stabbing at his lungs over and over. He would then tell Ryu the same thing he said to Uro. Give me your points and I won't kill either of you, but this is your last and final offer. They would both agree to these conditions, as then Yuji would turn off his domain, getting both the points from Uro and Ryu, telling both of them, just because they live with regrets doesn't mean they need to make other people have them. You should have lived life the way you wanted the first time you had it. Yuji would then simply walk away, as the two would be sitting there confused to as why someone this strong would only want to live the way he's living right now. Yuji would then regroup with Yuta and tell him that he took care of the players that were in the Sandai colony. He would then give his points to Yuta and tell him that he was going to try to find the others, telling Yuta to regroup with Megami when he gets the people to safety. He was going to help out as many people as he could so no one would die. He would tell Yuta that he would be going to the Tokyo No. 2 colony because he knows there's a player there with 100 points, and if they could get those points, they would be able to leave the culling games and save Megami's sister. He would then toss Yuta his blade back and tell him to be careful, as Yuji would head on his way. As he would get to the Tokyo No. 2 colony, he would hear a large explosion in the background. He would rush towards the explosion. He would see Panda with a head on his stick and a player who was laughing at him. Before the player would be able to finish off Panda, Yuji would jump down and crash next to him. He would look at Panda and ask him if he's okay, with Panda just being happy that Yuji was there. Just then, the player would ask who the hell Yuji was, with Yuji asking the same thing. The player would introduce themselves as Kashimo, with Yuji introducing himself as well. Yuji would try to say that he doesn't want to fight Kashimo and would simply ask him for his points, but Kashimo would look at Yuji dumbfounded, telling him that he's going to have to earn his points. Yuji would sigh and say so he was just like everybody else. He would immediately rush in, attempting to throw an attack on Kashimo, but Kashimo would block and Yuji would feel a sting from the block, realizing that Kashimo's cursed energy was kinda like Hikari's, except the property of it was lightning. Yuji would look down at his hand and shake it off. Kashimo would then say that this guy was strong. His cursed energy trait had took effect, however, Yuji barely seemed to be affected by it. Kashimo would then ask Yuji if they could make a deal together. If Yuji were to win this fight, he would be able to use his 100 points. But if Yuji is still up and kicking after this fight, he wants Yuji to tell him as much as he knows about Sukuna. Yuji would then ask Kashimo what he wants with Sukuna, with Kashimo saying that he simply wants to fight him. But just as they would be about to engage in combat, Hikari would come crashing down. He would scream Yuji's name, asking him how the hell did he get here so fast. He would tell Hikari to not worry about that. Kashimo would be getting annoyed because Hikari had interrupted their fight. Kashimo would have accumulated enough electricity and sent it flying at Hikari for interrupting their fight. As it would get close to Hikari, it would then blast his arm off. He would then try to hurry up and finish Hikari so he could continue fighting Yuji. However, Hikari would then kick Kashimo in the face, sending him flying back. Kashimo would have been confused at how Hikari could counter so fast. Just as he would look up again, Hikari would be right in front of him with the arm that he had blown off, regrown. He would punch Kashimo in the face, sending him back a little more. Kashimo would then realize that Hikari had some weird music flowing around him. The music was ending, and the flow of the cursed energy was slowing down at the same time. Yuji would ask Hikari if he needed help here, with Hikari telling him not to worry. He's got everything settled over here. He would tell Yuji to simply take Panda and go regroup with Megami. Kashima would get absolutely livid, seeing that he wanted to fight Yuji. Yuji seemed way stronger than this guy, so why was he being a coward and running away? He would then say Yuji wasn't going anywhere, and they would both fight him right here, right now. Yuji would get annoyed, seeing as he really didn't want to fight Kashima. However, Kashima wasn't taking no for an answer. He would immediately rush at Yuji, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. However, from the moment he would engage, he would realize he was severely outclassed. Not only was Yuji countering every attack that he was throwing at him, no matter how fast Kashima thought he was, Yuji was simply faster. As Kashima would begin to back up, he would smile as his electrical discharge would be ready. It didn't matter how strong Yuji was, if this were to hit him, it would do significant damage to him. He would lock it onto Yuji and shoot it. Yuji would see the charge coming towards him. He would attempt to simply dodge out of the way, but he would notice that it was following him. Realizing that he couldn't get away from it, he would decide to take it head on. Seeing that it blasted Akari's hand off, he would reinforce his arms with as much cursed energy as he could. He would block the lightning bolt with his arm. However, his arm would have essentially fallen numb due to the property of the cursed energy. But seeing as Kashima wasn't able to immediately discharge another electricity bolt, he would realize that Kashima had to charge his electricity before he could discharge it again. Akari would then scream, "Don't ignore me," while rushing in at Kashima. He would tell Yuji that he needed to go regroup with Megami so he can give him his points. Yuji would reluctantly agree with Akari and tell him not to die. He would then grab Panda and begin to find his way to where Megami was. As a little time would pass, Yuji would have found Megami with the girl named Angel. Megami would have been sleeping. He would ask Angel if Megami was okay, and she would tell Yuji that he was perfectly fine. He had only exhausted himself a bit. Just then, a man would come through the door greeting Yuji, this being Takaba. Just then, Megami would have woken up. Angel would have turned around and asked Megami, did he sleep well? With Megami asking, how long was he asleep? Angel would have told him for quite some time. He had exhausted himself pretty badly. Yuji would apologize to Megami for not being there. Yuji wanted to make sure that they would have been able to gather more points so they could save his sister. Megami would have told Yuji it was alright and he didn't need to worry. Just then, Yuji would have showed Megami that he has over 200 points, and as they would look at the other players, they would see that Hikari had gotten 100 points as well. He would reassure Megami, telling him that they had reached their quota and that they can save his sister. Megami would take a sigh of relief. They would then begin to plan on what they want to do next. They would need to make a rule in order for them to be able to exit the culling game, but they would still worry because they didn't know how many points they might need to exit the culling game. Megami would then ask permission to use Hana and Takaba's points just in case they didn't have enough, or Hana and Takaba would say that they were fine with Megami using his points. Megami would then tell Hana that they had been looking for someone who goes by the name of Angel. They were supposed to be in Tokyo numbered colony 2. He would ask Hana if she was the Angel and why a rival player would help him. This is when a mouth would grow on Hana's cheek, surprising Megami and Yuji, with Yuji thinking to himself that this girl was exactly like him. Angel would then tell the group that she wants to take all incarnated players and make them targets for elimination. She would say that most of them will suppress and destroy their vessel's consciousness when incarnating, either it be intentionally or subconsciously. It's not something that should be happening, and it goes against the laws of God. It's why they've chosen to coexist with Hana. Megami would ask Angel if their curse technique could return an incarnate player back to what they were before the incarnation. Angel would tell him that they couldn't say for sure, but 99% of the time, they would die. Since the incarnation is the fusion of a cursed object and living flesh, naturally separating either one from the other would be difficult. She would then ask Megami, did he want her to return someone to the original state, while apologizing, saying that they didn't think they could help with that. Megami would then tell her no, what they need Angel to break was a special grade cursed object prison realm. With Angel telling Megami if it's only a seal on cursed objects, then it would be fine. However, they want both Yuji and Megami to help them with one thing, and then they'll break the seal on the prison realm. Megami would ask what it is they want, with Angel saying there's just one thing that they want. There's one among the incarnate players that they must slaughter no matter the cost, this being Sukuna. If they could kill this player, then she would guarantee her assistance for them. Yuji would note that Angel was talking about him and would try to tell Megami in a way that no one else would realize. Megami would realize Yuji isn't usually reactive to things, But he reacted to this, so something must be up. He would come to the conclusion and realize that they might need to kill Yuji in order for things to progress with Angel. But he simply wouldn't allow that. Just then, Angel would then say it was odd. There was an astonishing number of people that were entering the colony right now. Megumi would question Angel, asking if she could sense that. But Angel would say it wasn't her, it was Kagane. She would then tell Kagane to show her the number of players that were added in the last 10 minutes, as the number was already at 800 and rapidly rising. Angel would then tell the group that she suspects that Kenjaku's goal is a mass slaughter of non-sorcerers by cursed spirits, saying that it might be a failsafe in case the Culling Game players don't produce enough cursed energy. With Megami asking, but why would 1,000 normal people come flooding into the colony? As the group would finally be on the move to try to find Tsumiki, a flash grenade would come out of nowhere. Yuji would be the first to see it and kick it out of the way, letting it explode while covering his face. The group would then turn around and see a bunch of military combatants. Megami would wonder why the non-sorcerers who entered the colony were military. He wanted to believe that they would protect the people in the colony. However, they had just threw a stun grenade at them. Just then, the military group would begin to open fire on the group, with Megami realizing that he'll just have to ask them directly. Yuji and Megami would quickly dismantle the military combatants, knocking out the others, while Megami would keep at least one of them conscious. He would tell the guy to tell him everything he knows, but the military combatant would tell him that he doesn't know the exact details, he's just a lowly peon. He would tell Megami that he heard that the cursed energy that they use had been decided to be researched as an alternative energy source. Angel would then tell the group the deaths of so many people would manifest enough cursed energy to fill the colonies. It would conclude the preparation before merging Tengen with the humans of the country. Megami would then begin to get lost in thought, with Yuji putting his hand on his shoulder and simply saying, "Let's save them." Taka would be confused to why they wanted to save the soldiers that wanted to kidnap them and mess with their bodies. Megami would say, but the preparation would be complete if they just ignore them, telling Takaba that Tengen and everyone in this country would be mashed together. Angel would then speak up and say no, telling them that there was already enough cursed energy in the colony number 1, and over 50 sorcerers had died in colony 1 and 2 from combat alone. Yuji would then say so what, with Angel telling him that it was pointless and the results wouldn't change. Yuji would again say so what. Angel would tell Yuji that her and Hana coexist together, therefore Hana's risk were her risk, telling Yuji not to drag her into pointless battles. Yuji would then tell Angel that they weren't allies or anything in the first place, so they could do it themselves. He would tell Angel not to order him around, he doesn't trust her anyway. With Hana asking if he was talking to Angel or her, Yuji would simply stay quiet, with Megami noting something was off with Yuji. Yuji would begin to walk off to continue saving other people, and Megami would begin to follow him. Megami would then begin to start talking to Yuji, telling him that that wasn't like him. Yuji would say, "Is it?" Megami would tell Yuji that he would normally care more about Hana's feelings, or anybody's feelings in that matter. Yuji would then tell Megami, after reuniting with him, he just doesn't want anybody else to die. He doesn't want anybody else to end up like Kugasaki, nor does he want anybody to replace her. Megami would look down and tell Yuji not to be stupid, with Yuji saying he'll apologize later, with Megami saying you'd better. Some time would pass and they would begin to meet up with Maki. Maki would then begin to tell them that Choso had told her that Kenjaku had captured Tengen. She would then tell them that they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Kenjaku through conventional means, and that the only good thing to come out of it was that the back of the prison realm was still safe. Yuji would then ask, why hasn't the merger started then? Megami would say, we don't know why, but maybe the merger can't be started yet, or maybe he just doesn't want to. Yuji would say, this probably wasn't something they could figure out on their own. It's best that they just focus on Megami's sister first. They would then begin to plan about how they were going to use their points to change the rules, with Maki deciding to start allowing players to withdraw from the culling games first. Megami would attempt to ask Kagane to add the rule, but it would be rejected. He would then ask Kagane how about a player being able to withdraw from the culling game by inviting a new player from outside the colony as a substitute, but it would also be rejected. Just then, Kagane would add a proposal saying that a player may withdraw from the culling game by inviting a new player from the outside the colony as a substitute and spending 100 points. Megami would try to find a workaround for this, but Kagane would not budge, so Megami would simply accept the proposal. Just then, he would tell Maki to bring Sumiki into the colony for him. As Sumiki would head into the barrier, The transfer would have sent her directly in front of Megami, with Yuji saying to himself that she sure was lucky. She would introduce herself to Yuji and thank him for taking care of Megami. Megami would then tell the group that they just need to finish this quickly and call for Kagane. He would give Sumiki 100 points and tell her to withdraw from the culling games. However, instead of withdrawing, Sumiki would add a rule. She would ask Kagane to please allow free entry and exit from the colonies. Yuji, Megami, and Hana would be shocked as Sumiki would stare at Megami, and Megami would look back at her, asking who she was. She would begin to laugh and tell Megami that she was his big sister. Megami had assumed that Sumiki was the awakened type and not the incarnated type. Sumiki would laugh and say that it was funny. With Megami asking her again who she was, she would then begin to reintroduce herself, saying that she was Yorozu. Megami would ask her why after all this time. Yorozu would say that he came to her with his plans and gave her 100 points for free, which she was happy to accept. She hadn't fought someone for 1,000 years, so she wanted to choose where and who she was to fight, and her first choice would be Sukuna. She would then use a technique, growing wings on her back, and begin to fly up. She would then tell the group that she would be waiting, and she would begin to fly off. Hana would then tell them that they should go after her, but just before Yuji could take another step, Sukuna would then say the words "Enchain." Sukuna would then take over Yuji's body. First person he would go after was Angel. Knocking her out, he would then stand up and look at Megami. He would tell him that he cut a vow with the boy, saying that he wouldn't kill or hurt anyone for 1 minute. Megami would realize that Sukuna had taken over Yuji's body and would ask him why. Sukuna would then say, "The rest of this is a gamble. You have great potential, and I've learned quite a few things in this boy's body. However, I'm simply tired of being a prisoner." He would begin to pour cursed energy into one of his fingers, ripping it off. Sukuna would then begin to laugh, saying that Yuji was a complete dumbass. The vow that was set not to hurt anyone didn't include Yuji himself. Megami would then immediately begin to attempt to summon Maharaga. But before Megami could even get the hand signs up, Sukuna would teleport over and grab him, forcing his mouth open and shoving the fingers down his throat. As Yuji would regain control, Sukuna would say in Megami's body, "Remember when I said things were going to get interesting?" Yuji would call out for Megami. However, Megami wouldn't respond. Sukuna would then flash step in front of Yuji and punch him in the gut. Yuji would be sent flying, crashing through buildings and landing on top of another building. Just then, Hana would appear before Sukuna, with Angel telling her that before he takes further root into the body, they must tear the two apart and extinguish him. Hana would then begin to scream, "Give him back," using Jacob's ladder on Sukuna. Sukuna would put on his act, acting like he had transformed back into Megami, throwing Hana off guard. Angel would scream to Hana, telling her no, as Hana would go in for a hug on Megami. Sukuna would then bite onto Hana, ripping her arm off, and then throwing her off a building. Yuji would have seen how Sukuna had just almost killed Hana. He had been doing everything perfectly. Everything had been going according to his plans. All it took was one single moment for everything to fall apart. And again, it was all Yuji's fault. He ate that finger from the beginning. So many people had died because of him, and now so many more people will die because Sukuna was set free. Yuji was tired, and he wanted to end all of this right now. He would jump from the building he was launched to, all the way to Sukuna, yelling his name. Sukuna knew that Yuji was incredibly strong, but he wasn't this strong. Yuji would then start attacking Sukuna with no regard of form, just doing anything and everything to kill Sukuna and get Megami back. Sukuna would realize something was different about Yuji. Yuji's eyes were usually always pale and seemed like they were dead. However, Yuji would have rings in his eyes, and you could see immense rage on his face. They would begin to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Sukuna would have the slight edge, being more experienced, but that was all he had. Yuji would ask Sukuna, why can't he just live normally? Why does he have to tear everything apart? Why can't Sukuna live without bringing suffering to other people? Sukuna would then back up and send a slash towards Yuji, slashing at his torso. Yuji would have no way to dodge this and be hit directly by it. Sukuna would then tell Yuji, "To me, the real question is, why are you all so weak? Why do such weaklings cling so fiercely to life? Their suffering is natural, and people like him are meant to be chewed up." Yuji would then tell Sukuna, "Then let's see if you can chew up me and my suffering. Sukuna would simply say, try me. Yuji would be telling Sukuna that he wanted to see if he could chew up him and his suffering. However, Sukuna would know that he was at a very big disadvantage. Not only was he not going to be able to beat Yuji in hand-to-hand combat, his cursed energy output was falling way below than what he actually wanted it to. He couldn't operate properly, and Yuji was simply a beast. So for right now, he would have to play for time. Yuji would waste no time, rushing in straight at Sukuna. Sukuna would simply laugh, diving into his shadow and summoning Rapid Escape, causing Yuji to be pushed back by the barrage of rabbits. Yuji would already be pissed off, so he would wave his hands, smacking majority of the rabbits away. He would scan around looking for Sukuna, but he couldn't find him. Just then, from behind Yuji, out of his shadow, Sukuna would come out of it and strike Yuji. He would begin to hit Yuji with a small combo, and as Yuji would turn around, Sukuna would duck back into the shadow. And at the same time, without Yuji realizing, Nue would have struck him the same time he turned around. It wasn't doing a crazy amount of damage, but still, Yuji knew that if he took a cumulative damage, over time, things would get bad for him. Just then, Sukuna would pop out of a shadow quite the distance from Yuji. Yuji would see Sukuna and begin dashing at him again, but this was exactly what Sukuna wanted. Sukuna would touch the ground. Using Cleave, he would spread out the attack in front of him, causing the ground to turn into rubble. This would catch Yuji off guard, and he would trip. Sukuna would immediately capitalize off the moment, rushing in at Yuji. And before Yuji could catch himself, Yuji would send a kick directly towards Yuji's face. Sukuna would then tell Yuji, it doesn't matter how good your eyes are, boy. If you can't dodge the attack, you still get hit by it. You're just a child who's throwing a fit. You should know your place. That kick would have sent Yuji into a nearby building as Yuji would begin to get pissed off. But Yuji would realize Sukuna was right. Yuji's never fought like this. He's never been this angry before fighting. He would need to calm down in order for him to be able to do anything. But for some reason right now, he just couldn't. It was like everything inside of Yuji was finally catching up to him. All the rage and anger, all of his failures, everything that he's done wrong, it was catching up to him in this moment right now. And he just couldn't help himself. Yuji would then begin to climb up out of the rubble. He would stare down Sukuna and tell him to give Fushiguro back. Sukuna would laugh at him and say that he didn't feel like it. Instead of rushing in this time, Yuji would stomp on the ground, causing rubble to be flung up into the air. Yuji would then swing around, kicking the rubble straight towards Sukuna. Sukuna would laugh and yell at Yuji, telling him that he's finally using his brain. Sukuna would block the rubble. However, he didn't realize Yuji was using that to blindside his view. Yuji would immediately close the distance in on Sukuna, hitting him in the right, sending a powerful punch straight towards his chest. Sukuna would have just barely blocked the attack. However, the damage from the attack was still there. Yuji's punches had some incredible weight behind it. Yuji would then send a left knee, with Sukuna blocking that one as well. Yuji would try to send a left, however, Sukuna would see this, grabbing his arm and sending 2 quick jabs of his own. But Yuji would see this, he would parry both the jabs, and proceed to break himself free from Sukuna's grasp. He would then send an overhead kick towards Sukuna, that Sukuna would barely be able to block in time. Sukuna would begin to get nervous, because he knew that his cursed output was getting lower and lower, and he didn't know if he could keep this up with Yuji on the offensive like he is. The gamble wasn't just to see if Yuji was able to hurt himself, the gamble was also to see if he was going to be able to beat Yuji, and be able to escape, but at the moment his odds weren't looking so good. The kick would have put some distance in between Sukuna and Yuji, so trying to take this opportunity, Sukuna would duck back into his shadow. He knew that when he transferred, Urarame would have probably been able to notice his presence, and they would probably be heading this way. So for right now, he would play for time. Sukuna knew that he probably wasn't going to be able to beat Yuji in his current state. However, he would use everything in his power that he could to simply buy some time. Yuji was out to kill him, so he knew it wouldn't be an easy task, but he was going to do it. Yuji would try to scan the area, trying to find out where Sukuna went, but since Sukuna was in his shadow, he couldn't use his transparent world to see around him. He would have to rely on all his other senses to be able to find out where Sukuna was. If Yuji even felt the slightest vibration of movement from around him, he was going to strike. Just then, from Yuji's shadow, something would begin to emerge. Yuji would turn around and strike immediately. However, it would just be a single rabbit that Sukuna sent out, throwing him off track. Yuji would kiss his lips, as he would believe Sukuna would be trying to come from behind him, setting him up like that. Yuji would turn around, only to see nothing. Sukuna would have then came out of the same shadow that he sent the rabbit out of, coming up with Nue, striking Yuji in the back. Yuji would be slightly stunned, and Sukuna would realize this, sending another attack, kicking Yuji in his face, sending him flying. Yuji would immediately regain his footing. However, when he looked back up, Sukuna was already gone again. Yuji would scream out and call Sukuna a coward. You're supposed to be the strongest sorcerer in history, the king of curses. Why are you running away from a 16-year-old boy? Sukuna knew that Yuji was just throwing in baseless insults and would begin to chuckle, telling Yuji that true and true he is just a kid. He would tell Yuji not to confuse his genius for cowardice. Sukuna would send Nue at Yuji again, but Yuji would see it this time, dodging. As Yuji would dodge the attack, Sukuna would come out of Nue's shadow and begin to touch the ground. He would then use Cleave to demolish the area around him. Yuji would jump in the air, but that's what Sukuna wanted. Sukuna would then send a dismantle directly towards Yuji. However, it wasn't aimed at Yuji. Yuji would realize this and turn around, as behind him, he would see a building falling on top of him. He could do nothing but watch as the building fell on top of him, while hearing Sukuna laughing in the background. All of this was only making Yuji angrier and angrier. Yuji knew that he was faster and stronger than Sukuna, so why was he losing? Every time Yuji made a move, it seemed as if Sukuna was 10 steps ahead of him. He knew Sukuna was simply buying time and he couldn't do anything. Yuji had had enough. He was going to end this fight right now. Yuji would break out of the rubble and see Sukuna standing there with a smile on his face. He would ask Yuji if that was really all he had. Yuji would look at Sukuna and say no. Just then, Yuji would make hand signs, and Sukuna would let off a nervous smile. Yuji would then say, domain, but just before he could finish his domain expansion, he would hear someone from the side. They would say, maximum output, frost calm, as a wave of ice would then freeze over Yuji. Sukuna would look over and see Urarame and begin to smile. He would say that they had them nervous for a second, telling Urarame it was always great to see them. Urarame would get on their knees and thank Sukuna for the blessing, asking Sukuna what the situation was and if he wanted them to kill the boy. Sukuna would laugh at Urarame and tell them they probably wouldn't be able to kill Yuji even if they really tried, also saying that even right now he wasn't able to kill Yuji. His cursed output was simply too low and that Urarame needed to prepare the bath. Urarame would tell Sukuna that they had already prepared the bath for him. Sukuna would praise Urarame and tell them that they always pay attention to details. Just then, the ice wave that Urarame sent would begin to crack. It would then begin to shatter. Yuji would be sitting there seething with rage. Urarame would attempt to use Frost Calm again, but Yuji would already be in front of them. He would punch them in the gut, sending them flying. He would then turn towards Sukuna, with Sukuna simply smiling. Sukuna would clap his hands and begin to praise Yuji. He knew that Yuji was strong, but this was just another class of strong. He could only praise the boy, seeing as he valued strength more than anything. Just then, Sukuna would abruptly stop. Yuji would make hand signs again, getting ready to expand his domain, when yet again, he would be stopped by someone else. Kenjaku would have used his anti-gravity technique reversal on Yuji, causing him to be planted into the ground. Yuji would try to use all his strength to get up, but it was useless. Kenjaku would land next to Sukuna, telling him that they need to kill the boy. Since Sukuna had switched vessels, there wasn't really any need for him anymore, and he was going to be a problem in the future if they let him live. Sukuna would tell Kenjaku where's the fun in that. He wants to be able to fight Yuji with all 20 of his fingers and show the boy that his strength means absolutely nothing. He wants to crush Yuji's ideals while he's at his peak, and he won't be able to do that as he is right now. He would tell Kenjaku to continue holding Yuji down while he goes and retrieves Urarame. They would go to the bath to sink Megumi's soul deeper, and then they were going to kill his sister to sink it even deeper. Yuji could do nothing but listen on in horror as he was crushed under the weight by Kenjaku's technique. He would tell himself to get up over and over, but it was useless. Nothing he could do, no matter how strong he was, he just wasn't able to get up. He would watch as Sukuna grabbed Urarame, and then Sukuna would proceed to summon Nue, telling Kenjaku to hurry up and get on. Yuji would watch as all three of them would take off on Nue, helpless and unable to do anything. As they would finally get out of range, Yuji would have been released from Kenjaku's technique. However, he would just lay there. It happened again. Yuji had failed. He was absolutely useless yet again. But this would be the one that broke him. All of this happened because of him. He could have killed Kenjaku in Shibuya. If he didn't leave Choso and Esso to deal with him, he could have killed him and Esso wouldn't be dead. If he would have killed Mahito the first time, Kugasaki wouldn't be dead and all the other sorcerers wouldn't be dead either. He could have went with Gojo and helped him deal with all the other curses. Yet instead, Kenjaku was alive because of him. All those sorcerers and innocent people had died because of him. And now, just when he thought when everything was going smoothly, Megumi had his body taken, and it was all because of him. Just then, Maki would arrive. She would see Yuji on the ground and think the worst. She would walk over and shake him, but realize he was still breathing and he was awake. Just as she was about to ask Yuji what had happened, Yuji would begin to scream at the top of his lungs. He couldn't take it anymore. He had all the strength in the world, and yet somehow, he's still failing at every aspect. He was supposed to live by his grandfather's words, and yet somehow, he just can't do it. He was supposed to be able to save as many people as he could, and yet he wasn't able to save anyone. Everyone around him would die. He was tired, and simply wanted all this to be over with. He would get up and look Maki in her eye. She would look back at him, and simply tell him that everything was going to be alright. As the sorcerers would regroup, Yuji would be relieved to see that Angel was still alive. At least somebody survived. The group would then plan on how they intended on unsealing Gojo Satoru, with Yuji's demeanor being a lot more serious. Everybody would notice, but nobody would say anything. They would then begin to plan on how they would be able to save Fushiguro. They all knew that they would probably have to kill Sukuna in the process, but they didn't know if that was going to kill Fushiguro as well. Choso would walk over and give Yuji a book. He would say that the back of the Prism Realm and Yuki's research records about the soul were entrusted to him. He wanted Yuji to take the book. Yuji would gladly take it, telling Choso that he'll do anything to be able to kill Sukuna. Choso would also bring up the fact that he still has his death-painting brothers, and Yuji might be able to consume those just like he consumed Sukuna's fingers. Yuji would ask Choso if that was really fine, with him saying, as long as they can go on living inside of you, everything is fine. With the preparations being ready, everybody would be ready to unseal Gojo. They would go to one of the Jujutsu High training grounds. In order for them to have an open space, they would signal Hana, and she would use Jacob's ladder on the prison realm. Everyone would call out for Gojo, but Yuji would be able to see through the smoke, not being able to see Gojo there, wondering where could he have possibly gone. Gojo had other plans, however. He intended on going straight to Kenjaku to kill him. This is where everything would pretty much go the same, where Gojo setting the date for December 24th, making it a death anniversary. Meanwhile, with Sukuna, Urarame would have found majority of Sukuna's fingers, besides them not being able to find the last finger. Sukuna would say that was fine, and he would be able to make it up. He would also tell Urarame that he found out something interesting. The breathing technique that the brat uses, it can be accessible by anybody. The breathing itself wasn't the technique, it was the styles that came with it after. During this entire month, Sukuna would have been training using total concentration breathing to prepare himself to battle Gojo Satoru. As we turn back to Gojo, Gojo would be talking to Shoko and Ijichi. That's when Ino and Yuji would walk into the room. Yuji would tell Gojo that he believes he has an idea, and he believes Sukuna will be able to do it as well. It's only a hunch, but he believes Gojo should try to do it as well. The entire time he's been gone, he's been trying to train the other students to do it as well. Yuji would tell Gojo that he would like to teach him total concentration breathing. Yuji thought that it was a part of his technique. However, the breathing style was his technique, not the breathing itself. Gojo would smile at Yuji and say that he was willing to learn something from his student. As the month would go by, they would do nothing but train. Gojo would be training with Yuji, while Yuji would be training with everybody else as well, making sure all of them got total concentration down, even if only the basics. The day before the 24th, everyone would be asking what would be going on, as Gojo would tell them he would be fighting Sukuna first, and didn't want anybody to intervene. Yuji would jump in and ask Gojo why wouldn't he let him join him. Gojo would tell Yuji that this was simply just something he wanted to do. Yuji would get upset and tell Gojo that this wasn't something that they could just do for fun. This was life or death. Gojo would look at Yuji seriously. He would ask him if he thought that he didn't think that at all. Yuji would say no, but Gojo would interrupt him. He understands that this is a life or death battle. However, if something were to happen and you were to jump in and I can't protect you, that would be on me. He would tell Yuji that he knows that Sukuna wasn't just sitting around idly, waiting for them to get stronger. Sukuna didn't have all of his fingers the first time they met. However, knowing that he probably has to fight him, I don't think Sukuna would have sat idly by and done nothing. Yuji would be frustrated, but he understood. He would then tell Gojo to please not die then. He doesn't want to sit idly by and watch someone else that he cares about die. He just wouldn't be able to take it. Gojo would stare at Yuji and smile. He would tell him not to worry, because he was definitely going to win the fight. As the next day would come about, the tensions would be at an all-time high. Everyone would send Gojo off towards his battle with Sukuna, with Yuji making sure that Gojo was in his best spirits before he got sent off. But the fight would go on just as it normally does, with Gojo doing a little bit better since he had total concentration breathing. But since Sukuna had it as well, it would go on pretty much the same. With sadly, Gojo Satoru would lose his life to Sukuna. Yuji would be watching on in horror, as Gojo would be cleaved in half. Another person that he cared about died at the hands of Sukuna, another one of his mistakes, and he was going to finish it right now. Kashima would tell the group to step aside and that he'll be the one to fight Sukuna next. Yuji would stare directly into Kashima's soul and tell him, I don't care what you want to do. I'm going down there and I'm going to kill Sukuna right now. Kashima would be shaken a little bit, These were simply the words of a 16-year-old boy, and yet the weight he felt behind them were absolutely immense. However, Kashima would tell Yuji that he's been waiting hundreds of years for this, and he wasn't going to let some kid get in his way. He would begin bickering with Yuji, with Yuta just telling Yuji to let him go in, and once he finishes his fight with Sukuna, they can begin the next phase of their plan. Kashima would jump in, and just like regular, he would get turned into a waffle. As the fight between Sukuna and Kashima would come to an end, Yuji would waste no time. Even though Kashima had gotten himself killed for wanting to fight Sukuna alone, that was still yet again another person that Sukuna had killed. He was going to finish this right here and right now. Yuji would drop down to the battlefield with a new sword in hand. He would stare down Sukuna. He would tell Sukuna that he has one more chance. He could give Fushiguro back right now, or just die. Sukuna would begin to laugh. He would ask Yuji, after all of this time, does he really think that he'll just willingly give it up? He would tell Yuji that he would have to cut down his ideals in order for him to do anything that he wanted. Yuji would say that was fine, and that this was all coming to an end right now. Yuji would notice that Sukuna was in his incarnated form, so there were no more hiding in shadows for him. Sukuna knew that as well. He would have to fight Yuji head on. Yuji wouldn't be holding anything back this time. He would immediately activate Flowing Red Scale, something he had been practicing with Choso during that month. He couldn't use Flowing Red Scale stack. However, for Yuji, this was enough to catch Sukuna off guard. With a sudden burst of speed, he would dash directly next to Sukuna, slicing one of his arms off. Sukuna would let off a smile, realizing that the brat has got even stronger than he was. Yuji would be about to swing down yet again to cut off another arm. However, Sukuna would quickly send dismantles directly at Yuji. Yuji would then use domain amplification to nullify the slashes. Sukuna would kiss his teeth. He would realize that the brat had come fully prepared for him. However, that was not going to stop him. Sukuna would then touch the ground, using cleave, trying to throw Yuji off balance. However, Yuji would see this, jumping into the air before Sukuna could get the cleave off. However, Sukuna was hoping that he would jump. He would send dismantles directly at Yuji, and with his cursed tool, he would send lightning strikes on top of Yuji as well. However, Yuji would use his 11th form, Fake Rainbow. The dismantles would look like they had got Yuji. However, just then, Sukuna would realize that it was simply an afterimage and Yuji was directly behind him. Sukuna would attempt to turn around and crack Yuji across the face. However, Yuji would then use his 10th form, flipping behind Sukuna, slicing vertically, and sending a gash through Sukuna's torso. Sukuna would realize that with the way the fight was going, things would not turn out the way he wanted, and he was going to die. He would then scream at Yuji, telling him if he kills him, Megami would also die, trying to get into Yuji's head as a last-ditch effort. However, Yuji wasn't listening to him. He had a plan devised already, and it was working without Sukuna even realizing. Yuji would have created a binding vow for every time Yuji would strike using one of his techniques. It would slash at the barrier between Sukuna and Megami's soul. In exchange, the effects of his techniques would be highly dampened. Anytime Yuji would land a sun-breathing form, the barrier between Sukuna and Megami's soul would begin to falter. He wanted Sukuna to believe that he was simply trying to kill him. However, he was still trying to save Fushiguro. Sukuna was so focused on the battle, however, he didn't realize that the barrier between him and Fushiguro's soul was being dampened. Just as Gojo had made him nervous, Yuji was also making him nervous, with him believing Yuji could potentially kill him if he's not careful. Sukuna had already been weakened from his fight with Gojo, and he wasn't able to expand a domain, so things weren't looking good for Sukuna at all. He couldn't use the 10 shadows anymore because he had fully transformed into his incarnated form. He also couldn't beat Yuji in hand-to-hand combat, so even if he wanted to try to refresh his technique by landing a Black Flash, he would have to be able to land it on Yuji, and doing that right now seemed absolutely impossible. Yuji was able to read every last one of his attacks, even with 4 arms and 2 mouths. Nothing seemed to be working. Sukuna would attempt to send slashes at Yuji again. However, they were just countered yet again by the domain amplification. He would attempt to strike Yuji. However, Yuji would just dodge those and counterattack. Sukuna then realized why they sent Yuji alone down here. Yuji was seemingly the perfect counter to him. Everything that gave Sukuna an advantage against other sorcerers were absolutely useless against Yuji. Yuji would then use his 8th form, using Sunflower Thrust, striking Sukuna directly in the heart. This time, Sukuna could feel it. That attack alone did major damage to the barrier between his and Megami's soul. Yuji would then tell Fushiguro to wake up, even though it had reached Fushiguro. Fushiguro wasn't fighting back. He had given up after his sister had died, and it made it even worse since Gojo died as well. He didn't want to fight anymore. What was the purpose? With this pause in the battle, Sukuna was given his first opening. He would crack Yuji in the face, sending black sparks off of it. Yuji would have been struck by the attack since he was distracted with Fushiguro. He didn't think Sukuna would strike him in that moment. He thought he would have been able to get to Fushiguro's soul and free him from Sukuna's grasp. However, that one black flash was enough to refresh Sukuna's technique. Sukuna would let off a devious smile and say that he shouldn't have got distracted. Sukuna took his chance and it paid off, and Yuji was going to die for it. With Yuji being knocked back from the black flash, Sukuna would immediately activate hand signs. Yuji would realize what Sukuna was doing and activate hand signs of his own. They would both shout out domain expansion. However, Sukuna's domain was incomplete, and with Yuji still having plenty of cursed energy, his domain was absolutely flawless. And even though Sukuna's domain was still flawed, it would still clash with Yuji's. However, Yuji would take the initiative and begin another assault on Sukuna. Sukuna would attempt to use Hollow Wicker Basket. However, Yuji was too fast for him, slicing off one of his lower arms. Right now, Sukuna was only left with his top right arm and his bottom left arm. Sukuna wouldn't have enough cursed energy to use RCT, so he was stuck. Yuji would then use his 13th form on Sukuna, making sure each slash wasn't enough to kill him. Yuji would then finish off the 13th form, palm striking Sukuna in the gut, crashing him into his own domain, causing his domain to fall, while Yuji's domain would begin to take over. That strike would have also made Sukuna throw up multiple fingers. He would have been confused. Why was he throwing up fingers? Then he would realize something. His cursed energy output had dropped from what it was earlier. He didn't know if it was the brat's doing or not, but then he would think back on when he was stabbed earlier. Yuji was able to communicate with Fushiguro, so Yuji had to have done something. However, Sukuna would then realize that he was inside of Yuji's domain. Yuji would look at Sukuna and tell him one more time, "I'm giving you one more chance. Give me Fushiguro back, and you won't have to die. You can re-enter my body and live, or die as you are now." Sukuna would laugh at Yuji, calling him weak. He would tell him to stop showing him sympathy, and that he doesn't want it, especially not from him. Sukuna is a curse through and through, and he won't accept anything from someone like him. Yuji would let out a deep breath and say he did try. Yuji's domain would then begin to fry Sukuna. He couldn't use Hollow Wickered Basket or domain amplification because his cursed energy was burnt out. He was simply forced to take the effects of the domain head on, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. Yuji would tell Sukuna to try to live a better life in his next life. Maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way if he wasn't the kind of person he was. Sukuna would simply laugh and tell Yuji that things only happened this way because Sukuna was weak. If he ever did get the chance in the next life, he would be even more greedy than he already was. Yuji's greed overpowered him, and that was it. There wasn't anything else to it. Yuji would tell Sukuna that the only reason he was so greedy was because of him. He took everything from Yuji. Yuji just wanted to live a normal life where he could save as many people as he could. However, ever since he ate the finger, everything had just gone to shit. He would offer Sukuna one last time. Yuji would collapse his domain and tell Sukuna, "I will give you one more chance to transfer back inside of me. We can both live a different life and save as many people as we can, so people don't go down the same path that you went down." He would tell Sukuna that he would even allow him some type of freedom inside of his body, instead of him just feeling like a prisoner. However, Sukuna would laugh. He would tell Yuji that he doesn't want anything like that. He wants to be free completely, not burdened inside of a body. In his next life, he'll simply try again. Yuji would close his eyes and tell Sukuna, at least he tried. He would then tell Sukuna that he's taking Fushiguro back now. He would strike Sukuna in the stomach, causing Fushiguro to be separated from Sukuna. Looking at Sukuna one last time, he would tell him that you should try living differently in your next life and not going down the same path. The greed that you sought after isn't something to be proud of. Someone once taught me that power isn't everything, and it leads to you being lonely. Sukuna would simply give Yuji a smile, but this time it seemed genuine. As he would turn into dust, Yuji would turn around and go towards Fushiguro, checking if he was still alive and breathing. Relieved that Fushiguro was still alive, everything had went the way that they planned. He was just hoping things with Yuta went smoothly as well. As everyone would regather, everyone would congratulate Yuji on being able to defeat Sukuna. If Yuji was to die, they were all going to jump in after him. Yuji would say that he wanted to end things there so no one else would have to die, and he's happy everything went smoothly. Fushiguro was able to be saved, and that's all that mattered to him. He couldn't watch someone else that was close to him die anymore. A couple of weeks would pass. Everyone would be mourning the death of Satoru Gojo, but things would be returning to normal. Kugisaki would be alive and well, surprising both Yuji and Megami. Kugisaki would note how strong Yuji has become, also being upset at the fact that her teacher had died. Yuji would promise everyone that as they grow up, if anything were to happen and any of them were in trouble, please don't hesitate to contact him. He still wants to be able to live by his grandfather's words. Until his final breath, he doesn't want to stop protecting people. As long as he has breath in his body, he will protect people as long as he can. Megami and Kugasaki would laugh at Yuji, saying that he was too stiff about it. And now that things have calmed down, life should be better for all of them. And I think that's where I'm going to end it. This will be the end of the Yuji was Yoriichi series. I hope you enjoyed it. I don't know if you could tell, but I did kind of get like lost at the end there. I didn't know what to do for the ending because Yuji was simply too strong for Sukuna. And I realized I had put myself in a hole there, but I still hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for listening up to this point if you still have. And yeah, after this, I will be uploading my Garo What If and the All For One. And I'm just going to be focusing on those two until I finish the Garo What If. But again, thank you for the support on my Yuji was Yoriichi What Ifs. I greatly appreciate all of you. And yeah, thank you. Peace.